Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. We wouldn't have hit over 2,000 subscribers without you. I also want to let you know the Discord server you voted for is open. You can suggest stories, vote on what gets narrated next, or just hang out and talk. It's free to join my way of giving back for getting us here. The link is in the description. Today's story is part 2 of Hashirama's Heir. Summary. The will of fire was never just a philosophical ideal for Naruto, it runs straight through his veins. Born with the blood of the First Hokage, Naruto inherits the most legendary kekkei genkai in history, Mokuton, would release. Trained from a young age to harness the absolute power of nature and chakra, Naruto is no dead last failure. He is a prodigy ready to redefine the power scaling of the entire shinobi world. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Kagami 1228, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 10, Quarterfinals. Gunma, the proctor of the third exam, called the match to start, but Naruto and Neji never moved. Neither genin even entered a fighting stance as the crowd looked on confused at the proceedings. Senju-san. It seems you picked correct in that we would face each other, said Neji with a stoic demeanor. Naruto looked at Neji as he cracked his knuckles. I'm about to whoop your ass something serious, and while I'm doing it, remember that it's for Hinata-chan, said Naruto as he finally shifted into a stance. Neji twitched slightly at Naruto's words. He knew that Naruto was incredibly strong, but in his mind, he still believed he could defeat him. With his Juken, gentle fist, he could seal up Naruto's tenketsus, chakra points, and coast to an easy win. Neji settled into the opening stance of the famed Juken as he activated his Byakugan, all-seeing white eye. Naruto placed his hands in the ram's seal as he channeled some chakra. Iwa Bunshin no Jutsu, rock clone technique, thought Naruto as around him, 8 Narutos appeared growing from the earth. Neji smirked. You do realize that I can tell which one is you, those clones are meaningless when your chakra isn't distributed evenly, said Neji as he saw Naruto laugh. Just because you know which one is me, doesn't mean it'll make getting past them any easier, said Naruto as his 8 clones charged at Neji. 4 of his clones arrived first as they attacked Neji all at once. 2 struck from behind as 2 attacked from the front. Seeing the clones behind him, Neji performed a front flip over the 2 clones in front, evading all of the attacks. 2 clones were on Neji as he landed. They appeared flanking him on both sides, but he easily spun and slapped away their attempts to punch him. Once he finished spinning, another Naruto appeared and lashed out with an uppercut. Neji flew back into the air as he appeared to be struck by Naruto. However, it was actually evaded by Neji at the last second with only inches to spare. Neji, having enough of dodging, decided to rid himself of the clones. So when another 4 Naruto surrounded him, he gracefully leaped into the air and performed a spinning heel kick. The kick connected with all the Narutos as they crumbled into rocks from the powerful kicks. As soon as those 4 clones were destroyed, 2 more Narutos came rushing at Neji. Neji skillfully slapped away their attacks and destroyed them with a double palm strike. The final 2 clones appeared as Neji turned and finished them with a powerful open palm to their stomachs. Too easy, said Neji until he noticed something on one of the Narutos when it crumbled to rocks. Neji held up a guard as he was rocked by an explosion. Neji was sent skidding backward as he had a few singed marks on him from the explosion. He placed an explosive note in that clone. This is going to be difficult, thought Neji as he looked at Naruto. So the stories are true. The Byakugan does allow the user to see in a perfect 360. And he's fast enough to dodge all of the attacks. Seems I'll have to think of something. There has to be a weakness, I just need to find it, thought Naruto as he was cut from his musings when Neji spoke to him. It'll take a lot more than that to defeat me. Like I said before, my eyes see everything, said Neji. Naruto folded his arms and stared at Neji with a bored expression. And exactly what do you see with those eyes of yours? They allow me to see the truth of this world. Like how your skill is determined at birth. In other words, everything is predetermined when you're born. Bullshit, said Naruto at Neji's claim. I don't believe in any of that fate stuff. We create our own destiny in life, finished Naruto as he saw Neji smirk slightly. Amusing coming from a person like you. You're the perfect example of what I'm speaking of. You hail from the legendary Senju clan of the forest. You're related to 3 of Konoha's greatest ninjas ever produced. So it comes as no surprise that you're incredibly strong. You were strong before you were even born, said Neji. Naruto got slightly angry at Neji's words. Why do you think of people like that? I only speak the truth. You and I were fated to be stronger than the rest. That's why those imbeciles you faced, Lee and Hinata-sama, failed. They were predestined to fail no matter what. Everyone may be different, but we all have to walk the path that has been laid in front of us. The only fate common between everyone is death. Are you done? Asked Naruto, tired of talking to Neji. Neji's eyebrow arched upwards slightly in confusion. What? As I said before, that fate stuff you're spilling out is complete bullshit. We make our own paths in life. I'm strong because I worked my ass off to get here and I had great teachers. But I will agree with you this time, you will have to walk the path laid before you. That path created by me consisting of an ass whooping as I'm just getting started, said Naruto. Naruto created 15 clones this time and like before had them rush at Neji. Heh, clones again. You should know this won't work against me. I won't fall for that cheap trick again, said Neji as he began to defend the clone's onslaught. Neji was even dodging Naruto's kunai and shuriken as he had taken to throwing them to keep Neji from destroying his clones. Neji had been dodging the clone's attacks and Naruto's projectiles efficiently until he was struck from behind with a kunai to his upper back. Wonder why he didn't dodge, thought Naruto as his kunai struck Neji in his right shoulder from behind. Neji pulled the kunai out of his back as he began to counterattack against the clones. Hack Rokujian Sho, 8 trigrams 64 palms, said Neji as he sped through attacks to get rid of the clones. With the blistering speed of his attacks, eventually Neji finished the clones. Neji then looked at the real Naruto standing a few feet away with a thoughtful expression. He hit me. Right in my blind spot. Though it could be seen as me not dodging in time, so I have nothing to worry about as long as he doesn't figure it out, thought Neji as he was beginning to get nervous. What if Naruto figured out his weakness? Finalist box. I thought the Byakugan allowed the user to see everything in a 360? How did Naruto hit him with that kunai? Asked Sasuke with his Sharingan activated. Sasuke knew Neji was fast enough to dodge it, so what was going on? Is there a blind spot to the Byakugan? Standing beside Sasuke, Shino and Shikamaru were thinking the same thing. In the audience, he hit Neji? Thought Tenten shocked. But how? Neji can see everything in a 360. Don't tell me he found out the weakness to the Byakugan? Thought Hayashi frantically as he saw Neji get hit in the back. Hayashi then looked shocked to see Neji's attack. To think a branch member figured out how to do that move. Impressive. Kakashi-sensei, said Sakura as Kakashi moved his head slightly to show he was listening. Why doesn't Naruto use any of his jutsu? He's much stronger than this. Well, in a tournament like this, it's more of a marathon, not a sprint. Naruto's just thinking ahead, said Kakashi as he continued to quell Sakura's confusion. He's pacing himself. In a marathon, you don't jump out the gates full speed. You pace yourself and save your energy. Naruto would still have another match, maybe 2 if he continues to win. He doesn't want to go all out in this fight, if possible, as it could lead to a loss later. Sakura nodded as she understood completely. I think Naruto's using his clones differently than that, said Asuma as everyone looked quizzical besides Kakashi and Guy. Kurenai figured out what he meant and explained. He's testing Neji while observing him from a distance. He's trying to find a weakness, and that kunai that finally landed may have given him a clue. Everyone looked back at the fight as Neji had finished the clones. Kid's pretty good. He'll have my vote, thought Asuma, thinking about Naruto. Back to the fight. Neji, not wanting Naruto to create more clones, rushed at Naruto with impressive speed. Neji attacked Naruto with a fast open palm to the stomach. Naruto looked shocked to see Neji move so quickly and couldn't evade fast enough. He was struck hard in the gut by Neji as he felt the air leave him. Neji was surprised to see his attack hit so easily, but wasn't disappointed when Naruto converted to mud shortly afterwards, signaling a replacement. Neji began to scan the area as he saw Naruto appear standing on the stadium wall. Neji then looked shocked as the mud from Naruto's replacement morphed into a huge dragon head. He won't have enough time to dodge. This will hit him hard, thought Naruto. Naruto had performed a shunshin to appear on the stadium wall as he held the dragon's seal. Doton Doryuden, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet, said Naruto as the dragon head fired massive mud balls at Neji. Not enough time to get out of the way. Looks like I'll have to use that technique, thought Neji as he began to spin around at high speeds. Kaiten, rotation! Came the shout of Neji. Neji released a huge amount of chakra while spinning. Neji's spinning dome deflected the mud balls with ease as everyone looked shocked. In the audience, "Father, that was dash!" started Hayashi's youngest daughter Hanabi before she was cut off. "Yes, that was one of the main branch's moves," said Hayashi as he thought. To think he'd figured both of those moves out by just watching them. Must make him a genius like none other. The boy is truly blessed with more ability than any other in the clan. Whoa, he just shrugged off Naruto's jutsu like it was nothing, said Sakura as she heard Tenten scoff. Of course he did. That move is Neji's perfect defense. Nothing gets past it. It'll be the reason Neji wins this fight, why he wins every fight, said Tenten, confident in her teammate's ability. Perfect defense? How's Naruto going to get past that? Said Sakura as the other rookie genin thought the same. Naruto v Neji. Neji stopped spinning once he noticed Naruto's jutsu end. He looked toward Naruto with a smirk. That was the most powerful defense. It is an absolute defense created by the Hyuga clan, even better than Gaara's sand. It cannot be beaten. You should just give up now, said Neji. Naruto narrowed his eyes until he finally looked like he figured something out. You have a blind spot, said Naruto as all the Hyugas in the stadium looked shocked. Did he figure it out? Thought Neji in a panic. Naruto smirked slightly as he said, From your expression, it must mean I'm correct in my judgment. That means this will hurt. Neji was panicking, scanning his surroundings for an attack. After a few moments, Neji saw Naruto appear behind him with his hands clasped together. Suiten no jutsu, water style, water bullet technique, thought Naruto as he fired off a huge water ball at Neji. Useless, said Neji as he performed another kaiten. Upon stopping, Neji noticed Naruto was nowhere to be found. Neji immediately began to focus on his blind spot, trying to find Naruto. So engrossed with his blind spot, Neji didn't notice the ground beneath him crack slightly. Naruto came flying out of the ground with an uppercut. Neji felt the full impact of Naruto's punch to his chin as it lifted him off the ground. Neji's feet slightly got off the ground before his upward progress was halted by a sharp kick to his stomach. Neji was sent back as he landed on his back and slid a few more feet. As Neji was on his back, he looked up to see another water ball crashing down on top of him. I got tricked. I can barely move. I've only been hit 3 times. Are his attacks that strong? Thought Neji as he laid on the ground in pain and soaked from Naruto's jutsu. Naruto dusted himself off as he walked over to Neji. Neji was struggling to move as he said, You were tricking me into believing that you had found a blind spot. Knowing that would make me scan my surroundings instead of focusing on the ground. Bingo, said Naruto before he whispered. I also know that you have that blind spot in the upper right portion of your back. The kunai that landed earlier only confirms it. Finished Naruto as he prepared to finish off Neji. I was planning to thoroughly beat you to within an inch of your life, but Hinata-chan asked me not to. So I have to ask, what's going on with your family? It's clearly got you to think about this fate stuff so hard. And I'm guessing it has to do with past events involving you and Hinata, asked Naruto as he looked at Neji's down position. You're correct in your judgment, Senju-san, started Neji weakly as he was still in pain from Naruto's attacks. In our family, we are separated into two groups. The main family and the branch family. Those in the branch family are meant to serve the main family with their lives. We are even branded to forever bear the mark of a servant. We are given a seal to ensure our servitude to the main family. You wouldn't know what it's like to have a seal define you. Naruto was shocked to see Neji stand up immediately. You made a mistake. You're in my field of divination, said Neji as he took off towards Naruto. 2 palms, said Neji as he lashed out with 2 strikes. Shit, thought Naruto as he evaded both strikes. 4 palms. Neji lashed out with 4 strikes even faster than the last 2. Naruto still dodged all the strikes as Neji continued. 8 palms. Naruto finally was struck in the shoulder by one of Neji's hits. 16 palms. Neji hit Naruto 4 times as his pace continued to pick up. 32 palms, 64 palms. Naruto was struck 14 more times. Naruto even got the finishing double palm to the stomach as he was sent to the ground. Seems that I have prevailed. Not even the legendary Senju clan can defeat the Hyuga. Proctor, call the match, he won't be getting up, said Neji until he saw Naruto picking himself up. Naruto was covered in an orange aura of chakra as he stood up. Well, that hurt, said Naruto as he looked completely unfazed by Neji's strikes. Where is this chakra coming from? Thought Neji as he could have sworn he saw it swirl into a fox. Finalist box. That's Biju chakra? Is he a Jinchuriki? Thought Temari. Kankuro and Gaara were thinking the same. They knew the feeling of chakra from a Jinchuriki as Gaara was one as well. Shino and Shikamaru were trying to find out why Naruto's chakra was like that. Shino had sent a few bugs to figure out, but they died upon sucking up the chakra. What was going on with Naruto? Sasuke was the most shocked. Naruto, what the hell are you? Thought Sasuke as he looked at Naruto's chakra with his Sharingan. How powerful are you? In the audience. He's really in control of that power? Asked a random Chunin. Let's hope so, but I mean it looks like the rumor was true. He seems in control, said another ninja as he watched Naruto. Naruto? What is that? You never showed that before, thought Sakura about her teammate. Naruto-kun, thought Hinata as she coughed slightly. She was still injured from her fight with Neji. Holy hell! I can feel the alpha flying off of Naruto. What the hell is he? Thought Kiba as he felt Naruto's dominating presence. It just commanded obedience. How strong was he really? Naruto v Neji. You shouldn't have let your guard down, Naruto. You'd have been finished had I not been here, said Kurama as he funneled chakra into Naruto's system to open his chakra points back up. Thanks, Kurama. I owe you one. Though I might have been able to force it open with my chakra alone. Then again, it could have been made me lose a lot of chakra to try it with my own. Regardless, I was careless and now I've shown off your chakra. Now I have to answer everyone's questions. Troublesome, said Naruto back to Kurama in his head. What is that chakra? Came the slightly scared voice of the normally stoic Neji. Looks like I got careless, said Naruto as he still had that orange aura surrounding him. You shut down my chakra for a second. Had it not been for me being a Jinchuriki, this fight would have been over. The stadium was silent at Naruto's announcement. Most of the stadium already knew about Naruto's status as their Jinchuriki. Naruto's friends were confused. They had never heard of the word Jinchuriki before. Jinchuriki? Asked Neji. Jinchuriki, the power of human sacrifice. It's a term that describes one who contains a bijou. To name a bijou, let's go with the kyubi, said Naruto as Neji was slowly getting the picture. But it was said the yandame killed the kyubi? How could you be its Jinchuriki? It should be dead? But I'm not and your yandame is. Kurama 1, yandame 0. Suck it, said Kurama in Naruto's head. Naruto had to suppress a laugh at Kurama's words as he explained how. It's impossible to kill a bijou. They are coalesced energy given a form. If the yandame managed to kill the kyubi, it would just disperse and eventually pop up again. Knowing that the yandame decided it best to seal the beast away, seal it into a boy. A boy who happened to be born on that day. That boy is me, said Naruto as he looked slightly dejected. So don't tell me that I don't know what it's like to have a seal placed on me that defines who I am. I've been judged since birth over something I have no control over, said Naruto as he rocketed toward Neji. Too fast, thought Neji as he resorted to another kaiten. Naruto stopped before reaching the spinning dome as he smirked slightly. Naruto placed his hands in the boar, then tiger hand seal. Doton, Yomi Numa, Earth style, swamp of the underworld, said Naruto. Neji's spinning halted as a thick swamp appeared underneath him. Neji began to sink slightly as the mud swallowed him up to his ankles. What dash? Said Neji until he was cut off by the sudden appearance of Naruto atop the mud beside him. Neji caught Naruto's punch and attempted to strike with a finger jab until Naruto caught his wrist. Due to Neji's hands being tied up and his legs still sinking in the mud, he had no protection against Naruto's knee to his stomach. As Neji was bent over from the impact of Naruto's knee, he received a vicious kick to the side of the head. Naruto had done a spin kick to launch Neji out of the swamp. His attacks have gotten stronger, thought Neji as he was laying on the ground in pain from Naruto's Kyuubi-enhanced blows. Naruto let his orange aura fade as he said, "This fight is over. I can withstand your Juken strikes since I can just reopen my chakra points. And I can keep you from activating your absolute defense. Just give up before you get hurt more." Neji struggled to get up as he refused to give up. "This fight isn't over," said Neji as he stumbled toward Naruto. Naruto shook his hand as he easily dodged Neji's attack. "You should know when to give up. You're fighting despite being totally outclassed and already injured. If this was a real fight, it would cost you dearly. These exams are about proving your Chunin material," said Naruto as he decked Neji with an elbow to the face. Neji was on the ground, laying on his back in pain, as Naruto continued. "By continuing to fight, it just shows you aren't ready for prime time." When Naruto finished speaking, he smashed a fist into Neji's gut. The ground around Neji cracked slightly as a small amount of blood flew from his mouth. Neji couldn't move a muscle as the pain was too much for him. Genma, having seen enough, decided to call the fight. "Shausa, Naruto Senju." Naruto looked up to the crowd as he waved to their cheers. "I should have known you were fated to win. You're a Senju after all," said Neji weakly. Naruto looked toward Neji with red, slitted eyes. "I'm sick of this fate stuff. I'm not great because I'm only blessed with natural talent. I've worked hard to get where I've gotten. And honestly, I'd rather be in the same class as Lee, cause he's not a coward. He doesn't give in to his fate. Just because he can only use taijutsu, doesn't mean he gave in to his fate of never being a great ninja. You, however, are a great ninja. Blessed with incredible talent, yet you don't let yourself fly due to your weak-ass views of the world," finished Naruto as his eyes turned back to Violet. Naruto went running out of the stadium, blowing kisses to the crowd. The medics arrived to take Neji away as Genma spoke to him for the first time. When captured birds grow wiser, they try to open their cage with their beaks. They don't give up because they want to fly again, said Genma as Neji was taken away. Kage box. The Kazekage sat next to the Hokage as they watched the fight. "Seems like you have two promising genin there, Hirozandano. Especially that Senju boy, quite powerful even without using his Biju's chakra," said the Kazekage as Hiruzen smiled. "Indeed, Naruto-kun is. I believe he definitely showed skills worthy of a Chunin. And even though Niji is a strong ninja, I can't see him getting the nod for Chunin, said Hiruzen as he watched Naruto exit into the tunnel. True. Very true. Well, let's watch the next match, shall we? Said the Kazekage as Hiruzen nodded. Arena floor 5 minutes later. The crowd eventually calmed down, and they were ready for the next match. Now on to match 2 of these finals. Will Kankuro and Gaara come down dash? Started Genma until he was cut off. I forfeit Proctor, said Kankuro as he received boos for his announcement. Okay. Winner by forfeit Gaara, said Genma as he just went to the next match on the list. Match 3 of the finals. Will Shino Aburame and Sasuke Uchiha make their way down? Sasuke and Shino made their way down to the arena floor. On the way down, Sasuke saw Naruto walking up. Jinchuriki, said Sasuke as Naruto looked towards him. Something like that, said Naruto as he and Sasuke looked at each other. Shino nodded to Naruto but continued walking to let the two friends speak. Sasuke stared at Naruto for a few seconds until he smirked. I'm still gonna beat you. Having that power won't help you from my onslaught. Naruto smiled slightly as he said. We'll see. I still dance better than you. HN, said Sasuke as he fist bumped Naruto, smiling as well. Nice of you to hide your hand seals by having your back to me. I was certainly trying to copy a few to add to my arsenal. Naruto laughed slightly as he did keep his back to Sasuke during his fight to prevent that. See you in the finals, said Naruto as he headed up to the finalists' box. Of course, you just better be ready for prime time, said Sasuke as he went down into the arena floor to fight. Finalist box. Naruto showed up in the finalists' box a little later as he looked around to see the other finalists stare at his arrival. Naruto looked apprehensive until Shikamaru smiled slightly. Troublesome, of course you have something like that. Don't worry, you're still Naruto. Being a Jinchuriki won't change that fact, said Shikamaru as he held out a fist to Naruto. Naruto smiled as he bumped fist with Shikamaru. He even saw Sakura and the rest of his friends looking at him with a smile. Seemed he was worrying over nothing. Arena floor. Sasuke and Shino were facing each other as Genma looked at both of them. Are both fighters ready? After a nod from both, Genma said. The third match of the Chunin exam finals. Hajime. As soon as Genma finished speaking, Sasuke had to sprint back to evade the bugs flying out of Shino's sleeves. Those bugs of his are going to be troublesome. Who's to say there isn't one already on me? And then again I could be looking at a clone in the first place, thought Sasuke as he dodged again. Dodging once more, Sasuke had enough of the bugs and flew through several hand seals. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, fire style, grand fireball technique, said Sasuke as he fired a huge fireball that tore off into Shino's bugs. However, Sasuke was in for a surprise as he saw Shino's bugs take the fireball and not burn to death. Shino then spoke as he explained. Sasuke-san, do you believe I wouldn't prepare for your jutsu? These bugs are fire-resistant and as such, your fire jutsu is useless against them, said Shino as he sent another wave of bugs towards Sasuke. Sasuke had listened to Shino's explanation and wasn't surprised. Of course he'd have bugs like that. Now I need to find the real Shino. The one before me is a clone as Genjutsu didn't work on him, thought Sasuke as he dodged the bugs again. Sasuke, having enough of Shino hiding, decided to get rid of hiding spots. Rat, tiger, dog, ox, rabbit, tiger, thought Sasuke as he went through those hand seals. Katan, Hozenka Mekyaku, fire style, Phoenix Sage fire annihilation, said Sasuke. Sasuke unleashed a dozen huge volleys of fire, almost comparable to 12 grand fireballs, into the trees. Upon contacting something, the fireballs exploded, creating a raging fire that blazed through the forest. In the audience, "Hot damn," said Kiba as he saw Sasuke's jutsu. That pretty much summed up everyone's collective thoughts. Kakashi only smiled at his student. Troublesome, said Shikamaru as Naruto looked on with a smile at his friend. Arena floor. Shino came flying out of the forest to dodge Sasuke's impressive jutsu. I didn't think he had a jutsu of that scale, thought Shino as he landed out in the open, away from the blazing forest fire. Sasuke never gave Shino a chance to do anything as he was already upon him. Sasuke threw a punch at Shino that connected with the bug user's face and sent him skidding back. Shino, after getting punched a few feet away, looked up to see Sasuke in a stance identical to Rock Lee's. Seems he's using the Goken, strong fist. I'm not that good at taijutsu, and as such he would defeat me decisively in hand-to-hand combat. I need to keep him away, thought Shino as the flames began to die down slightly. Not wanting Sasuke to attack him again, Shino let loose another barrage of bugs at Sasuke. The bugs flew at Sasuke in a spiraling motion. Bojui no Jin, spindle formation, said Shino. The jutsu was too fast and widespread as Sasuke was struck in the gut by Shino's bugs. Shino watched Sasuke as his bugs were slowly gathering around him. It's over, thought Shino until he noticed something was wrong. Genjutsu Kai. Shino broke the genjutsu placed on him by Sasuke as the Sasuke in front of him disappeared from view. Attempting to find Sasuke with his bugs, Shino was too late in pinpointing the Uchiha as he felt Sasuke kick him high into the air. While airborne, Sasuke appeared behind Shino using the Kagebuyo, shadow of the dancing leaf. It's over, said Sasuke as he planted several kicks into Shino's body that sent him crashing toward the ground. Just before Shino hit the ground, Sasuke planted another kick into his midsection. Sure Rindan, Lion's Barrage, said Sasuke. Shino laid prone on the ground as his bugs seeped back into his body to run damage control. You almost had me there, Shino. Too bad you may have won that fight, said Sasuke. Shaosa, Sasuke Uchiha, said Genma as the crowd lit up in cheers. Genma looked towards Sasuke as he said, You're lucky he looked at your eyes when you were being covered by his bugs. He would have never been placed in that genjutsu, and you would have had your chakra drained. Those bugs were even draining you as you did that final move. You got lucky, kid. Sasuke deactivated his Sharingan as he turned away from Genma. A win's a win in my books, said Sasuke as Genma smirked. The kid was right. Kagebox. Konoha seems to produce great ninjas. Both of those kids were splendid. The bug boy had a great plan and was well prepared for his opponent. He'll likely be promoted. And that Uchiha boy, what a splendid display of all three facets of a shinobi, said the Kazekage. Hiruzen looked on proudly at his two ninjas. Perhaps you're right, Kazekage-dano. Seems it's true that the younger generation always surpasses the previous generation. Arena floor 5 minutes later. After the crowd settled down and the fire was fully put out, Genma announced the next match. Match 4 of the finals. Will Shikamaru, Nara, and Temari make their way down? Said Genma as Temari made her way to the arena floor. Shikamaru tried to stay but Naruto pushed him over the railing so he'd get down there. After a few moments, Sasuke came into the finalists' box as he smirked at Naruto. Seems you did improve over the month break. Finally got that jutsu down, I see, said Naruto upon seeing Sasuke. There's more where that came from. Just you wait. I'm more than prepared to face you. Even with your orange chakra, said Sasuke confidently as they watched the next match unfold. The match was pretty boring. Temari just kept swinging her fan at Shikamaru, who kept hiding, only firing his shadow at Temari at random intervals. The fight didn't get interesting until the very end as Shikamaru pulled out an elaborate plan to capture Temari. Arena floor. Are you ever going to stop hiding? Said Temari as she swung her fan once more. Shikamaru braced himself for the winds as he decided it was time. Shikamaru placed his hands in the rat hand seal as a shadow extended from the darkened area of the stadium, untouched by the sun. Temari jumped back to get out of the way of the shadow as it approached, growing farther due to the sun moving down slightly. Eventually, it stopped, and she stopped backflipping. Is that how far you can go now? Said Temari until she noticed another shadow appear at the end of Shikamaru's extended shadow. Temari looked up to see a parachuted shirt attached to a kunai. That shirt gave Shikamaru more shadow to use for his jutsu. Shit! Thought Temari as she backpedaled a little more. Luckily, the shadow stopped moving again as she smirked once again. Looks like that's as far as you can go, little boy. My turn, said Temari until a flash bomb dropped behind her. Boom. The flash bomb went off and Temari found out she couldn't move. Kage main no jutsu, shadow possession technique, success, said Shikamaru as Temari looked shocked. Seeing Temari's face, Shikamaru decided to explain. Before I even extended my shadow the first time, I tossed up both my shirt and that flash bomb in the air. From that point, my calculations proved correct as you went exactly where I wanted you to go. All those other moves before were just to set you up for checkmate. The flash bomb made a huge shadow of you and from there it was simple getting my jutsu to grab you. And now, said Shikamaru as he raised his hand, making Temari raise hers. He planned all of this out, what the hell is he? Thought Temari frantic as she closed her eyes in anticipation. I forfeit, said Shikamaru. What? Came the voice of Temari and even Ino in the stands. I'm done. All those times I used my jutsu made me run out of chakra. I can probably only hold you for another 10 seconds. And if I did win, I'd have to face someone as troublesome as Sasuke Uchiha, who knows exactly how to beat me as he did it in the academy. There'd be no point in me continuing in this tournament. I'm done, finished Shikamaru as his shadow did dissipate after 10 seconds. Genma chuckled slightly. Nara clan members, oh well. Shausa, Temari, said Genma as the crowd booed Shikamaru for his forfeit when he had won basically. In the audience, HN, lazy ass, said Sasuke as Naruto chuckled. True that. But he did display enough to be a chunin. That's what we're here for anyway. Shika could care less about winning the tourney, said Naruto as he watched Shikamaru walk back up. True, but he basically said he was scared of me. Seems I already have people fearing the name, Sasuke Uchiha, said Sasuke smugly. Right, anywho, time for me to face Gaara. Don't let your jaw hang down too low when you see me defeat him, said Naruto as he vanished in a shunshin. Kage box. Seems you might have 4 new Chunins Hokage Dano. Impressive even though that boy quit, said the Kazekage. How right you are. Those 4 have shown the aptitude to become Chunins of the Leaf. I'm proud of them. Seems it's time to see your son fight finally, said Hiruzen as the intermission between the first round was over. This is the match I've wanted to see. Naruto Senju vs. my Gaara. Sure to be an exciting affair, said the Kazekage. Hopefully Gaara kills that boy before he can be defeated. Just because Naruto-kun can use his Biju's chakra doesn't mean he can stop a Jinchuriki who can go farther in his transformations, thought the Kazekage. Arena floor 5 minutes later. Genma stood on the arena floor as sand began to appear a few feet away from him. Gaara had arrived in a shunshin. Then in just a flash of yellow, Naruto appeared, opposite Gaara, in a shunshin as well. Kids fast, thought Genma as he prepared to start the semifinals. Are both fighters ready? Match 5 of the Chunin exam finals. Hajime, said Genma as the next round began. Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 2,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 3,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Chapter 11, Emergence of the Forest. As soon as Genma started the match, Gaara's sand seeped out of his gourd as he said, Mother wants your blood. Right. Well, why don't try to get it for her? Asked Naruto as he got into a ready stance. Gaara stood still as Naruto waited for him to make a move. Well then I'll come to you, said Naruto as he sprinted at Gaara. Naruto lashed out with a kick that was intercepted by Gaara's sand. Naruto placed his leg back down and had to evade as Gaara's sand chased him around. Gaara stood stoic with his arms crossed as he continued to send sand at Naruto. Naruto just kept evading the sand, but it never deterred Gaara one bit as he never relented. Naruto, having enough of dodging, decided to attack. Gaara watched as Naruto dodged his sand once more. Gaara was prepared to send another wave until a mop of yellow hair appeared. Naruto performed a shunshin to get close to Gaara. "Hello?" said Naruto as he planted a vicious punch to Gaara's face. Gaara's sand had no time to react as Gaara was sent a few feet back. Gaara's sand armor cracked slightly as he looked up at Naruto, who was standing in the same spot he once was. In the audience, "Go Naruto-kun!" came the voice of a new arrival. "Lee-san!" said Sakura as Lee came hobbling in on crutches. "Hello, Sakura-chan. Nice to see you," said Rock Lee as he watched Gaara slowly get up. "Naruto-kun knows that taijutsu won't beat him. I used 5 gates and it still wasn't enough," thought Lee. Kakashi looked on as he thought. "Wonder what Naruto will do to get past that defense." In the Kage booth. "That boy is pretty fast. The way he just appears, especially with his golden blonde hair, reminds you of the Yondaime, doesn't it? Then he's a Jinchuriki who hails from the Senju clan. He could be a powerful asset one day," said the Kazekage as he looked at the fight. "Orochimaru, do you think me senile? It's quite obvious that is you. But I shall banter back and forth with you to see what you plan," thought Hiruzen as he replied to the Kazekage. "How true you are. Though I believe he has more in store for us." Orochimaru looked at the Hokage as he said, "You're saying there's something more special to him than being the Kyuubi Jinchuriki?" Hiruzen only smiled as he returned his attention to the fight. "Maybe. Only time will tell." Arena floor. Gaara stood up as the cracked armor on his cheek repaired itself. "Glad to see you fix your makeup," said Naruto as he saw Gaara send another wave of sand. "Not this again," thought Naruto as he dodged again. "Punching him a million times won't help, as Rock Lee clearly proved that. I could use Kurama on him, but it's rather redundant to use the same power twice. Let's just go with Plan A." Naruto dodged the sand once more as he pulled out a scroll. Naruto opened the scroll and let it fall to the ground as he placed his hands in the ram's seal. Naruto stomped on the scroll as he thought. "Suetun, Hahanryu, water style, tearing torrent." From the scroll under Naruto's foot, a huge amount of water came splashing out of it as it fired off toward Gaara. Gaara's wave of sand immediately rushed to defend Gaara against Naruto's water. The water and sand clashed against each other for about a minute until Gaara's sand finally held firm. Once the water died down, Gaara sent another wave of sand at Naruto. However, Gaara's sand had turned slightly muddy from Naruto's jutsu and was rather difficult to manipulate like normal. "Gotcha," said Naruto as he took off at Gaara again. Gaara saw Naruto appear again, this time with a right cross incoming. Gaara was lifted off the ground again from Naruto's punch, but before he could fly away, Naruto grabbed his foot. Naruto smiled a deadly grin as he spun Gaara around and hurled him into the sky at a rapid pace. As Gaara was flying in midair, Naruto clapped his hands together and prepared another jutsu. "Now time to drench that sand armor. Suetun, Suiden no Jutsu, water style, water bullet technique," thought Naruto as he fired off a powerful ball of water toward Gaara. Naruto's water ball smashed into Gaara as his, now heavier, sand couldn't get there in time to defend him against it. Kage box. Damn that boy. Gaara's sand absorbs water, making it less effective due to the added water weight. He's picking him apart, seethed Orochimaru internally before he smirked unnoticeably. Perfect. Gaara will transform and then the invasion will start. Seems Naruto's doing quite well, said Hiruzen. Yes, it does seem that way. Using water to weigh down Gaara's sand is ingenious. But it'll take more than that to stop Gaara, said Orochimaru. Naruto-kun better put him down now before he begins to access his Bijuu's power. Naruto might have to use his Mokuton if Gaara can transform further than him, thought Hiruzen as he eyed the match. In the audience, Kakashi, what the hell did you feed those two genins of yours? Said Asuma, Team 10's sensei, as he placed the cigarette in his mouth. He had seen Sasuke's fight too, and both of them seemed unreal. Kakashi smiled as he said, "Nothing. I did nothing. I gave them a few pointers here and there, but for the most part, that's all them." Kiba snorted. "I bet he gives them steroids. I mean, Sakura is a medic now, right? I bet she shoves a needle in their ass," started Kiba before he was smacked by Sakura. "Shut up, dog boy," said Sakura as she calmed down and returned to watching Naruto. Everyone returned to the fight as they watched Naruto perform his next attack. Everyone gasped as even Asuma's cigarette fell from his mouth. Back to the fight. As Naruto was firing off his water bullet, he put his hands back in the ram's seal. "IWA Bunshin no Jutsu, rock clone technique," thought Naruto as two clones rose from the ground beside him. The clones knew exactly what to do as they disappeared in a shunshin. Gaara was soaking wet as he hung in the air after Naruto's jutsu. "What makes him so strong? Is it because he's a Jinchuriki?" thought Gaara as his sand was finally nearing him. Gaara's sand was too slow as both clones made it to him first, and promptly gave him a bear hug. "This'll hurt," said Naruto as he channeled some chakra. Boom! Both clones detonated, causing a huge explosion in midair. From the cloud caused by the explosion, rocks and a smoking figure came plummeting to the ground. Finalist box. Sasuke smirked as he saw Naruto's attack. "Nice combo. But I can't forget about my part in this," thought Sasuke as he looked at Temari. Temari and Kankuro were shocked to see Gaara get taken apart so easily by Naruto. "Gaara!" shouted Temari. "Did he kill him?" thought Temari frantically. "Gaara!" thought Kankuro. "Okay, I'm glad I didn't have to face Naruto. I'd rather face you, Sasuke, than get that," said Shikamaru as Sasuke scoffed internally. "Naruto won't know he said that," thought Sasuke as he turned his attention back to the fight. Naruto v Gaara. Naruto walked over to the smoking figure lying prone in the grass. Upon reaching it, he realized something was wrong. "Replacement," said Naruto as he turned around to face the real Gaara. Gaara had left his sand armor behind and narrowly escaped the explosion. Gaara was standing on the opposite side of the stadium with his hands in the tiger seal. Gaara had a few singe marks on his clothes, but other than that was relatively fine. Seems he replaced himself at the last second with his sand armor. Must have been right as the clones got to him, since he was still caught in that blast slightly, thought Naruto as he saw Gaara covering himself in a sand dome. As the sand dome was closing up around Gaara, Naruto flung a kunai with an explosive note at Gaara. Boom! As the smoke cleared from the kunai, Naruto noticed that it didn't accomplish anything. Naruto then looked up to see an eyeball appear in midair. "Seems that sand is denser than the previous sand. It won't be taken down by some water or an explosion. I'm sure he can still manipulate it like normal, so there's no point in attacking straight up. That eye is probably in the sky to help him see outside of the dome. How to get past it?" thought Naruto until he heard Kurama in his head. "Naruto." After Naruto mentally nodded to acknowledge, Kurama continued. "That's the opening phase of Shikaku's Bijou transformation. You won't get through that defense with power. But there is another way." After getting the plan from Kurama, Naruto clapped his hands together. Naruto burst with bright red chakra as he took on a one-tailed state. "Here I come, Gaara," said Naruto. "Futon de Tapa, wind style, great breakthrough," said Naruto as he channeled Kurama's chakra into the jutsu. A mighty gust of wind ripped through the stadium toward Gaara, picking up dust and debris along the way, obscuring the view of the fight. Gaara's sand dome held firm against the powerful winds and didn't even look phased. However, Naruto was nowhere to be seen. The people in the crowd scanned the area for Naruto, but it was like he vanished without a trace. After about a minute of nothing, Gaara came sailing out of his own sand dome with a bloodied wound on his chest. As the dome crumbled apart, Naruto could be seen standing in the dome with a Kyuubi-enhanced claw outstretched. It was slightly covered in blood as his chakra shroud dispersed. "Doton, Marurigakure no Jutsu, Earth style, hiding like a mole technique, gotta love it," That dome protected you from everywhere besides down, said Naruto as the crowd looked on amazed. What is this warm liquid? Questioned Gaara as he touched his chest. It is blood! My blood! Shouted Gaara as he began to stand. As he was standing, the gourd on his back began to surround his upper body. The gourd eventually merged completely as Gaara was covered in sand across his entire left torso. He also had a large claw of sand appear over his left arm. Prove my existence, Naruto! Shouted Gaara as he leaped at Naruto with his claw outstretched. So that's the Ichibi, said Naruto as Gaara was approaching. In the audience, another Jinchuriki! Shouted a civilian in the stands and people began to panic slightly. Oh no! Senju-sama's out there with him, said another civilian worried about the boy. Don't worry, Naruto's Bijuu is stronger. He'll have no trouble against him, said a Konoha Chunin as the people around him began to calm down slightly. You're right, however, Naruto's only shown a one-tailed Jinchuriki state. If he can't access more than that, then Gaara will win. A full-powered Bijuu is better than a one-tailed Jinchuriki, thought Guy as he eyed Kakashi. Why is he so calm about this? His genin is in trouble. An Umbu was standing a little behind Kakashi and Guy. This Umbu was not a real one though, he was actually Kabuto in disguise. That boy is transforming here. This could be trouble, but why doesn't Orochimaru-sama want me to give the signal? Thought Kabuto as he was eyeing the Kage booth waiting. The Sand siblings sensei, Baki, was thinking the same. Gaara's transformed already, this isn't good. We need to get him to the village, but I haven't seen the signal. What are we waiting for? Finalist box. Of course that guy's a Jinchuriki too, said Shikamaru as he watched the fight. Are you one as well, Sasuke? Questioned Shikamaru in jest. He was internally worried for Naruto, but figured Naruto knew when he was in over his head. Like I would need that power, said Sasuke arrogantly as he continued watching the fight with his Sharingan on. Wonder how Naruto's gonna beat him. Rock Lee pounded him and he still got up. So what's Naruto going to do? Thought Sasuke as he eyed Naruto smashing into Gaara with punches. Arena floor. After punching Gaara a few times, Naruto kicked him into the wall violently with a roundhouse. Naruto took on an uninterested look at Gaara's new tactics. Gaara came out of the cracked wall as he saw Naruto's bored look. Gaara got angry. Just like everyone else. Stop ignoring me, said Gaara as his sand covered him. Gaara's entire torso, down to his knees, was covered in sand as a tail grew out of the back. Is that what Shikaka looks like? Asked Naruto as he watched Gaara. More or less. He's basically in a one-tailed state, replied Kurama. Gaara had several mouths open up along his body as he prepared a jutsu. Futon, Mugen Sajin de Tapa, Wind Style, Infinite Sand Cloud Great Breakthrough, said Gaara as he let loose a sand cloud. In response, Naruto slammed his palms on the ground. Doton Dorihiki Earth Style, Mud Wall, said Naruto as a huge wall rose from the ground. The wall completely blocked the sandstorm. It's a shame, said Naruto from behind Gaara. Gaara received a powerful elbow to the back followed by a knee to the ribs. Naruto then smashed him in the head with an overhead kick. That kick sent Gaara to the ground as Naruto grabbed his tail and flung him back into the wall. The same spot Gaara had hit earlier. You had a defense that only the fastest could bypass and the strongest could breach, and you trade it for this? That's pitiful. Raw power only beats finesse in extreme quantities and you don't have enough of it, said Naruto. Gaara looked at Naruto in pain. Why is he so strong? I haven't even touched him once. What makes him so strong? Said Gaara as his anger started to rise. You won't erase my existence, shouted Gaara as he began to channel more of Shikaku's chakra. Naruto noticed the chakra spike and realized what Gaara was planning. Naruto clasped his hand in the snake seal as he channeled his chakra. The walls of the stadium and the grounds began to crack slightly at Naruto's chakra output. Kurama knew Gaara was trying to go full Bijuu mode and it seemed Naruto did as well. When Kurama saw Naruto place his hands in the snake seal, he looked shocked. Naruto, are you about to dash? Yes, Kurama. If he transforms, he could hurt the civilians. It has to be done now before he gets too difficult to put down, said Naruto as Kurama agreed. In the Kage booth. Gaara's transforming. Splendid, maybe he'll kill that boy so I can be rid of him, thought Orochimaru until he felt and saw Naruto's chakra. His chakra is so potent. And at that age. I don't even feel the Kyuubi, it's all him. And the feeling of his chakra. Don't tell me? Hiruzen smiled slightly as he felt Orochimaru's inner turmoil. Naruto-kun is about to shock the world, thought Hiruzen. Naruto v Gaara. Gaara was preparing to unleash Shikaku until huge branches sprang up from the ground and wrapped around him, restraining his arms and legs. Gaara looked shocked as the branches moved him off the wall into a circle. The circle was being created by emerging wooden pillars with spikes pointed at him. Gaara felt his chakra stop building and was wondering what was going on as he struggled against the wooden binds. As Gaara was trying to break free, he noticed Naruto standing in front of him. Gaara looked up to see Naruto placing a palm on his forehead. I cannot let you harm the people in the stands, said Naruto with a serious glare. Kakwan Niten Shirshu, 10th Edict of Enlightenment, said Naruto as Gaara began to scream. The crowd watched in stunned silence as Gaara began to revert to normal. I was once told that true power comes from wanting to protect those precious to you. This village is precious to me and as such, I'll protect it no matter what, said Naruto as the sand around Gaara moved back into the gourd it was before. Gaara stopped screaming as he fell unconscious. It had taken a full minute of suppressing the Ichibi, but Naruto still smiled. It's over, said Naruto. Genma had lost the ever-present Senbon in his mouth when he saw Naruto suppress a tailed beast. What the hell is this kid? Thought Genma. In the audience, the crowd was still quiet over watching what Naruto just did. You've got to be kidding me? What the hell can Naruto not do? Questioned Kiba as everyone gaped at Naruto's display. Sakura found her voice as she said, Naruto has the same ability as the first Hokage. Mokuton, said Asuma, who dropped his second cigarette today due to Naruto. At that announcement, Ino looked up as she realized something. That's why Naruto loves coming to our shop. He's connected to nature. That's why the flowers always look better when he was around, thought Ino. How could this be possible? Asked a stunned Kurenai, teammate sensei. Guy looked toward Kakashi as he spoke. That's why you were never worried, you knew he could do that. Kakashi only smiled in response. Though he does paint a huge target on himself. But he had to stop Gaara from hurting the citizens, so it's justified, thought Kakashi, proud of his student. Kagebox. Orochimaru looked shocked at what Naruto just did. He has the Mokuton? That's what the monkey was saying about him having something more special than the Kyuubi. He can literally tame it. That boy is too powerful. I'll have to kill him, thought Orochimaru as he couldn't hide his shock. Orochimaru calmed down as quick as he could. With Gaara out of the picture now, a big part of my invasion is ruined. It doesn't matter. I came here to kill Sarutobi-sensei and that's what I'll do. The invasion is still on. Orochimaru signaled to Kabuto when to start the invasion as Hiruzen spoke to him. Seems the will of fire Hashirama-sama preached about really inherited itself in Naruto, said Hiruzen, amused at Orochimaru's shock. Orochimaru seethed internally at Hiruzen's diction. Indeed it does. But revealing that power makes him a huge target, said Orochimaru as Hiruzen nodded. True, but I have faith that Naruto can handle it, said Hiruzen, still smiling. You've grown up so much, Naruto-kun. Arena floor. Gaara lay motionless at Naruto's feet as the wood from Naruto's jutsu moved back into the ground. Genma-san? Said Naruto as he waved at the proctor. Oh, right. Shousa Naruto Senju, proclaimed Genma loudly. The crowd finally seemed to get over their silence as cheers erupted loudly. Naruto smiled and waved at the crowd as he walked back up to the finalist box. Finalist box. Naruto arrived back in the finalist box as he saw everyone staring at him. You're kidding, right? said Sasuke. What do you mean, Sasuke? Replied an amused Naruto. Forget it. I don't believe that happened, so it didn't happen. I need to get ready for my match anyway. I don't have time to wonder about your kekkei genkai, said Sasuke, trying to downplay Naruto's new power. While Naruto was rubbing it in Sasuke's face, Kankuro spoke to Temari. Just forfeit your match. The plan is ruined with Gaara being incapacitated. There's no reason to continue. Genma had just announced Sasuke and Temari's fight as Temari agreed with Kankuro. You're right. There's no need to go against the Uchiha. I'll just quit, said Temari before she heard Sasuke talk. Are you about to quit or something, fangirl? Said Sasuke with emphasis on the fangirl part. You probably are, just like your confused sister did. Temari and Kankuro both looked ready to dish out divine punishment at Sasuke's remarks. Seeing that he hadn't gotten her to commit completely, Sasuke pushed the envelope further. Sasuke smirked as he said, Figures as much. I mean, I'd quit too if I was facing a man. Girls are weaker than boys anyway. And then you're from a crappy village like Suna. Weak girl and crappy village. You'd have no chance against an elite nin. I'm kicking his ass, said Temari, cutting off Sasuke as she blew him out of the finalist box. Kankuro nodded his head until he saw Naruto smiling at him. What are you smiling at? Asked Kankuro. Well, your sister just fell for it. I have suspicions about things and Sasuke's gonna help me get the answers. And who better than your sister to answer them? Asked Naruto as Kankuro looked stunned. They had just fallen for a trap. Kankuro wanted to tell Temari, but a chop to the back of the neck rendered him unconscious. Good night, said Naruto as he placed his hand back in his pocket and looked down at the fight. Arena floor. After being blown out of the finalist box, Sasuke backflipped in midair and landed on the ground gracefully. Temari rode her fan down as she still looked heated. Genma walked up as he asked, Both fighters ready? A nod from Sasuke and a slam of her fan from Temari later, Genma started the match. Match 6 of the Chunin exam finals, Hajime. Temari wasted no time as she swung her fan at Sasuke again. Sasuke got struck by the wind as he flew back and hit the stadium wall. However, upon impact he reverted into a log. Where did he get that log? He torched the whole forest earlier, thought Temari, wondering how logs are always around. Temari dodged as several shuriken and kunai flew past her. She turned around to see Sasuke standing there still smirking. You arrogant piece of shit! Shouted Temari as she sent another gust at Sasuke. Sasuke looked amused at the wind. Fire beats wind, said Sasuke as he held the tiger seal. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, fire style, grand fireball technique, said Sasuke as he blew out a huge fireball at Temari. Sasuke's fire seemed to gobble up Temari's wind as it continued toward her. Oh my! Said Temari as all she could do was hide behind her fan. The fire blasted Temari as she stood behind her slightly melting fan. Eventually, the fire died down and Temari could be seen behind her decimated fan. The fan was burned in a few places and was too hot to the touch. It was utterly useless to her now. As she was fretting over her fan, Temari had to move her head to the right to dodge Sasuke's jab. Gotcha! Said Sasuke as his jab turned into a hand that grabbed the back of Temari's head and brought them face to face. Shit, I looked into his eyes, thought Temari as she found herself pinned down with stakes. Welcome, said Sasuke as he materialized in front of Temari. Now you're going to tell me about your plan to attack Konoha. Temari's eyes bulged out as she heard what Sasuke just said. It all made sense. That's why he egged me on to fight. So he could find out about the invasion. So you are planning an invasion, said Sasuke as Temari looked shocked. Yes, I can hear your thoughts and I can also tell if you're lying, so let's just get on with this. When's the invasion starting? Sasuke couldn't really hear Temari's thoughts or tell if she's lying, but Temari didn't know that. Temari was content with keeping quiet until she felt the stakes dig deeper into her body. Temari screamed slightly as Sasuke said, Please talk, they'll only go deeper if you don't. The stakes went a little deeper as Temari finally cracked. The invasion starts when the people began to go to sleep, that's the signal, said Temari. Good, that's all I wanted. Now rest, said Sasuke as Temari fell unconscious. Sasuke had been staring at Temari for 3 minutes until she eventually fell asleep and he let her fall face first in the dirt. Too easy, said Sasuke as he began to walk away. Shausa, Sasuke Uchiha, said Genma as the medics took Temari away. She was out of chakra from her first match and was facing a fire user. She should have just quit. I wonder what was up with that genjutsu, thought Genma as he heard the crowd cheering at Sasuke's quick victory. Finalist box. Sasuke walked into the finalist box as he nodded at Naruto. You were right. It is an invasion, said Sasuke as Shikamaru listened in. Figured as much. Villages don't send a Jinchuriki to another village unless something's going down. Plus Shino said he spotted several groups of Suna ninjas and Oto ninjas on his way in. We have to tell Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto as he and Sasuke left to the audience. Troublesome, said Shikamaru, overhearing the conversation and knowing he'd have to fight in the invasion if it did indeed happen. In the audience, since there was a 30-minute intermission before the finals, everyone was waiting patiently for the Senju vs. Uchiha finale. Sakura and Kakashi were overjoyed at the 2 other members of Team 7. It's pretty hard to make it to the finals. They were cut from their thoughts as Sasuke and Naruto arrived. Kakashi-sensei. There's an invasion planned, said Naruto. Before Kakashi could respond, an explosion rocked the Kage booth. As everyone's attention was focused on the booth, white feathers began to fall in front of their faces. Genjutsu, thought Naruto before he dispelled it. Upon releasing it, he noticed that several Suna ninja were surrounding him and the rest of Team 7. Damn, I was too late, thought Naruto. Hey Sasuke, just in case we don't make it out of this alive, I just wanna say, I would have totally kicked your ass in that final match, said Naruto as he prepared to fight. HN, said Sasuke before he smirked. Bet I defeat more. You're on, said Naruto as he and Sasuke charged into the group of ninjas around them. The invasion of Konoha had begun. Chapter 12, Invasion. Before Naruto or Sasuke could make a move against the enemies, Kakashi and Guy appeared before them. Kakashi and Guy disposed of the enemies surrounding them quickly as Kakashi then turned to his genin. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. This fight isn't yours. The others and I will handle the stadium. You 3 need to make your way to the village. Naruto and Sasuke will defend the village while Sakura attends to any wounded. Make haste, said Kakashi as he noticed Naruto staring at the Kage booth, where a huge purple barrier appeared. Don't worry, Naruto. The Sandaime will be fine. Plus, he would want you to head to the village anyway. You're in charge, so get going. Naruto looked hesitant at first until Kakashi said the Hokage would want him to protect the village. Naruto turned to see his teammates nod at him. Let's do this, said Naruto as he jumped to the stadium floor followed by Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto bit his thumb midway down and slammed his hand on the ground upon landing. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique, said Naruto as a huge puff of smoke appeared. Gamabunta appeared from the smoke with the genin of Team 7 riding his head. Boss, can we get a ride to Konoha? There's an invasion happening and we're needed at the village. It's that way, said Naruto as Bunta took off for the leaf. Sasuke and Sakura stuck to the huge toad's head using chakra just like Naruto so that they wouldn't fall off. As Gamabunta was leaping toward the leaf, Sasuke spoke. We can't be friends anymore after this, said Sasuke talking to Naruto. You're the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, hold a kekkei genkai only seen in the First Hokage, and now you can summon toads. What else can you do, cause this is getting out of hand? Naruto smirked. Seems I have a better dance instructor than you, said Naruto as Sasuke scoffed. Naruto kept using his dance line against him. A few moments later, Gamabunta landed at the village gate. We're here, shouted Gamabunta as Sakura nodded and headed toward the hospital. We should make sure all the civilians are out of the way. Don't want any casualties due to collateral damage, But first let's make sure Sakura gets to the hospital, said Naruto. Naruto created several clones that acted as an escort for Sakura. As Naruto was making sure Sakura was safe, Sasuke turned to see a battalion of ninja heading for the village walls. Naruto, we have about 300 ninjas heading toward the village at 3 o'clock. What do you want to do? Asked Sasuke with a smirk. It was time to fight. Naruto looked thoughtful for a second until he slammed his hands in the snake's seal. Mokuton, Jukai Koten, wood style, nativity of a sea of trees, said Naruto as hundreds of newly created trees rushed toward the group of ninja. What the hell? Shouted an Oto nin as he was skewered by the rush of trees. The trees assaulted the ninjas as they were helpless to the sudden appearance of the forest. Of the 300 ninjas that were there, about 140 were left, and half of those were trapped in or underneath the trees. Burn them! Boss, bring the oil! Sasuke, bring the fire! Said Naruto as Gamabunta and Sasuke obliged. Bunta spewed the trees in a thick coat of oil as Sasuke lit the newly created forest ablaze with several well-placed fireballs. Amid the screams and the blazing forest, one Suna ninja looked fearful at the sight. This is a massacre, said a Suna ninja, who had survived the attack. An older Suna ninja disagreed. No, this scene is like the ones my grandfather told me about of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Who could have done this? Naruto and Sasuke appeared in front of the two Suna nin as Naruto spoke. We did, and we're sorry about your Suna comrades, said Naruto as he and Sasuke knocked them both unconscious. We're going to kill all Oto ninjas, but the Suna ninjas we will keep alive. Gigi is fighting Orochimaru, who posed as the Kazekage. I noticed it when I watched that purple barrier go up. He most likely tricked Suna into this invasion by pretending to be their leader, said Naruto. Before he and Sasuke separated, Naruto spoke once again. I'm winning our bet. Naruto vanished in a shunshin as Sasuke smirked. Only because I let you go first, said Sasuke as he took off to defend his home. Kage box 30 minutes earlier. Seems we'll have another Konoha finale at Kazekage Dano, said Hiruzen as he looked toward the Kazekage. The Kazekage shifted his gaze toward Hiruzen as a smoke grenade dropped in between them. Boom! The smoke grenade detonated and created a huge cloud of smoke. After a few moments, the smoke cleared and the view of the booth could be seen. The Kazekage held a kunai to Hiruzen's neck as he lifted him to the roof of the Kage booth. The two Kages stood with the Kazekage still behind Hiruzen with a kunai to his neck. In a rectangle at each corner surrounding the two Kages, 4 Oto shinobi clapped their hands together. Shishianjin, for Violet Flames formation! Shouted the 4 shinobi as a huge purple barrier appeared around the two and a mini barrier formed around those 4 individuals. Seems we're not going to be able to leave anytime soon. But maybe it's for the best if we fight in this barrier without interference, thought Hiruzen. Kazekage Dano, what is the meaning of this? Asked Hiruzen, feigning shock. Kukukaku, it seems you've gotten senile in your old age. Do you not recognize me? I am your favorite student, said the Kazekage as he took off his face veil. Hiruzen laughed slightly but never turned around. Well, if you are my favorite student, then I may have to send you back to the academy if you perform poorly, started Hiruzen as he dissolved into mud. Doton Doryu Taiga, Earth Style, Earth Flow River, said Hiruzen, now behind Orochimaru. The mud from the earlier dissolved clone became a mud river that swept Orochimaru down the roof. Orochimaru tried to gain his bearings, but Hiruzen was having none of that. Doton Doryuden, Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet, Katon Karyuden, Fire Style, Fire Dragon Bullet, said Hiruzen as a huge earth dragon rose from the ground and fired off mud bullets at Orochimaru. Hiruzen added fire to the bullets as they rammed into Orochimaru. Are you done with this foolishness, Orochimaru? Said Hiruzen as he took off his robes to reveal his shinobi outfit. Orochimaru rose from the ground a ways away unharmed and smirked. Seems you were prepared to die, sensei, said Orochimaru as he took off his own robes. Well, let's get to it, shall we? Finished Orochimaru as he flew through several hand seals. Hiruzen attempted to stop Orochimaru by using the Kage Shuriken no Jutsu, Shadow Shuriken technique, but it was too late as two coffins rose to shield Orochimaru from the projectiles. Seems the third coffin failed. No matter, these two will be enough, thought Orochimaru as the two coffins opened to show the first and second Hokages. Orochimaru placed the kunai with seal tags into each of their heads. Shall we, sensei? Said Orochimaru as the two previous Kages sprinted at Sarutobi. Konoha. Ah! A snake! Shouted a civilian as a huge snake slithered toward them. The snake was preparing to eat the civilians until a huge toad appeared. Kuchios, Yatai Kazushi no Jutsu, summoning, food cart destroyer technique! Came the shout of Naruto as he appeared above the snake. Naruto summoned a huge toad that landed on the snake and crushed it underneath its weight. Are you okay? Asked Naruto to the civilians who merely nodded their heads at their savior. Naruto was still clad in his umbu outfit from earlier, but it seemed he'd picked up a new addition. An orange scarf was wrapped around his neck that flowed behind him. He had acquired it from another civilian he had saved earlier, who gave it to him as thanks. Naruto couldn't resist it. It was his favorite color. Naruto placed his hands in the ram's seal as he said, Mokuton no Jutsu, wood clone technique. From Naruto's body, protrusions of wood appeared and flew out of his body to form dozens of clones. Naruto gave his clones orders to spread out and continue to assist with Konoha's defense and the evacuation of the villagers. You're pretty good, bro, said a small orange toad on Naruto's head. I try, Gamakichi. Though it seems that we're getting nowhere close to the end of this invasion. How many enemies are there? Asked Naruto. Naruto had tried to summon a small toad to get word to Jiraiya about the invasion, but Gamakichi appeared instead and stayed with Naruto. Naruto had no qualms with his presence, as the small toad was good company. Looking good, kid, said a new voice as Naruto turned to see Ibiki behind him flanked with two umbu. Nice scarf and matching toad, said Ibiki, amused at the comical sight of a 14-year-old blonde kid, who is slowly becoming the most important ninja in the village, have a small toad on his head. Hey, we look good, said Naruto as he and Gamakichi fist bumped. Naruto then asked, The village seems empty, did you already get all the villagers out of here? I've only seen a handful since I've been here. Yeah, kid, that's village protocol during attacks like these. You wouldn't know since you haven't had to deal with something like this before, said Ibiki as he explained. It's written in the Konoha manual that during the event that the village is attacked, we move into 3 stages of defense. Stage 1 involves us eliminating all enemy forces that have infiltrated the village. If that fails, we move to Stage 2, consisting of evacuating the villagers, while slowing the enemy's advance. And finally, Stage 3. What's Stage 3? Asked Naruto since Ibiki paused for a moment. Naruto heard a few screams and Ibiki smirked. Eliminating all threats in the village, said Ibiki as screams could be heard all over. Naruto looked to see a huge Akimichi member appear towering and stomping about. Choza! Choji's dad. That means... Trailed off Naruto as he could see several shinobi caught in Shikaku's jutsu and Inoichi causing enemy ninjas to attack each other. Seems the Ino Shikucho is powerful, finished Naruto as he watched Konoha easily handling the opposing forces. You're right. We got the village, kid, you go handle the village walls. There's more out there for someone of your skill set than in here where you could potentially harm the village. Get going, said Ibiki as Naruto nodded and took off for the village walls. Kid's gonna be good one day. Strong, smart, and quite mature for his age, thought Ibiki until he remembered something. Maybe not mature. You can't take a kid with an orange toad on his head serious. Village walls? Chidori! Shouted Sasuke as he cut through an Oto ninja. Sasuke turned to see Naruto appear behind him. Nice scarf. And baby toad. Nice jutsu. Seems you learned more from Kakashi than you told me. Seems we all have our little secrets, said Naruto as he stiffened slightly. A few moments later, Naruto looked to see about 30 Oto ninjas surround him and Sasuke. How many people are there in this invasion? One of the Oto ninjas smirked. Hello Naruto Senju and Sasuke Uchiha. We've been given orders to capture you both, and that is what's going to happen. We're the elite in Otogekure. All of us are Jonin, and you two have no chance. So just surrender now, and this will be over with. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other and nodded. Okay, said Naruto as he and Sasuke put their hands out in a surrendering fashion. The Oto ninja looked on amused at their surrender but took it as a blessing. No unnecessary fighting. 4 ninjas grabbed onto Naruto and Sasuke and prepared to take them away. Boom! Both Naruto and Sasuke detonated on the 4 surrounding shinobi, killing them instantly. What the hell? Said one of the remaining ninja, who had a few singe marks from being in the blast radius. That's 4 more who count toward my total. I'm sure I'm kicking your ass right now in our bet, said Naruto as he had been keeping count of his kills. Naruto and Sasuke were standing on a nearby tree branch overlooking the group. Naruto and Sasuke had traded places with 2 of Naruto's wood clones, with one transforming into Sasuke. The clones then used Bunshin Daibakuha, Clone Great Explosion, to explode on the Oto ninjas. Naruto could only use that jutsu with his wood clones though. His rock clones needed an explosive note. Whatever, let's just get this over with. I'm sick of this stupid and futile invasion, said Sasuke, who had still been keeping his count and knew he wasn't beating Naruto. He hadn't caught Naruto's kills since the first attack. Naruto and Sasuke began to kill the remaining Oto Jonins easily and swiftly with kunai. They were terrible ninjas and likely given that title probably to help convince Suna to attack. Naruto finished off the last ninja as he then pointed a kunai at the appearance of another presence. Whoa. Calm down Gaki, it's just me, said Jiraiya as he landed near Sasuke and Naruto. Jiraiya-sensei! You're still here, I thought you left? Said Naruto as Jiraiya had told him he'd be leaving a week before the finals started. Jiraiya smirked. Who do you think told Konoha about this invasion? I'm Konoha's spymaster kid, plus I had to protect my home. Though I didn't know Suna would be involved, said Jiraiya as Naruto realized that's why he had come back in the first place. Jiraiya was here to warn the Hokage about the impending invasion. So are we almost done? And how is Gigi? Asked Naruto as he was still concerned about Hiruzen. The purple barrier was still up, so that meant they had to be fighting still. It should be about over. Stage 3 is in effect and that'll pretty much end the fight inside the village. So since they have the village taken care of, why don't we go check on Sensei? Said Jiraiya as he noticed Naruto's attire. Nice scarf, and is that Gamakichi on your head? You're a weird kid, you can come too, Sasuke. With that said, the trio headed back to the stadium to check on things there. Kage Tower 10 minutes later. Naruto, Sasuke, and Jiraiya appeared on the rooftop as they saw 3 other Anbu standing outside the barrier. Naruto scanned for the Hokage but couldn't see him due to the large forest blocking his view. Forest? Is Tenzo-sensei in there? No, it couldn't be. The forest is too large. Sensei couldn't do something like that. That can't mean? Thought Naruto, fearing the worst. An Anbu turned toward the new arrivals. Jiraiya-sama! What's going on in the barrier? Asked Jiraiya. Sandaime-sama is facing off against Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru used Edo Tensei, reanimation, and brought back the first and second Hokages. They've been fighting since the invasion started, and we haven't seen Hokage-sama since this forest sprang up a while ago, said the Anbu. Have you not tried to get in? Asked Naruto. That barrier is impossible to get into unless you can stop the ones using it. But since they put a barrier around themselves, it's difficult to get to them, replied the Anbu. As he finished speaking, Naruto vanished in a shunshin. Where's he going? Did you guys ever think to attack them from underground? Asked Sasuke as he followed after Naruto. The Sandaime was important to him too. Hiruzen had helped in getting Sasuke back on his feet after the massacre. Naruto appeared in front of a corner of the barrier as he looked at the shinobi inside. Sasuke showed up behind him as the shinobi spoke. Hello shitheads, said the red-headed Kunoichi as she smirked at the 2 arrivals. What the hell are you gonna do, fuckers? You can't get in the barrier, so get the fuck away from me. Naruto said nothing as he slammed a hand into the ground. Naruto used Mokuton, Daijin no Jutsu, wood style, great forest technique, to morph his left arm into a wooden branch. Shit! Shouted the redhead as a branch appeared in front of her, and she had to dodge it or die. However, upon dodging, she had to let go of the jutsu, ending the barrier jutsu entirely. We have a problem! Shit! Said one of her teammates who seemingly had two heads. The barrier had been comprised, but it had been perfect timing since Orochimaru was needing to leave anyway. He rushed over and grabbed Orochimaru as the redhead, and the other two ninjas covered their exit. Sasuke wanted to go after them, but Naruto insisted they go check on the Hokage. Naruto and Sasuke arrived to see Jiraiya land near the Hokage, who was lying prone on the ground lifeless. Kurama could sense Naruto's inner turmoil and knew it would lead to nothing good. Naruto, don't do anything brash, said Kurama, trying to keep Naruto thinking straight. Naruto didn't respond as Sasuke found the voice to say, Is he? Yes, he gave his life to defeat the first, second, and Orochimaru in battle. Though he couldn't finish off the snake, came the reply of an aged monkey, likely the summoning for Hiruzen. He left me with instructions for a Naruto Senju. After a few moments and with Naruto not saying anything, Jiraiya voiced his concerns for his apprentice. Naruto, are you alright? Asked Jiraiya, since he hadn't talked since asking the Umbu that question earlier. Naruto didn't speak, or even acknowledge that he heard anybody. Naruto had just lost the one man who was practically his life. His grandfather in all but blood. The man who helped start him toward his dream of being a great shinobi, and now he was gone. Naruto gently took Gamakichi off his head as he looked to where Orochimaru fled. Naruto? Asked Jiraiya once more, trying to get a response. Naruto responded by activating his one-tailed cloak and taking off after the fleeing Sannin. Seems the boy is hellbent on getting to him. He must be the boy whom Hiruzen was telling me about, said the monkey as Jiraiya nodded. Yes, he is Enma-sama, said Jiraiya as he noticed Sasuke take off after Naruto. What was that message Sensei wanted to tell him? Enma relayed the message to Jiraiya and then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Jiraiya nodded as he left Sarutobi to his Umbu guards and headed off to assist Naruto and Sasuke. Nearing Konoha's walls, Orochimaru was in pain. His plans were ruined by Hiruzen due to him stealing his arms from him. He was now being assisted by his Sound Four in fleeing the village, but as they were fleeing, they felt an ominous presence appear. Turning around, they saw Naruto cloaked in a red fox shroud running toward them at a rapidly approaching pace. The ninja with two heads spoke. Orochimaru-sama, we have a problem. The Senju boy is hot on our trail and he's clad in his bijou cloak. Orochimaru looked to see Naruto gaining on them rapidly. Orochimaru knew this wasn't going to end well for any of them if Naruto got to them. But luck seemed to be on Orochimaru's side as his remaining Oto forces appeared to accompany him in his retreat. You all stop him! Kill him if you must, just don't let him continue, said Orochimaru in a panic as everyone besides the Sound Four and Orochimaru stopped to face off against the Jinchuriki. The Oto ninjas all stood in preparation as Naruto would be there any second. Naruto arrived shortly after Orochimaru had continued on his journey to see his path stopped by nearly 100 Oto shinobi. Fire! Said one of the Oto ninjas, commanding the rest. All of the ninjas let loose a barrage of kunai, shuriken, and any other weapon they had at the approaching Naruto. Naruto never stopped running as he let loose a primal roar. That roar created a powerful shockwave that blew back the projectiles as Naruto continued toward Orochimaru. Naruto tried to keep sprinting through, but a group of enemies got in the way. Naruto stabbed a clawed hand cleanly through the heart, and out the back of one of them, and it seemed to set something off in Naruto. Naruto then began ripping through every Oto shinobi in the area, cutting them down left and right. Sasuke and Jiraiya appeared a little ways off to watch the carnage Naruto was dishing out to the helpless shinobis. They looked to see Orochimaru gone, as that's why Naruto must have gotten angry. They stopped him from getting his retribution. Let's let him cool down before we try to stop him, said Jiraiya as Sasuke quickly nodded his head. They didn't want any piece of what Naruto was giving out. After about 5 minutes of hunting every Oto ninja and then tearing them apart, Naruto could be seen cloaked still in his chakra shroud mercilessly punching the last Oto ninja repeatedly. Naruto didn't have any blood on him due to his chakra shroud vaporizing it upon contact. Naruto continued to punch even as he heard a voice. "Naruto, stop, it's over," said Kurama, trying to calm his partner down. Naruto never acknowledged Kurama as he continued to turn the ninja's head into mush. Naruto reared back for another punch as he felt his arm get stopped midway. His chakra shroud vanished immediately as he felt a piece of paper touch his forehead. It was a seal tag placed by Jiraiya. "Jiraiya-sensei, I couldn't catch," said Naruto as he fell into a deep sleep. Jiraiya nodded his head at Naruto and picked him up and placed him on his shoulder. "I know, kid. I know." 1 week later, Team 7 had been dismissed for the day as they all separated after a few D-ranked missions. The missions were to help the village recover after Orochimaru's invasion. Suna had immediately surrendered to Konoha once they knew that Orochimaru had duped them into fighting. Konoha still held the Kazekage's children captive to keep an edge in negotiation. After being dismissed for the day, Naruto had taken to wandering around the village aimlessly with no true destination. While walking around the village, he shifted his gaze up to the Hokage mountain, specifically the Sandame's face. Naruto blew out a sigh at the memory of the Sandame. Konoha held a funeral for the lives lost in the invasion, with Hiruzen being one of them. That day, the rain fell as it seemingly wept for their longest-tenured Hokage. Ever since that day, the vegetation around Konoha was paler than normal due to Naruto's influence from his somber mood. As Naruto was looking up toward the mountain, he felt a presence behind him, a familiar presence. "Hey, Jiraiya-sensei. You need something?" said Naruto, devoid of emotion. Jiraiya looked at Naruto as he said, "Yeah, kid. I need you to come with me to find someone, and you also got another mission that you'd be perfect for." Naruto raised an eyebrow as he turned to face Jiraiya. "Find someone? Aren't you the new Hokage? Why would you leave so soon?" asked Naruto, confused. "Humph, that position isn't for me, kid. Though I was considered you were as well," said Jiraiya as Naruto raised both eyebrows in shock. "What?" "Yeah, kid, your accomplishments travel fast. You were deemed too young to hold the position though, but you did make it in the bingo book," said Jiraiya as he tossed a new bingo book at Naruto. "Page 112, kid." Naruto caught the book and opened it to the page. "Yujito ni?" asked Naruto, confused as he had flipped to a page containing a girl from Kumogaku's information. "Got him mixed up, page 76, said Jiraiya as Naruto flipped to his page. There was a picture near his name. The picture of him with his orange scarf and gamakichi on his head. "Not really threatening with that photo," said Naruto as Jiraiya chuckled. As Jiraiya laughed, Naruto read through his information. Name Naruto Senju. Age, approximate 14. Gender male. Origin Konohagakure. Clan Senju Clan. Affiliated with Konoha. Ninja rank, Genin, wears Umbu outfit. Physical description, 5 feet 6 inches tall, 125 pounds. Has deep violet eyes and golden blonde hair with 2 jaw-length bangs framing either side of his face. Also has 6 whisker mark-like scars with 3 on each cheek. Elements Futon, Doton, and Suiton. Rank A. Approach with caution. Special talents, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Excellent control over Bijou. Can use Mokuton. Bounty, 50 million real alive or dead stationed by Otogakure. Naruto looked up to Jiraiya as he finished reading over his information. Well, that makes me seem pretty dangerous despite that picture, said Naruto as he then asked. Can everyone read this now? Yeah, brat, seems Orochimaru put out quite the huge hit on you, and I'm sure when the other Kages get a hold of this information, they'll add their own. You need to watch your back from now on. But luckily I'm here to make sure you get strong enough to do so on your own without me like a bodyguard all the time, said Jiraiya as Naruto flipped back to page 112. Yujito-ni, why do you want me to get to this page? Is she the mission? Asked Naruto as he looked over Yujito's picture. Damn. She's beautiful, thought Naruto, slightly mesmerized by Yujito's photo. Jiraiya reached into his Heir. That's right, brat. On our way to finding this person, you're going to go on a side mission. Jiraiya tossed Naruto a scroll as Naruto read over its contents. A paw print? Asked Naruto, confused, wondering what kind of mission this was. Jiraiya clapped a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Yes, my young apprentice. You will approach her and ask for her paw print and, if necessary, forcibly take it. She doesn't look like she would have paws, so why would I need her paw print? She's not an animal. Jiraiya deadpanned at Naruto. If you hadn't been drooling over her looks, then you would have actually read her information and figured it out for yourself. Naruto looked sheepish at being caught like that. He then read through Yujito's info. Name, Yujito-ni. Age, approximate 16. Gender, female. Origin, Kumogakure. Clan, no known clan affiliation. Affiliated with Kumo. Ninja rank, Jonin. Physical description, 5 feet 5 inches feet tall, 100 pounds. Has dark eyes and long, straight, blonde hair bound into a ponytail by taut bandages. Elements, Katan and Raiten. Rank A. Special talents, Jinchuriki of the Nibi. Near perfect control of Bijou. Bounty, no bounty available. Naruto looked shocked to see Yujito be a Jinchuriki as well. She's just like me, thought Naruto, until he realized something. You want me to find her and ask her for her paw print? The paw print of the two tails? Said Naruto as Jiraiya nodded. Who's the client for this mission? It's not you, is it? Asked Naruto. No, it's not me. Your client is a cat. This was originally a mission for Sasuke, said Jiraiya as Naruto perked up. Sasuke? Why would he give me his mission? Asked Naruto. To get you out of the village for a little while. He took the other cat left on his list and he left this one for you. And you're gonna do it. Now enough questions. Pack your stuff and we'll head out in an hour, shouted Jiraiya as he disappeared in a poof of smoke. Naruto nodded his head and vanished in a shunshin to get prepped for the missions. Naruto grabbed his bag and shut his apartment door as he headed off to the village gate. Yujito-ni. This should be interesting, thought Naruto as he looked back to the Hokage mountain. Sorry I couldn't make it in time, GG. I miss you and I hope you're resting in peace. Thanks for everything. As Naruto was walking away, he pulled out a sealed envelope with his name on it. To Naruto Senju. From Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naruto decided he'd have to read it at some point shortly, but he'd do it after his trip with Jiraiya. Chapter 13: The Cat and the Fox. Jiraiya noticed a familiar mop of yellow hair heading toward the main gate. As the mop of hair got closer, Jiraiya stopped leaning on the gate to acknowledge the person who accompanied said mop of yellow hair. Looking good, kid. Though you're missing your baby toad, said Jiraiya as Naruto walked up to him in his Umbu uniform, complete with his orange scarf. But it seems you got a new addition, congrats. Yeah. Seems like I'm all but official. Gamma, member of Squad 3 under Nico Taicho, Captain Cat, said Naruto as he took off his white porcelain mask, painted orange into the shape of a frog. They figured it fit my bingo book description. I'm not official until I get sworn in by the Hokage, but I'm pretty much one. I have to wear my mask and uniform to get used to wearing it when on actual missions, Nico's orders. Jiraiya nodded as he patted Naruto on the back. Well, let's get to it. We have a short walk before we separate, said Jiraiya as he and Naruto began to walk away from Konoha. Hey! You guys have to sign out, shouted one of the gate guards as he was quickly shushed by the other guard. That's Jiraiya-sama. Are you trying to get us in trouble, Kotetsu? Said the guard in a panic. Kotetsu immediately regretted his words. Sorry, Izumo. Wait, is that an Umbu with him? Izumo looked at the retreating two figures. Yeah, looks like it. He's got some golden hair, wonder who it is, said Izumo as he went back into his booth to continue reading his magazine. Kotetsu deadpanned. He's obviously Naruto Senju. he's the only one with that hair. Idiot! Thought Kotetsu as Jiraiya and Naruto finally disappeared from view. Several hours later, Jiraiya and Naruto stopped at a hotel and booked a room for the night. Upon arriving, Jiraiya left Naruto with instructions to head off for his own mission. He told Naruto it'd take him a while to track this person and even longer to convince them to come back. Naruto was currently in their room preparing himself to head toward Kumo and track Yujito-ni for a paw print. Paw Encyclopedia. Sasuke was given a list of cats to take the paw print of by his older brother as a game. Then why would he want me to handle his list? Thought Naruto. To get you out of Konoha, said Kurama as Naruto listened in. Ever since that old man died, you've been quite the depressed kid. I'm guessing he figured you needed to get away for a while so you could handle his death without a constant reminder. Being in Konoha, you were always looking at the mountain with his face on it. So he figured you needed to get out for a while. Naruto nodded his head until he asked, Is the Two Tails dangerous? Kurama chuckled in Naruto's head. If you think the Ichibi was dangerous, then yes. This girl can access more than one tail and she's apparently in control. Each bijou is more powerful as the tails grow, said Kurama as Naruto nodded. Makes sense. More tails, more power. And about that paw print, you better be careful cause a paw print of a cat is like asking you if you want a naked picture of yourself recorded. Naruto gulped slightly. He'd have to ask a girl for basically a nude photo. Naruto blushed at the implication but understood Kurama all the same. Naruto was putting down his mission scroll as he stiffened slightly. Naruto sensed a huge presence approaching his door with a smaller but still larger than normal presence accompanying it. Naruto felt the two approach his door as he heard a knock. This isn't going to be good, thought Naruto as he created a would Clanito go and find Jiraiya. Naruto opened the door and got nervous at the sight of the two people there. Hello Naruto-kun, said the smaller of the two. They were both donning black cloaks with red clouds on them and straw hats. Naruto could see the blue skin of the taller shinobi, and only a pair of blood-red eyes from the smaller shinobi. Sharingan, thought Naruto as he said, You're Itachi Uchiha, S-rank missing nin from Konoha who killed his whole clan in one night. The taller of the two laughed slightly. Seems you really are that famous in that village of yours, Itachi-san. Even this brat knows you, said the taller ninja as he took off his hat. You're kidding me, right? Kisame Hashigaki, another S-rank missing nin, hailing from Kirigakure. A member of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist and wanted for numerous crimes across the land of water. Can I ask what you all are here for? It's probably something involving me since you came here specifically, said Naruto as Kisame looked giddy. Seems I'm more famous than I thought, said Kisame as he touched the sword on his back. Shall I cut his legs off to ensure he doesn't run away? Whispered Kisame to Itachi. Itachi took off his straw hat as he said, Please come with us, Naruto-kun. Naruto looked for a second until he flared his chakra. The ground around Naruto cracked slightly as he dispelled a genjutsu placed on him through eye contact. Why'd you put me under a genjutsu first? That must mean whatever I'm coming with you for has bad consequences if that was necessary, said Naruto. When Naruto flared his chakra, Naruto noticed the sword on Kisame's back seemed to wiggle. Samahata is getting excited over the kid's chakra. Let me capture this one while you hang back, said Kisame as he took the sword off his back. Itachi looked on emotionlessly as Kisame took that as a yes. Kisame lashed out with a fast overhead strike that Naruto backpedaled away from. Naruto went out of the window as he landed on the building's ledge. This isn't good, thought Naruto as he channeled his one-tailed cloak. Kisame stepped outside following Naruto's retreat. Upon setting his foot down, Kisame saw Naruto appear in front of him with a shunshin and a fist poised to strike. Kid's fast. His speed with the shunshin is impressive, and he can even access his bijou, thought Kisame as he blocked Naruto's punch with his sword. Right before Naruto connected with the bandaged sword, he felt a strange sensation in his body. What was that? Thought Naruto as he hit the sword and had to backflip away from Kisame's counter-sword strike. However, Naruto couldn't get away fully and received a cut across his arm. Naruto, he absorbed your chakra with that sword. And the way he swings it, it's more powerful and faster than what you saw the swordsman in Wave do. This is not a fight you want to be in, he's only toying with you, said Kurama. Naruto felt the wound on his arm sizzle and heal due to Kurama but knew his friend was right. If I tried to channel chakra for a technique, his sword will just steal it. I can't beat him in a straight-out taijutsu fight when he has that big-ass sword. Maybe genjutsu, but I'm not too good at it. That'll make him worry in the slightest. And even if I was able to best him, Itachi would just interfere. This isn't looking good for the home team. I hope Jiraiya-sensei gets here soon, thought Naruto as he knew he was in deep trouble. Kisame lunged at Naruto again as Naruto took out a kunai to block the downward sword strike. As they were engaged in a clash of sword versus kunai, Kisame easily began to overpower Naruto. Kisame pushed down far enough for his sword to touch Naruto's shoulder. My great blade Samehada doesn't slice. It shaves! Shouted Kisame as he retracted Samehada, tearing a deep gash into Naruto's shoulder. Blood seeped from Naruto's wound, but after a few seconds, it healed just like his last wound. I need to get enough distance to use a technique, or maybe a distraction, thought Naruto. Brat, I'm sure you know this, there's a big difference between a ninja like you and a ninja like me. Especially now, I'm your worst matchup, just give up and I'll only cut from the knee down. If not, I'll shave you to pieces until you can't heal anymore, said Kisame until he saw Naruto slam his hands in the snake's seal. Kisame swung Samehada down to absorb his chakra, but Naruto was too fast. Mokuton, Mokujihiki, wood style, wood locking wall, said Naruto as a dome of wood pillars surrounded him. Kisame's sword smashed through Naruto's wall as he looked in to see Naruto gone. Ha, seems I let my guard down. Kid's good. Took advantage of my talking to get away. Even used Mokuton. Impressive, said Kisame as he took off back through the room and back into the hallway. Kisame slammed his sword down into the ground as Naruto came flying out of it to dodge. Samehada can smell your chakra, kid, you won't be getting away, finished Kisame as Itachi could be seen flanking Kisame now. Shit, thought Naruto as Kisame looked ready to strike again until Itachi spoke. Hello Sasuke, said Itachi as he turned his head to see another person at the end of the hallway. I do not need you at the moment, Naruto's more important. Sasuke was standing at the end of the hallway garb in his Umbu outfit just like the one during the exams. Sasuke took off his own white porcelain mask, colored purple into a hawk shape, as his Sharingan spun to life. Itachi, you've told me to live my life with hatred to get strong enough to defeat you. Well, I have, and right now, I want to kill you so bad, said Sasuke clenching his fists in anger. Oh ho. Itachi-san, he looks just like you and has the same eyes. Who is he? I thought you killed all the Uchihas, said Kisame intrigued by the new arrival, though not forgetting about Naruto. My foolish little brother. I left him alive as he wasn't worth killing, said Itachi as he fully faced Sasuke. Upon looking at Sasuke fully, Itachi noticed that there was something off about Sasuke. Quite good fortune he showed up. Though it'll mean nothing as the elder Uchiha can stop Sasuke from assisting you and you were not making any progress against the fish. You better hope the pervert arrives soon, said Kurama. Yeah, it seems that way, but it does buy some more time for Jiraiya-sensei to show up. My clone got to him, he was already coming here, replied Naruto to Kurama in his head. Sasuke was shaking slightly as he stared at Itachi. I want to kill you so badly, said Sasuke as he then looked toward Naruto. But a friend of mine told me a few things that make me hesitant. What would those things be? Asked Itachi stoically. Sasuke looked back at Itachi as he asked. He made me think over the massacre again, and I promised to ask this before killing you. Why did you kill our clan? I've told you before, to test my capacity, replied Itachi as Sasuke looked ready to kill. Sasuke, remember our talk, said Naruto as Sasuke visibly calmed down. Yeah, I remember it. Flashback 2 years ago. Sasuke and Naruto had just finished a spar together. They had been sparring together for a little over 2 years and had become quite good friends. Sasuke got his ass handed to him again by Naruto, as he couldn't even hit him cleanly once. As Sasuke was laying on the ground with bruises, he spoke to Naruto about something he hadn't told anyone besides the Hokage. "My brother killed my clan that night," said Sasuke as Naruto looked at him with an eyebrow raised. "Your brother killed your clan?" asked Naruto as Sasuke nodded. Sasuke had a tear fall as he said, "Yes. He murdered my whole family in one night and left me alive. I saw the bodies and him standing over my mom and dad as he told me. He left me alive to live this terrible existence, but one day, I'll see him again and won't hesitate to kill him. That's why I have to get stronger, to avenge my family. Damn, that's why he's like that, but something seems wrong about this," thought Naruto as he said, "Sasuke, can I ask you a few things?" After seeing Sasuke nod, Naruto continued, "What was your brother like?" Noticing Sasuke's look, Naruto put up placating hands. "You don't have to answer that if it's too personal." Sasuke looked at Naruto apprehensively as he said, "No, it's fine. I loved my brother Itachi. He was my idol. I always tried to surpass him when I was younger. I still try. He was a prodigy, a once-in-a-generation type of guy. He was kind, gentle, and was always there for me. You remind me a lot of him." "Me? Yeah, you're good just like he was at that age, and you're kind to everyone just like he was. You also never seem like you're caught off guard by anything. Your thinking seems to be on a whole different level. He was just like that before he killed my clan," said Sasuke as his Sharingan disappeared and a few tears appeared. Naruto nodded his head as he seemed to contemplate something. "Hey Sasuke, what did Itachi tell you before he left? Did he tell you why?" Sasuke had never opened up to anyone about the massacre this much before, but after the 2 years of training with Naruto and getting to be good friends, he felt he could tell him. "He told me he killed our clan to test the limits of his ability, to measure his capacity. He even showed me the entire massacre through his eyes with a powerful genjutsu. He made me watch it over and over again," said Sasuke as his Sharingan came back to life and began to spin. He clenched his fists as he felt a hand touch his shoulder. Naruto said, "Well, Sasuke, don't worry, I'll help you." "What?" "This revenge is mine and mine alone," said Sasuke as he got slightly angry. "I know that. It's just he may have a partner that could interfere, and I'll be there to stop that person," said Naruto as he held a fist out to Sasuke. Sasuke bumped fist with a nod. "Though you have to promise me something." "What's that?" asked Sasuke. "Make sure you know Itachi killed your clan for those purposes," said Naruto as Sasuke looked shocked. Seeing Sasuke's face, Naruto explained, "Well, if we're talking about the same Itachi Uchiha, the Umbu captain by the age of 13, then I find it hard to believe he killed your clan for that reason. It doesn't make sense, especially if you're saying I remind you of him. He seems like the kind of person who wouldn't do something without a good reason. And if he was as good as the records say, then there weren't many shinobi better than him anyway. So why would a guy like him kill his clan just to test his ability? He already didn't have much more powerful than him since the age of 13, and he was only going to grow. It just doesn't make sense." Sasuke looked at Naruto in disbelief as he spoke calmly about his elder brother. Sasuke wanted to shout at Naruto about how wrong he was, but Naruto was making valid points. To further implement it, Naruto said, "And if he really did do it for that reason, you can still kill him. But I'm just asking you to think about it logically." When Naruto saw Sasuke nod his head, Naruto smirked. "You ain't beating him as you are. If he was an Umbu captain at 13, he's probably incredible now, and if you can't defeat me, then you are definitely not beating him, Sasuke-chan," said Naruto mockingly. Sasuke returned the smirk as he got up and lunged at Naruto with a fist outstretched. Flashback end. Sasuke looked at Naruto and realized that they were in deep trouble. He had heard that Itachi showed up in search of Naruto and left after leaving Kakashi bedridden. Sasuke immediately took off to find Naruto since that was who Itachi was after. Sasuke and Naruto knew that with even both of them together, they would not be able to defeat either one of them, even 2-on-1. However, Sasuke's timely arrival did buy them some time, and Naruto knew Jiraiya would be here any moment. Sasuke looked back at Itachi as he said, "I can't tell if you're lying or not, but it doesn't really matter. You're here and so am I, and I'm going to get my revenge. Naruto, stay out of this. This is my fight and I have to know where I stand against him." Sasuke's hands sparked to life as he shouted, "Chidori!" Sasuke took off toward Itachi as he lunged at him, ready to pierce him. However, Itachi caught Sasuke's wrist with seemingly no effort and snapped it just as easy. Itachi then booted Sasuke down the hallway with a kick as Sasuke struck the wall at the end of the hallway. He stopped that attack like it was nothing. Then he lashed out with a kick that sent Sasuke sailing at least 50 feet, maybe more since the wall stopped him, thought Naruto. Well damn. That was... started Kurama in Naruto's head before trailing off. I'm not sure what would have been worst. Shaved down by a sword or that. That guy takes way less time with his opponents than the blue guy. Naruto tried to Shunshin to attack Itachi from behind, but Kisame was having none of that. With a swift swipe of Samehada, Naruto felt his chakra leave him again. How about we let them go one-on-one like your friend asked? Don't worry, we'll get to you, said Kisame. Sasuke stood back up off the wall and ran back at Itachi with a fist cocked back. It did no better as he took a knee to the gut that knocked the air out of him. Itachi kicked Sasuke back down the hallway as Itachi then slowly walked toward the hurt Sasuke. Damn it, even after all that training, he's still that much better. It's just like with Naruto, I can't close the gap on either of them, thought Sasuke as he looked up to see Itachi in front of him. Sasuke threw another feeble punch, but it was evaded by Itachi as he punched him in the gut. Sasuke felt the air leave him again as he got hunched over from the punch. Sasuke then received a knee directly to the face that brought him back upright. Itachi grasped Sasuke's throat as he said, "You know why you're so weak, because you don't have enough hate. You have no hope of avenging your clan if this is your capacity. Maybe you need some more motivation," said Itachi as his eyes morphed into a triple-bladed shuriken. "Tsukuyami Moon Reader," whispered Itachi as he stared at Sasuke. A second later, Sasuke screamed and fainted with Itachi's hands still around his neck. What the hell happened? What technique was that? Thought Naruto as he heard a voice behind him. "Kuchios, Gamaguchi Shibari, summoning, toad mouth bind," said Jiraiya as the hallway slowly morphed into pink flesh. "Sorry I was late, but this is my terrain now. Naruto, don't move." The wall of flesh consumed Sasuke as Itachi had to let go. "That's how they are getting information on us," thought Itachi as he then said, "Kisame, we need to go. If we faced him, we would do no better than a stalemate." Kisame looked reluctant to agree but followed nonetheless. Jiraiya smirked knowing it was impossible to leave but was shocked when he heard an explosion. Jiraiya immediately took off to investigate, and saw a huge hole with black flames burning around the edges. Jiraiya looked at the fire for a second until he pulled out a blank scroll and wrote a seal on it. "Fukahoin, fire sealing method," said Jiraiya as chakra seeped out of the scroll and surrounded the black flames. The chakra then took the flames and placed them into the scroll, in the center of the scroll. He used fire to escape the esophagus of a fire-breathing toad. I wonder what kind of flames those were. Jiraiya ended his technique as Sasuke came out of the wall. Naruto performed a shunshin to catch Sasuke as Jiraiya walked over. "You totally jinxed me. As soon as you tell me about Akatsuki, they appear. It's all your fault," said Naruto as Jiraiya laughed slightly. "Maybe you're right, kid, sorry about that." 2 days later. "Halt! State your name and business," said a ninja sitting at the gate. "My name is Menma. And I'm a writer trying to find the best cuisine in the world," said the man they were speaking to as he handed them his papers. He had on a long-sleeved white shirt and black pants. He wore a matching black haori and had on rectangle-rimmed glasses. He had black spiky hair with 2 bangs framing either side of his face and black eyes. The gate guard checked over his papers as the other gate guard searched him for any weapons. After a clean sweep of no weapons or anything volatile, The gate guard handed him back his papers and said, "Welcome to Kumo. Enjoy your stay." "Thank you, and I'm sure I will," said Menma as he walked into the village. Menma walked around the village for a little while until he spotted a sushi restaurant. Arriving at the restaurant, Menma was greeted by a waitress as he sat down. "Hello, welcome to Kumo's Sushi Bar. I'm Amy and I'll be your server. Can I start you off with a drink?" asked Amy as she pulled out a notepad. Menma smiled a warm smile as he said, "Sure, Amy, what would you recommend?" Amy blushed slightly at the handsome face of her customer. "Gotcha," thought Menma as he and Amy debated over what he should eat. About an hour later, Amy was laughing with Menma as Menma boasted an incredible claim to the pretty waitress. "You can eat a whole chicken leg in one bite?" asked Amy, giggling slightly. Menma smiled. "Of course. I'm quite talented," said Menma as he then asked, "Hey Amy, I have a question for you. Do you know Yujito ni?" Amy looked at Menma with a questioning gaze. "Why do you ask?" Menma put up placating hands. No, I'm a writer, remember? I'm writing an article on Kumo's most prominent female ninjas and she's on the list my boss gave me to interview." "Oh yeah. Sorry about that, I forgot. It's just Yujito is important to us here, she's our #1 customer, and we protect our own here," said Amy. "She's usually training in the mountains if she's not here or on a mission. So I'd check there," said Amy as she saw Menma placing down a few ryo for the meal and her tip. "Thanks so much, Amy-chan. Maybe I'll come back when I'm done. I really enjoyed our time together," said Menma smiling at Amy as he left. "Come back anytime," shouted Amy as she saw him leave and remembered something. "I never got his name." Menma walked around a little after leaving the sushi bar to find a hotel. Eventually, he found a hotel to check into and proceeded into his room's bathroom to take a shower. Upon stepping out of the shower, he looked in the mirror and saw his golden blonde hair appear again, along with his whisker marks. Naruto had disguised himself as a writer named Menma to infiltrate Kumo and find Yujito. He dyed his hair jet black and wore makeup to hide his whisker marks. Naruto toweled off as he put on his uniform. "Now's it's time to find a cat. But I need to be careful because I'm in foreign territory and this could spark a war," thought Naruto as he placed on his mask and disappeared into the ground. 1 hour later. Standing on the peak of one of Kumo's surrounding mountains was a Konoha Umbu with an orange scarf flowing behind him. He was scanning his surroundings looking for something or rather, someone. "Matatabi is over there," said Kurama in Naruto's head as Naruto looked to see a blue ring of fire in the distance. "Matatabi as in the Nibi? So Yujito's over there then. Well, let's get to it," thought Naruto as he performed a series of shunshin to get to where Kurama said Yujito would be. Upon arriving about a few hundred feet away, Naruto scanned around for her. Situated in the center of the ring of fire, Naruto saw the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. She had blonde hair, slightly paler than his own, tied back into a ponytail by bandages. She had on a tight, blue jacket that matched the flames around her and black fitted pants that both clung to her body, accenting her amazing curves perfectly. That photo in the bingo book did her no justice. "Is that a C-cup? Damn Jiraiya-sensei," thought Naruto. Jiraiya had put lessons with the ladies into his training and measuring cup sizes from a distance was in there. As Naruto was looking Yujito over from a distance, he heard Kurama chuckle. "Well, it did only show her face ni gen. But it's time for a confrontation, not time to measure her assets. Remember, be careful," said Kurama as Naruto nodded. Before he could leap down and make his presence known, he heard Yujito speak. "I know you're there. I could sense your presence when you landed, so just come out," said Yujito as Naruto stiffened slightly. "Of course she did. Now it looks bad as if I was trying to kill her or something else devious," thought Naruto as he landed in front of Yujito on the platform. Yujito looked at Naruto with narrowed eyes. "What is a Konoha Umbu doing in Kumo? To spy on me?" asked Yujito with a slight edge to her voice. She took a ready stance when she saw him move to pull something out of his kunai pouch. "I mean no harm. I didn't come to spy on you, I'm just here on a simple mission, said Naruto as he tossed the scroll to Yujito. My mission is to retrieve a paw print from the two tails, and you happen to be the Jinchuriki of her. That is all I'm here for, and I'll promptly disappear afterward, leaving Kumo. Yujito read over the scroll as she listened to the Umbu speak. Just a paw print? That seems simple. He needs it for his client, Nikobu-chan. She's the grandma cat who came here before and spoke to us. She was so kind. She needs your paw print so she can complete a paw print encyclopedia. What do you think? Thought Yujito as she spoke to her own bijou. Sounds reasonable, but why not rough him up a little, kitten? He did enter your home and got here with ease, so why not show him that Kumo isn't that weak? Plus I sense something in him that feels familiar, but it's hard to find out because he is suppressing it well. Spar with him first, said the Nibi inside Yujito's conscious. Yujito nodded and looked back at the Umbu. You have a deal, but you have to spar with me first, said Yujito as she tossed him back his scroll. A spar? Asked Naruto, internally excited to face off against a powerful ninja that wasn't wearing an Akatsuki cloak and trying to kill him. Sounds good. What are the rules? Asked Naruto as he had to immediately dodge a punch by Yujito. None, just no killing or maiming, said Yujito, attacking Naruto with a flurry of punches and kicks. Naruto dodged or parried every attack with practiced ease. Yujito threw a right jab at Naruto as he caught her punch in his palm. Someone's eager, but I'd suggest coming at me with more than that. You won't touch me at that level, said Naruto as Yujito smiled slightly. You asked for it, said Yujito. She kicked it up a notch as she and Naruto engaged in a fierce taijutsu battle. The two traded blows with one another, with either person gaining the upper hand over the other. Yujito had impressive speed and flexibility and a very offensive taijutsu, while Naruto had more of a swift and precise defensive taijutsu. Eventually, Naruto grabbed Yujito's leg when she tried to kick him and threw her away. Seeing Yujito land on her feet with grace, Naruto laughed slightly. Seems cats do always land on their feet, said Naruto as he thought. She's pretty good. She actually can hit me as much as I hit her. Yujito was thinking the same. He's tough to hit. I can't land a good enough blow on him. Maybe it's time I spiced this up. Yujito ran back at Naruto as she attempted a hand swipe at his face. Naruto leaned his head back to evade the strike, but was surprised when he saw Yujito smirking. Shit, thought Naruto as he felt his mask falling off in segmented pieces. Yujito had extended her nails when she swiped at Naruto. It didn't cut into his skin, but it did cut through his mask. Gotcha, now let's see that face, thought Yujito before her breath caught in her throat at the Umbu's face. That mask was new too. Luckily I have another, but there's no point in putting one on if you're just going to take it off, said Naruto as he looked at Yujito with a smile. Nice claws. Should have known you could do that, and they must be pretty sharp to cut off my mask. Impressive. Shall we continue? Asked Naruto as he got back into a ready stance. That snapped Yujito out of her shocked state as she smiled. Oh, we're just getting started, handsome, said Yujito as she raced through hand seals extremely fast, ending in the tiger seal. Katon Enden, fire style, flame bullet, shouted Yujito as she blew out a huge ball of blue fire at Naruto. Naruto clapped his hands together as he blew out an equally as big water ball. Suiton, Suidan, water style, water bullet, said Naruto as his water went against Yujito's fire. Steam clouded the field as the two techniques smashed into each other, canceling each other out. Upon the steam clearing, Yujito noticed Naruto was nowhere to be found. She scanned her surroundings for him but couldn't find him at all, not even a trace of where he was. Kitten! Below you! Shouted the Nibi in Yujito's head. Yujito jumped out of the way as Naruto popped out of the ground right below her. Naruto was faster than her though and snagged her ankle in midair. Naruto pulled Yujito back down to the ground in front of him as he lashed out with a punch. Yujito dodged the fast strike by moving her head to the side but was unprepared for Naruto's leg sweep and subsequent kick to the midsection that sent her flying back. Yujito rolled through the landing and stood up to notice Naruto already standing in front of her. He's taken it up a notch, thought Yujito as she decided to do the same. As Naruto was about to hit Yujito again, she exploded with chakra that sent Naruto sailing backward. Naruto landed on his feet after being blown back to see Yujito cloaked in a chakra shroud similar to his own, with one tail swaying behind her. "Shall we?" asked Yujito as she came at Naruto even faster. Yujito threw a punch that Naruto caught in his palm. Yujito smirked when she realized Naruto caught her chakra-enhanced punch. "You can't just catch my punches. This chakra will burn you," thought Yujito until she saw Naruto unharmed by her Bijuu's chakra. "How are you unharmed by my chakra? You should be getting burned by it," asked Yujito. She blushed slightly seeing Naruto smile at her again. "Maybe I'm just lucky," said Naruto as he had channeled a bit of Kurama's chakra to his palm to keep the chakra from hurting him. "Sorry about this," finished Naruto as he kneed Yujito in the stomach and sent her sailing with a kick to her midsection again, in the same spot as earlier. Yujito laid on the ground feeling the effects of Naruto's powerful blows. She would have been able to dodge them if she wasn't so shocked to see him catch her punch earlier. "He's been holding back on me. He's so fast and strong and he was only toying with me earlier. How can he not be affected my chakra?" thought Yujito as she began to get up and saw Naruto already in a ready stance. "I figured it out. He's a Jinchuriki as well. He put his Bijuu's chakra into his palm and attacks to stop himself from being harmed. That's why he got faster and stronger. Oh, and it's the Nine Tails, strongest of us Bijuu. Be careful, kitten, you wouldn't win if he uses his Bijuu too unless he can't fully transform," said the Nibi as Yujito looked shocked. "You're the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi?" asked Yujito, slightly shocked to see another Jinchuriki besides herself and Killer Bee. Her Bijuu cloak disappeared as she stood up fully. Naruto put a hand behind his head as he chuckled slightly. "Seems I've been caught." "Yes, I am. Now that you know that, is this fight over?" "I really don't like harming beautiful women," said Naruto. Yujito smiled at his words but got ready to fight some more. "No, it's just getting started. I want to find out what else you can do," said Yujito as she ran back at Naruto. Naruto got prepared to defend against the female Jinchuriki as she ran back at him. Naruto calculated her arrival and threw out a quick jab. Yujito came to a stop as she ducked it, and noticed Naruto's legs were a little too far apart. Yujito grinned at the opening and entwined her leg together with his. Naruto knew what Yujito was planning as she attempted to force him to the ground. However, Naruto was too strong for Yujito and pushed back. Naruto overpowered Yujito as she was sent to the ground. On her way down though, Yujito used Naruto's momentum to make him fall over as well. Due to Yujito's move, Naruto tripped and fell forward. Naruto stopped himself from hitting the ground with his hands but noticed that he had come face to face with Yujito, who fell on her back underneath Naruto. Their faces were inches apart as they stared at one another. Both stared into the other's eyes, Naruto into Yujito's dark blue and Yujito into Naruto's violet. They both thought the other had beautiful eyes. Yujito could even feel the warmth radiating off of Naruto from above her, and Naruto could smell Yujito's perfume that was scented of flowers. After a few seconds, Naruto hopped off of Yujito as she stood up as well. Naruto and Yujito stood a ways away as Naruto had gotten some distance between them. Both were blushing as Naruto said, "Hee, that was, yeah?" Yujito looked away from Naruto as she said, "Yeah, it was, but this spar still isn't over," said Yujito as she said, "Nezumi Kedama, mouse hairball." Yujito looked back at Naruto as she let loose a blue fireball with what appeared to be a mouse inside. Halfway to Naruto, the fireball split into dozens of smaller flaming hairballs as they all continued toward Naruto. Naruto jumped to the left to evade but was shocked when the fireballs followed after him like homing missiles. As Naruto was evading, he noticed Yujito's hair flare wildly as a blue flame surrounded her. "Seems she can change into her Bijuu at will," said Kurama as Naruto fired several water balls to extinguish the hairballs. "You're kidding me, right? Well, I needed her to do that anyway because I couldn't get the paw print without it. I need a way to loosen my seal. I want to be able to turn into you. Who wouldn't want to be a mythical beast of nearly infinite power? Replied Naruto as Kurama laughed slightly. He saw the fully transformed Yujito open her mouth and fire a huge fireball at him. Water ball won't stop that, so. Doton Dorihiki, Earth style, mud wall, said Naruto as a huge wall rose from the ground in front of him. The fireball blasted its way through Naruto's mud wall as Naruto had to use a shunshin to get out of the way. Naruto, you need to end this quickly. I'm sure people in Kumo feel her, they'll be here to investigate. You need to end this fast, said Kurama as Naruto nodded his head in agreement. Naruto then slammed his hands into a snake's seal as his chakra flared. Yujito watched Naruto evade her fireball and looked to the left to see him cracking the ground slightly with his chakra. He should just quit if he can't access his bijou like me. I'll kill him if he's not careful. But that is impressive chakra, to be able to crack the ground like that, thought Yujito until she felt her bijou panic. What's wrong? Kitten, his chakra reminds me of only one man. You need to dash, started the Nibi, but it was too late as huge wooden pillars wrapped around Yujito and a circle of 10 wooden pillars rose around her with spikes pointed toward her. What's going on? Is this wood? Thought Yujito, confused as she couldn't feel her bijou anymore. What are you doing? Asked Yujito as she noticed Naruto appear on her nose in a shunshin and touch her between her eyes with his palm. Yujito felt her chakra begin to recede as Naruto spoke. You were gonna find out eventually when your Kage told you about me in the newest bingo book. I'm a user of the bloodline, Mokuton. Mokuton is a kekkei genkai that allows me to convert my chakra into a source of life, creating trees and other things like it. It also has the ability to suppress the influence of bijou. Kakwan Niten Shirshu, 10th Edict of Enlightenment, is what it's called, and that's what you're feeling now, said Naruto as he was suppressing Yujito's chakra. Naruto created a clone at the same time as it fell to the ground near the Nibi's huge foot. How in the... thought Yujito, feeling unconsciousness setting in. No. I can't get suppressed, I won't lose, thought Yujito as she struggled against Naruto's jutsu. As Yujito was resisting Naruto's suppression, the Nibi was able to make contact again. That's it, kitten, keep fighting, said the Nibi as she joined Yujito in resisting Naruto's technique. This is so much harder than taming Gaara, thought Naruto, sweating slightly from the exertion. Naruto felt himself beginning to lose as the Nibi was too strong for him at his current level. He'd need more work on his Mokuton. I got your back, kid, said Kurama as he funneled his chakra into Naruto. Naruto gained a one-tailed cloak as he immediately began to dominate Yujito in the battle. Kitten, it's too much. He's too powerful, I can't, said the Nibi as she fell into a deep sleep. The fire cat that was Yujito began to transform back into a one-tailed Yujito that turned into an unconscious Yujito laying on the ground. Naruto panted a little as he looked at the downed form of Yujito. It had taken nearly 5 minutes to suppress her, and it would have only happened with Kurama's help. That was tough as hell, thanks for the help, Kurama. I owe you 1 inch, thought Naruto as Kurama grinned and fell asleep. Naruto felt several powerful chakra signatures approaching his location and knew it was assistance for Yujito. Damn it! A tall dark-skinned man, garbed in Kage robes and hat, landed with several other shinobis flanking him on the slightly destroyed platform to see Yujito laying on the ground. Upon looking around, he noticed there was nobody else around. The Kage then barked out orders. Get her to the hospital and let me know when she's awake. I need to find out what happened here. 1 day later, Yujito awoke the next morning before sunrise in a Kumo hospital bed after her spar with Naruto. About an hour after waking, the Reikage arrived and debriefed her on the events of yesterday. Yujito didn't tell him that she had a fight with a Konoha Ambu but said she just went overboard using the Nibi. Yujito received a light, verbal scolding from her Kage and orders to come to get an important diplomatic mission tomorrow. So Yujito laid in her hospital room alone as she thought of yesterday. Damn, he was so strong. And smart in the way he fought. He also was hot and charming. Hot and charming. And so, Nibby! Shouted Yujito in her mind, realizing she had been tricked by her bijou. I didn't even get his name, said Yujito to the Nibby. She was cut from her thoughts as she heard a ribbit. Looking to her window, she saw a small orange toad sitting on her windowsill. How did that toad get up here? I'm on the 5th floor. Yo! Are you Yujito? Came the voice of the toad as Yujito gasped sharply. Yes, I can talk. Are you Yujito? Asked the toad once more. Yujito nodded her head dumbly at seeing a toad talk. How can you talk? Why are you here? Did someone send you? Asked Yujito as the toad held up a hand to silence her questions. Great! I got it right on the first try. Here, this will explain everything, said the toad as it tossed the scroll toward Yujito. Bro was right, you are smoking hot, finished the toad as he disappeared in a poof of smoke. That was weird, said the Nibby in Yujito's head as she nodded. Yujito then opened up the scroll and read its contents. Hey Yujito-chan. It's the Umbu from yesterday. I had fun sparring against you. You were so strong and a real challenge. We should do it again sometime. Thanks for the paw print. I snagged it with a clone while I was suppressing you. Sorry I couldn't say goodbye in person, but you know, Konoha ninja in Kumo, standing over a downed Kumo ninja, doesn't look too good. Either way, I had a great time yesterday and I hope to see you in the future. I'm sure I will. Naruto Senju, future Hokage, winky face. Yujito looked at the note and smiled happily at its contents. Ah, winky face. I hope we meet again too, Naruto-kun, and it'll be sooner than you think, thought Yujito. That toad said his bro, Naruto Senju, I bet, called you smoking hot, said the Nibby as Yujito blushed. She smiled slightly as she looked out of the window at the rising sun. Naruto was a few miles outside of Kumo when he stopped running to look back at the sunrise. Naruto smirked slightly as he thought, ah yeah, the ladies love winky faces. 1 week later, Naruto reunited with Jiraiya 6 days ago as Jiraiya finally found a lead on the person he was searching for. They arrived in a town called Tanzakagai as that was the last place the person of interest was seen. After searching for a few hours and night about to fall, Jiraiya decided to find a place to eat. So Naruto pointed to a random bar and upon walking through the flaps, Jiraiya smiled as he recognized a familiar face. Oh, this was the perfect place, brat, good choice, said Jiraiya as he patted Naruto on the back. Naruto looked confused as he thought he just picked a random bar. Naruto was wearing a black long-sleeved shirt with a zipper fully zipped. He completed his outfit with beige pants that connected to his black shinobi sandals. He had his forehead protector around his forehead as he had stopped wearing his Umbu uniform when he met back up with Jiraiya. Why is this place so perfect, Jiraiya-sensei? Asked Naruto. We found who we were looking for, said Jiraiya as Naruto walked her over to a table with a blonde woman sitting in a booth with a dark-haired woman. And a pig? Tsunade. Nice to see you again, said Jiraiya as the blonde woman turned to face them directly. Jiraiya? What do you want? And who's the kid with the shocked face? Said Tsunade as she looked at Naruto. You're Tsunade Senju, said Naruto in a weak voice as he looked at a member of his clan. Chapter 14, Hokage. Yeah, Blondie, I know my name. Jiraiya, who is this kid? Asked Tsunade with a slightly irritated voice. Tsunade is a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 20s despite being over 50. She is a fair-skinned woman with brown eyes and straight, blonde hair tied back into 2 loose ponytails with bangs framing either side of her face. She was wearing a grass-green haori with the kanji for gamble written in black on the back, inside a red circle. Underneath she wears a gray, kimono-style blouse with no sleeves, held closed by a broad, dark bluish-gray obi that matches her pants. She wears open-toed, strappy black sandals with high heels and red polish on both her fingernails and toenails. She also has a violet diamond mark situated on her forehead. Jiraiya laughed as Naruto was still gawking at Tsunade. Jiraiya never told Naruto they were searching for her, and it definitely caught him by surprise. He's my new apprentice, Naruto. Naruto, this is Tsunade and Shizen, said Jiraiya as Naruto finally got out of his stupor. Naruto looked to the black-haired woman as she smiled warmly at him. Why don't you hang with Shizen while my teammate and I speak to one another? Naruto nodded his head as he greeted Shizen. Nice to meet you, Shizen-san, said Naruto as he held out a hand to Tsunade's dark-haired assistant. Nice to meet you too, Naruto. This is Taunton, said Shizen as she shook hands with Naruto and showed him her pig. Naruto and Jiraiya sat in the booth with the two women as Naruto talked to Shizen and played with Taunton. Tsunade held a critical eye toward Naruto as she already knew who he was. Naruto, the Kyuubi kid? I haven't really heard from him since he was born. Seems he's grown up to look just like Jiraiya's last pupil, the fourth, thought Tsunade as she noticed a green glow coming from her chest. Why is my grandfather's necklace glowing? So what do I owe the pleasure of seeing you here? Said Tsunade to Jiraiya as she sipped from her cup. Well, we just stopped here for something to eat, and imagine my surprise when I see you here, of all people, said Jiraiya with a smile. Tsunade scoffed. Seems like both of my old teammates decided to visit me on the same day. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes slightly and asked. So you're saying Orochimaru was here? What happened? Nothing much. We just said hello, answered Tsunade. Jiraiya smirked slightly. Is that why there was a section of the palace wall destroyed? Just a hello? Asked Jiraiya. Jiraiya and Naruto had seen a huge piece of the wall around Tanzakage in pieces on their way into the city. TCH. Orochimaru already told me about Sensei, so what do you want, Jiraiya? Jiraiya took on a serious face as he said. I'll get straight to the point then. Konoha has requested that you become its fifth Hokage. At the word Hokage, the table went silent. Shizen looked shocked as she couldn't believe what was just said. Tsunade had no outside reaction to the word but inwardly was shocked. Naruto got excited at the prospect of Tsunade being the Hokage. He'd be able to have a family member always around, especially someone like Tsunade. I'll say it again, the village advisors have requested that you become the village's Godame Hokage, fifth Hokage. So what do you say? Said Jiraiya since Tsunade was still quiet. Tsunade took a deep breath and said, Not possible, I refuse. Jiraiya laughed slightly. I remember that line. I asked you to date me a long time ago and those were the same words you used, said Jiraiya as Naruto looked shocked at Tsunade. Tsunade noticed Naruto's facial expressions and scoffed slightly. Seems your apprentice is shocked at that. He even looks like your last one, though he's less gifted, to still be a genin at that age, terrible, said Tsunade as Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly. That's a pretty tough comparison as it's hard for anyone to beat the Yondaime in those fields. His capabilities as a ninja were unrivaled in history. He was talented with techniques, incredibly smart, and very popular. He was also handsome like me, said Jiraiya. He was going to continue with how Naruto could surpass the Yondaime with time but Tsunade cut him off. Even still, the fourth died young. He threw his life away for the village, said Tsunade as Naruto glared at her. How could you say that? He died protecting what was precious to him, said Naruto. Tsunade scoffed. Life isn't like money. Only an idiot bets his life so easily, said Tsunade. Naruto began to shake with rage slightly. An idiot? Thought Naruto. My grandfather, the Shodame Hokage, and the Nidaime wished to end the war, but they wasted their lives before they could accomplish that, said Tsunade as Naruto put his head down slightly. Jiraiya noticed Naruto's anger rising and hoped he'd keep a level head. Tsunade, you've changed. I don't know what you've been thinking, but you seem to have put it in words, said Jiraiya. Tsunade laughed slightly. I'm in my 50s despite looking like this. Time changes people. Sarutobi-sensei is the same. If an old man tries to act brave, of course he'll die, said Tsunade. The title Hokage is a piece of crap. Only an idiot becomes one, finished Tsunade as she blinked to see a fist inches from her nose. Naruto had jumped on the table and threw a punch at Tsunade, only to have Jiraiya stop him by grabbing his shirt. Tsunade saw Naruto holding a very serious face at her, as she merely laughed. Seems someone wants to fight, said Tsunade as Naruto nodded his head. Fine, meet me outside, brat. Naruto vanished in a shunshin as Tsunade merely walked outside to face him. Jiraiya facepalmed as he got up to follow. Come on, Shizen. Someone needs to scrap that kid's remains off the street after Tsunade is done with him. Outside the bar, Naruto stood across Tsunade in the middle of the street. One finger, said Tsunade as she held up her index finger. It's all it'll take to beat a genin, finished Tsunade as she noticed Naruto still hadn't said anything. Jiraiya and Shizen walked outside as Jiraiya said, Tsunade, don't do this. We can talk about this like grown-ups. This brat tried to punch me. He needs to know his place, said Tsunade as she looked to see Naruto still standing there. Well, if you're not coming, then I will. Tsunade took off toward Naruto as she attempted a backhanded swipe to his face, but Naruto ducked. Tsunade was confused as he moved at a speed too fast for a genin, and because of that received a powerful elbow to the ribs, sending her stumbling backward. Jiraiya smiled slightly at the scene of Tsunade getting hit, and of Shizen almost dropping Taunton in shock at what she had just witnessed. Jiraiya-sama, how can a genin fight like that? He shouldn't be able to hold a candle to her, said Shizen watching Tsunade finish stumbling back from Naruto's elbow strike. Naruto may be a genin, but he's likely one of the strongest in Konoha right now. He just needs a little more time and he'll be the best, said Jiraiya as he then saw what Naruto was about to do. Did he finish it? Thought Jiraiya in shock. Naruto stood back up after elbowing Tsunade to hold his right arm up with his palm facing upward. A few seconds afterward, Jiraiya, Shizen, and Tsunade heard a familiar swirling sound only produced by one jutsu. In Naruto's hand, blue chakra began to swirl around in his hand as a blue orb, double the size of his fist, pulsed into his hand. Rasengan! Shouted Naruto. It's not fully completed yet, but to come that far since I showed it to him during the finals, thought Jiraiya as he saw Naruto's incomplete Rasengan. However, he still can't keep it from being slightly bigger than the normal. It's just like Minato's. Tsunade knew the jutsu from a mile away and the danger present. She wasn't prepared to see the kid perform a shunshin and appear in front of her with his hand cocked back. That shunshin speed is incredible. I have to, thought Tsunade as her entire hand glowed brightly with chakra and she smashed it into Naruto's Rasengan. Naruto was blown back into the wall as his jutsu backfired and sent him into the wall. A completed Rasengan would have gone through Tsunade's hand with ease, but due to its instability in Naruto's hand, it backfired and blew up on him. I still don't have that down all the way, said Naruto. Shizen ran over to Naruto and helped him out of the wall. She then began to apply medical jutsu to heal him. Jiraiya, why did you teach him such a dangerous move? You know that only you or the Yondaime can do that move. If I hadn't used chakra to stop it, it would have done more than just blown up in his face. It could have taken his arm off had he smashed it into something. Jiraiya paid Tsunade no attention as he walked over and patted Naruto on the back. You won, brat. Good on ya. And only a month and a half since I showed you that jutsu during the finals, nice progress, said Jiraiya as Naruto grinned. What, he didn't win? He got in a lucky shot and then blew himself up with his own jutsu. How did he win? Asked Tsunade to see Naruto smirk. Naruto held up one finger as he said, You used more than one finger, so I win by default. Ha! I'm 1-1 against the Sannin Jiraiya-sensei, you're next. Oh ho, brat! Your decade's too early to face me, said Jiraiya as he noticed Tsunade trying to leave. I can't let you do that, Tsunadeheim. As I said, the Konoha Council has selected you as their Godame. The kid and I aren't letting you leave just so you can vanish again. We'll stay on you until you come back to Konoha. Tsunade sneered at him. Why would I? Why should I? I already said I'm not going. That place has taken too much away from me. It isn't getting my life too. Shizen, we're going, said Tsunade as she tried to leave, but Jiraiya didn't move. Tsunade scoffed slightly as she turned away from him. As she turned away, she spotted the area where Naruto's jutsu backfired. She smirked slightly as she got an idea. Hey kid, how about a wager? You know that jutsu you just used was created by the Yondaime Hokage. If you can master that move in a week, then I'll come back to Konoha with you, and even give you this necklace. But if you don't, then you head back to Konoha without me and you give me all the money you have on you. Naruto looked at the necklace and could see it glowing. Deal. 1 week. I'll show you a completed Rasengan and you come with us. If not, then we go home alone. Tsunade smirked as she walked away with Shizen. Tsunade-sama, why did you bet your necklace away so easily like that? It's a family heirloom, said Shizen as Tsunade looked back at Naruto and Jiraiya's retreating forms. He can't complete it in a week anyway. It took Jiraiya several more months when he had it that far, so that brat won't even be close by the end of the week, easy bet, said Tsunade as she then thought. That kid, he's connected to my grandfather's necklace. It seems to resonate around him. As she finished her thought, her necklace stopped glowing as she got farther away from Naruto. Who are you? Later that night, Naruto heard a knock at his hotel room door. Opening it, he found Shizen standing there. Oh hey Shizen-san. What are you doing here? She came inside and ran a green glowing hand over him. Well, you seem alright from that earlier jutsu. Thank goodness, said Shizen. Yeah. It used to be way worse, trust me. Did you need something? I need to get some rest so I can train tomorrow for this bet. Yes, Naruto-san, that's what I need to talk to you about. I don't want you to think of Tsunade-sama as a bad person, she's just bitter, said Shizen awkwardly as Naruto nodded his head. Because she lost her brother and lover in the war, right? Asked Naruto as Shizen gasped. How could you know about something like that? Well, I'm quite the curious individual and I love reading about history. The stories of the Sannin were one of my favorites and hers happened to be there. It didn't explain why she left Konoha, so I asked Jiji about it, and he told me the tragic tales of Nawaki Senju and Dan Kato, your uncle, right? Said Naruto. Shizen nodded her head, becoming more impressed by the golden blonde-haired ninja in front of her. Well, if you know that, then you must know that that necklace is cursed. It will kill anybody who wears it besides Tsunade-sama. It did to both Nawaki and Uncle Dan, said Shizen. Well, then I'm next cause I'm winning this bet and that necklace. So tell her to get her bags packed because she's going back to Konoha with me and Jiraiya-sensei. Believe it, said Naruto with finality. Shizen smiled slightly at Naruto's determination and actually hoped he'd win. She wanted to go back to Konoha too. 1 day later, Naruto left at sunrise to go train and found a clearing to do so in. He was standing atop a lake wearing only his beige pants, foregoing the rest to keep it from getting wet. He had been practicing the Rasengan for about 3 hours and was making some progress. I have to complete this jutsu. Konoha needs Tsunade back. She could help so many people, like Rock Lee. She can even help Sakura-chan with her medical ninjutsu, thought Naruto as he channeled another Rasengan. Not to mention she's family. Naruto's Rasengan destabilized after 10 seconds as it fizzled away. Getting closer, I hope I can no. I will finish this jutsu by the end of the week. One more time, thought Naruto as he was about to attempt another one until he had to dodge a fireball. Who would attack me? Thought Naruto as he then noticed something special about his attacker's jutsu. Blue fire. Hey Yujito-chan, said Naruto as there was a sharpened nail on his throat. Yujito was standing behind Naruto with a smile as she greeted Naruto in kind. Hello, Naruto-kun. Fancy meeting you here, said Yujito. She was wearing a short-sleeved black and blue blouse with black pants, both of which had matching cloud patterns on them, blue fingerless gloves, and a chain of blue beads wrapped around her left hand. She also had on a black Kumo forehead protector. Naruto smiled as well. Can I ask why you're here? You're not a stalker, are you? Questioned Naruto as he turned on the water to see Yujito pull out a scroll. The day I woke up, my Kage asked me to come in the next day for an important mission. That mission entailed a response to Jiraiya's scroll about the Akatsuki. We heard from intel that he was seen in Tanzakagai and that's why I headed here. He also debriefed me on the newest A-rank ninja out of Konoha, Naruto Senju. Imagine my surprise when I then see him here," said Yujito as Naruto laughed slightly. As Naruto was chuckling, Yujito's bijou decided to toss in her 2 cents. "Kitten, he's shirtless. He looks like a demigod, claim him now!" shouted the Nibby in Yujito's mind as Yujito blushed slightly. "Not now, Nibby," said Yujito as she cut the connection. She heard Naruto speak again but wasn't listening. "What was that?" Naruto smiled. "Internal debate with your bijou. I get that all the time with my partner. What's yours like?" "Kyubi gets pretty grumpy," said Naruto as Kurama internally stirred. "Grumpy? I'm gonna **** you up. Wait, did you censor me?" asked Kurama confused because his word got bleeped. Kurama's face then got pixelated. "Oh, I'm kicking your *** later whenever I get the cha dash," started Kurama again until Naruto cut the connection to focus on Yujito. "Nibby's not too difficult, she's rather easy to get along with once you get past her trying to meddle with my private life," said Yujito. "Well, Ms. Ni, would you like for me to show you to Jiraiya-sensei?" said Naruto as he put his black shirt and sandals back on. As Naruto was tying his forehead protector around his forehead, he asked, "But why not get some food first?" Yujito smirked slightly. "Are you asking me on a date, Mr. Senju?" asked Yujito as Naruto smiled slightly. "A date? You'll have to work a little harder for that. I'm just asking you to join me for some lunch." "So what do you say?" said Naruto as Yujito nodded her head, and they walked into town. On the way to find a place to eat, Naruto decided to ask a question. "Hey, what was it like growing up in Kumo? You know, being a Jinchuriki and whatnot?" asked Naruto, curious to find out if all Jinchuriki grew up with difficulties as he did. "It's okay if you don't want to talk about it." Yujito looked at Naruto as she said, No, it's fine. Life was pretty tough in the beginning. I became a Jinchuriki at the age of 2 and was shunned for a while. People were afraid of me because of what I held. I didn't really get away from it until I was 6, and that was when I was put through a rigorous training regimen to hone my abilities, especially Jinchuriki abilities," said Yujito with a dejected look. Yujito's look then turned to one of passion as she continued with, "But I was determined to win the village's affection, and that determination proved great results in my training. I finished that training when I was 12 and was made a genin. A year later I won Kumo's Chunin exams and became a Chunin. At that point, the people of Kumo began looking at me differently. They saw my prowess in the exams and finally began to start loving me as I had always wanted. It only got better as I was made a Jonin 2 years later at 15, and was deemed the strongest female in Kumo. Life was hard at first, but they eventually warmed up to me, and it's better than I could ever imagine now." Naruto nodded his head with a smile as he said, "Hell yeah! That's an amazing story. I'm happy for you," said Naruto as Yujito looked at Naruto with a questioning gaze. "Oh, my story? It's the same really. My entire existence ever since I can remember was ignored. The only person who seemed to care was the Sandaime Hokage and my orphanage mother. Then at the age of 6, the Sandaime showed me a restaurant, and there I met 2 more people that cared for me. I swore on that day that I'd get as strong as him so I could protect my friends and my village. I was going to become the Hokage so that everyone had to acknowledge and see me as someone important. My dreams are beginning to come true as the villagers are starting to see me as me, not the Kyubi who destroyed the village all those years ago. I'm not finished yet, but things have definitely changed and the villagers welcome my presence nowadays." Naruto finished his tale with a small smile as he remembered those times. Yujito looked at Naruto with a smile. "Seems our lives aren't that different, Naruto-kun," thought Yujito as she saw Naruto opening the flaps to a small restaurant. Yujito stepped in and started laughing as she turned to see Naruto's grin. "Sushi, how'd you know?" asked Yujito amused. "I have my ways," replied Naruto. Yujito and Naruto sat and talked for about an hour over things like their favorite colors, blue, Yujito, and orange, Naruto. After an intriguing talk, Naruto decided to escort Yujito to Jiraiya. When Naruto went to open the flaps back up, he noticed a pair of wooden geta outside. Opening the flap, Naruto said, "Jiraiya-sensei. I was just about to come looking for you." "Hello, Gaki. I see you've been keeping busy." "Hello, Miss Yujito-ni," said Jiraiya as Yujito stepped out and greeted Jiraiya. "Jiraiya-sama, it is a pleasure to meet you. I've heard so much about you," said Yujito as she shook hands with Jiraiya. Yujito then pulled out a scroll and gave it to Jiraiya as she said, "I'm here to deliver the reply from the Raikuge about your request to deal with the Akatsuki. We heard you were here in Tanzakagai and I was sent to be the liaison between us. I spotted Naruto-kun on the way here and he said he'd bring me to you after lunch." Jiraiya read over the scroll as he nodded his head. "Well, young lady, it seems the terms are well, but I can't sign off on this. Only the Hokage can and we don't have one at the moment," said Jiraiya as Yujito looked on confused, wondering what would happen. "But you're in luck. Gaki here will bring home the new Hokage in 6 days. So why don't you stick around? I'm sure you and he can find a way to pass the time," finished Jiraiya with a lecherous grin. Naruto laughed nervously as Yujito blushed. "Now remember, Gaki, you have 6 days to finish the jutsu, so get to it, kiddo, and don't get sidetracked," said Jiraiya as Naruto nodded his head. "Hey Yudi-chan. You wanna come?" asked Naruto as Yujito nodded her head. As the two were leaving, Naruto turned to see Jiraiya holding 2 thumbs up. Jiraiya mouthed the words, "Or do get sidetracked and become a man." Naruto laughed slightly as he and Yujito disappeared back to the clearing he was at previously. 6 days later. Several days passed since Yujito had shown up and she and Naruto spent every day together. Yujito and Naruto trained and sparred with each other during those days as well as eat lunch together. They had met before sunrise today and eventually, Naruto could be seen smiling as he stood over a panting Yujito. "Seems I win again, Yudi-chan," said Naruto. They had just finished another spar. "That makes it 5-3 with me in the lead." Yujito panted a little more as she breathed out. "That'll change soon. I almost had you in that last one. You just got lucky." Naruto held a hand out to help Yujito up as she then asked, "Do you think you completed the Rasengan? Today's the big day, right?" Naruto held up his right arm as he said, "Whether I think I can do it or not is irrelevant. There's no think, I'm going to do it, I have to," finished Naruto as Yujito nodded her head. "Now let's go find Jiraiya-sensei and get this over with." Arriving back at his hotel, Naruto knocked on Jiraiya's door with Yujito behind him. Jiraiya had gone drinking with Tsunade last night, and Naruto figured he'd be in bed still. However, Naruto received no answer and began to worry slightly. Naruto looked to his left down the hallway since he felt a familiar presence approaching. "Naruto-kun! Tsunade-sama's gone. I can't find her," said Shizen as Naruto looked more worried. "Jiraiya-sensei's not in his room started Naruto until Jiraiya's door opened. Jiraiya had opened the door but immediately slunk against it as he said, "Where's Tsunade?" "I don't know. She knocked me out and left me here. We have to find her, it could be too late," said Shizen as Naruto took notice of Jiraiya's condition. "You look like hell, Jiraiya-sensei." "What happened?" asked Naruto. "Tsunade drugged me last night." "Shizen, did Orochimaru offer her something?" asked Jiraiya. Shizen looked as if she feared the worst. "Yes. He offered to bring Nawaki and Dan back if she healed his arms. Today was the day they were supposed to meet again, and that's where she probably is. We have to stop her," said Naruto as he thought. "She wouldn't do that, would she? She has to know it's a trap." While Naruto was in his thoughts, Shizen began to heal Jiraiya as best she could. "You should be fine now, but that drug won't be out of your system for a few hours. It's the best I could do," said Shizen as Jiraiya straightened up. "Well, let's get to it, shall we? Let Operation Whoop Ass, consisting of finding my teammates, beating some snake ass, and dragging Tsunade back by her ponytails, commence," said Jiraiya as he looked at Yujito. "Almost forgot about you. You can join in if you want." Yujuto looked at Naruto and back at Jiraiya as she nodded her head firmly. Jiraiya and Naruto were headed toward the hotel exit until they realized something. How the hell are we going to find her? Asked Naruto as Jiraiya laughed sheepishly. Well, you see, Shizen? Any ideas? Asked Jiraiya as Shizen smiled. Taunton. Several minutes later, Taunton had led the small group back to the ruined castle wall to see even more destruction. Naruto smiled at the sight of the demolished wall. Seems like Tsunade back on declined, said Naruto as Shizen looked at Naruto with a raised eyebrow. Aunt? Why'd he call her that? Thought Shizen. Yeah, it does. But that could be a good or bad thing depending on the circumstances with Orochimaru. We need to make sure she's safe. Yujuto, you hang back. We'll use you as a surprise if it's necessary, said Jiraiya as Yujuto nodded. The rest of them headed into the field on the other side of the wall to see Tsunade seemingly frozen. She was on her knees shaking slightly as they noticed Kabuto preparing to put her down fully. This is the end, shouted Kabuto as he brought down his kunai. Halfway down, Kabuto noticed a mop of yellow hair in between him and Tsunade. Kabuto was then sent sailing backward as a foot connected with his chin. Kabuto landed on the ground and skidded slightly from the quick kick. When he looked up to see who hit him, he saw Naruto putting his foot down. Hell yeah, I look awesome, thought Naruto as he then took notice that he had hit Kabuto. Seems he was a spy. I knew not to trust him. Shizen rushed over to Tsunade to take her away and clean off the blood on her. Jiraiya landed next to Naruto and stood by his side. Kabuto stood back up as Orochimaru walked beside him. Ah, what a reunion this is! Jiraiya and Naruto-kun showed up as well. Though I wonder what for, said Orochimaru as Jiraiya held an arm up to stop Naruto from attacking Orochimaru. That's not your fight, kid. Even with useless arms, he'd still be too much for you to handle. You just handle Specs over there while I take on Orochimaru, said Jiraiya as Naruto nodded a little hesitantly. This isn't good. Naruto will be a hassle to deal with, and I don't think Orochimaru-sama can beat Jiraiya in his current condition, thought Kabuto as he noticed Orochimaru still wanting to go. Oh well. As you wish, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto! Do it, said Orochimaru as Kabuto lifted his sleeve to reveal a tattoo. Kabuto smeared a bit of blood on the tattoo and went through several hand seals. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique, said Kabuto as two huge snakes appeared underneath him and Orochimaru. Jiraiya had spotted what Kabuto was about to do and copied him. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique, said Jiraiya as a huge poof of smoke appeared. When the smoke cleared, a small orange toad appeared. Yo! Said Gamakichi with a wave. Wow, Jiraiya-sensei, she messed you up good, said Naruto as he then saw Jiraiya slam his palms onto the ground. Doton, Yomi Numa, swamp of the underworld, said Jiraiya as a huge swamp appeared below the snakes and began sinking them slightly. Yeah, she got you good. That swamp is terrible compared to the one you showed me, said Naruto as Jiraiya put his head down in shame. My own apprentice is talking down on me. What has this world come to? Asked Jiraiya as he lifted his head immediately. Alright, you got 4 eyes. I'll get Orochimaru, finished Jiraiya as they leaped into action. Kabuto jumped off the sinking snake's head to land back down on the ground in front of Naruto, while Jiraiya jumped onto the snakes to face Orochimaru. Seeing Naruto, Kabuto smirked slightly. It's a pleasure being able to face the last 2 Senjus on the same day, said Kabuto as he noticed Shizen and Tsunade's shocked faces. Oh, you didn't know? Yes, young Naruto-kun here is as much Senju as you are Tsunade-sama. Probably more. He's a Senju? Thought Tsunade as she stopped shaking, wondering who Naruto was. And I'm also the guy who's about to kick your ass. Not to mention, you'll also help me win this bet since I really like that necklace and I can have a family member come back with me to Konoha, said Naruto. Orochimaru-sama wanted you to join us, but since you're hanging with that toad, then I'll have to kill you. A pity, you were going to be a great ninja one day, said Kabuto. Despite how good you are, Naruto-kun, you won't be able to defeat me. I'm on par with Kakashi Hatake and I know for a fact you still can't beat him, meaning you can't beat me," said Kabuto with an arrogant smirk on his face. Naruto laughed loudly at Kabuto as he said, "You're on par with Kakashi-sensei? I'll believe it when I see it." Naruto made a come-hither motion with his hand as Kabuto's hands became coated with blue chakra. Shizen recognized the technique immediately. "Naruto-kun. That is Chakura no Mezu, chakra scalpel. Be careful, he can harm your insides with a mere touch," said Shizen as Naruto nodded his head. "So basically stay away from his ass as it wouldn't be wise to let him in close," said Naruto as Kabuto chuckled. "Try and keep me away," said Kabuto as he rushed at Naruto with impressive speed. Naruto dodged his first attacks with ease as he kicked him away to gain some distance. However, Kabuto was on Naruto again immediately with another flurry of swipes. Naruto continued dodging Kabuto's lethal strikes as he grunted in effort. "Damn, you're annoying to fight. You're fast for a medic nin and one touch is all you need to debilitate your opponent. This sucks," said Naruto as Kabuto smirked again. "You're correct, Naruto-kun. I'm just going to keep coming at you until you eventually make a mistake, and then it'll be the end. So just give up now," said Kabuto as he struck out with his left hand but extended too far. "Not today," said Naruto as he deftly caught Kabuto by the wrist and slung him away. Naruto slammed his hands in the snake's seal as he said, "I've got a better idea. Mokuton, Jukai Koten, wood style, nativity of a sea of trees," said Naruto as he channeled his chakra. The ground surrounding Naruto cracked slightly as a forest emerged from the ground around Kabuto and stood tall after a few seconds. Kabuto tried to jump out of the way of the technique, but the trees appeared too fast, and he got snagged by the branches. Kabuto was held tight by the trees as he couldn't move his body. Shizen and Tsunade looked shocked at the display. Especially Tsunade, as she hadn't seen anyone besides her grandfather do that. "That's not possible," thought Tsunade. She noticed her necklace glow again at the presence of Naruto's chakra. "He can use Mokuton. That should be impossible." Tsunade was cut from her thoughts as she saw Naruto hold up his right hand, similar to before when the two of them sparred. "Prepare to pay up, Bakon," said Naruto as a swirl of chakra appeared in his hand. "Come on! Come on! Rotate! Power! Combine!" thought Naruto as a perfect Rasengan appeared in his hand. "Here I come, Kabuto!" Naruto performed a shunshin as he appeared on the branch in front of Kabuto with his jutsu cocked back. "This'll hurt!" "Rasengan!" shouted Naruto as he drove the jutsu into Kabuto's gut. Naruto ground the jutsu into Kabuto as it then exploded and sent Kabuto flying through Naruto's forest, smashing through trees and landing roughly on the ground. Naruto smiled and disappeared again in a shunshin to appear in front of the still shocked Tsunade. "I believe you owe me a necklace," said Naruto smiling at the stunned Tsunade. "He's just like Nawaki when he grins like that." "This kid," thought Tsunade of the grinning Naruto. As she was thinking that she saw something heading straight for Naruto, and he hadn't noticed it yet. "No!" 1 minute earlier. Orochimaru looked down from his stalemate fight with the drugged Jiraiya to see his assistant get smashed by a Rasengan. "Damn that brat of yours! He's getting too strong. I have to kill him now before he can potentially ruin my plans," said Orochimaru as he took off in a dead sprint toward Naruto. Jiraiya tried stopping Orochimaru but was tossed aside, due to his still being too weak from Tsunade's drug. Orochimaru launched off the snake as something appeared from his mouth. The legendary Kusanagi sword emerged from the serpent's mouth as Naruto's back was turned toward the Sannin as he charged in. Naruto turned at the last second to see Orochimaru closing in on him fast. "Not enough time to block with a kunai. If I move, Tsunade Bakon will be in trouble." "Shit!" thought Naruto as Orochimaru was inches away from stabbing him. Orochimaru's sword got a hair away from Naruto's chest when he was blasted by a huge stream of blue fire. Orochimaru was sent skidding on the ground as he eventually stopped, still on fire from the surprise attack. Katon Guka, fire style, hellfire, said Yujito as she landed in the field next to Naruto. Yujito's jutsu sent a powerful jet of fire that she aimed right at Orochimaru. Yujito had been watching the whole time and headed in when she saw Naruto defeat Kabuto. It was a good thing too, as it put her in the perfect place to see Orochimaru heading toward Naruto and be able to stop him. You owe me, Naruto-kun. Naruto breathed an internal sigh of relief. He then looked at Yujito as he said, and what would suffice as payment? Show me around Konoha when you all return there. I'm sure it'll take a while for your Kage to get instated, and look at what my Kage said Yujito with a smile. Naruto smirked slightly. Are you making me go on a date with you? Said Naruto as Yujito returned his smirk. A date? You'll have to work a little harder for that. I'm just asking you to show me around your village, said Yujito as Naruto smiled. While that was happening, Orochimaru had seemingly regurgitated another Orochimaru that was free of the scorch marks from Yujito's jutsu and turned toward them with a murderous look. I'm going to kill you both! Shouted Orochimaru until he was decked with a punch to the face that sent him careening back toward Naruto's forest. Naruto and Yujito noticed Tsunade standing in his place as she turned to address him. You alright, kid? Asked Tsunade as Naruto nodded. Good, cause I owe you a serious beat down for this Senju business and calling me an ant. Yeah, Shizen told me about that other time too. By the way, started Tsunade as she took off her necklace and placed it around Naruto. You won the bet. Fair and square. It looks nice on you. Finished Tsunade as Naruto smiled at her. Orochimaru stood back up as he cracked his jaw back into place. Tsunade? What are you doing protecting this kid? Why risk your life for a simple genin like him? Tsunade looked back at Orochimaru murderously as she cracked her knuckles. I would risk my life because I am Tsunade Senju, granddaughter of the Shodai Hokage and grandniece of the Nidaime Hokage, and as of this moment I am the Godaime Hokage of Konoha, said Tsunade as Shizen stood by her sensei's side. Hell yeah, Ba-chan! Kick his ass already so we can go home, said Naruto with enthusiasm. Orochimaru was having none of that. Kabuto, summon Manda, said Orochimaru as Kabuto appeared beside him with a huge hole in his shirt and a spiral mark on his exposed belly. Kabuto drew more blood and wiped it across Orochimaru's tattoo, preparing to summon Manda. What? You hit him dead on with a Rasengan? He should be done? Asked Yujito, confused as to how he got back up after that. Naruto! Came the shout of Jiraiya as he landed on the ground a little bit away from Tsunade. Naruto grabbed Yujito's hand as he rushed to his sensei's side with Yujito following behind him. Bring out Bunta! Naruto nodded his head and bit his thumb, preparing to summon. Tsunade followed suit as she prepared to summon her own boss creature. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique! Came the shout of Tsunade, Naruto, and Kabuto as three huge poofs of smoke went up across the landscape. The smoke cleared to reveal a giant slug, toad, and snake respectively. Gamabunta took a drag from his pipe and blew it out as he said, Well, if it isn't Manda and Katsuyu. How long's it been since I've seen you two? Jiraiya looked down at Gamabunta from atop his head. Bunta, we need your help with this one. We need to take down Orochimaru, said Jiraiya. Sure, why not? I guess I can now finally get that snakeskin wallet I've been wanting, said Gamabunta as Naruto laughed. Why would a toad want a snakeskin wallet? But how did Kabuto get up? That Rasengan was perfect and I felt it grind into his body, asked Naruto, confused. If he's anything like Orochimaru, he's hell to put down, said Jiraiya. Yujito was pondering a different thing altogether. Hey Naruto-kun. How are all summoned creatures just ready to go? I mean, do they never get summoned by surprise? Asked Yujito as Naruto shrugged. I was wondering the same, but honestly I couldn't figure it out, so I gave up, replied Naruto as he heard Tsunade speak. This is it, Orochimaru. After today, there will be one less Sannin in the world, said Tsunade as she and Shizen stood atop Katsuyu, her slug summon. Orochimaru simply chuckled while Manda hissed underneath him. Orochimaru, what do you think you're doing summoning me out here? asked Manda in a threatening voice. Kabuto tried to explain, but Manda cut him off. Silence! I won't bother speaking to a flunky like you. When this is over, I'll be expecting over 100 sacrifices. Orochimaru smirked. Of course. Nothing less for you, Manda. Kabuto let loose a breath at that. If Manda knew Orochimaru couldn't use his arms, he may attack him and try to eat us, thought Kabuto. Well, let's get to it, said Jiraiya as Gamabunta drew his tanto and rushed at Manda. Manda evaded the attack and slithered away at a rapid pace. Manda slithered to Gamabunta's blind spot and attempted to bite down into him, but Gamabunta jumped away at the last second to avoid the bite. Gamabunta did lose his sword in his evasion. Manda just continued toward Katsuyu as he had to dodge a spew of acid from the slug's mouth. Manda eventually wrapped himself around Katsuyu and began to constrict the slug summon. Seeing her summon's dilemma, Tsunade barked out an order. Katsuyu! Separate! Listening to her summoner, Katsuyu separated into thousands of mini slugs and merged back into her giant form a distance away from Manda. Manda looked surprised by Katsuyu and as such was a sitting duck for an attack. Bunta, bring the oil! Shouted Jiraiya as he went through several hand seals. Jiraiya spewed out a torrent of fire as Gamabunta sent out a jet of oil toward Manda that converged to create a devastating fire. Katon, Gamea Enden, fire release, toad oil flame bombs. The firestorm appeared to melt Manda's figure, but it was revealed to be just his shed skin. Manda then burst from the ground in front of Gamabunta, and prepared to strike him. That was stopped as Manda got hit by an impressive number of wooden branches. Mokuton, Daijin no Jutsu, wood style, great forest technique, said Naruto as he retracted his left arm. Naruto noticed that the jutsu was much stronger than before, and saw the necklace around him glowing. Did this necklace make my Mokuton stronger? It was owned by Hashirama Gigi, so it's possible. Naruto saw Manda looking at him with unbridled fury, as he simply smirked back. That's when he realized something. Where's Tsunade back on? Without missing a beat, Tsunade came crashing down with Gamabunta's sword to pin Manda to the ground through his mouth. Tsunade then ran up Manda's body and began pummeling Orochimaru while Shizen engaged Kabuto. Yujito looked at the scene before her with a pained expression. You think we should help? Asked Yujito as Jiraiya shook his head. Let's let Tsunadeheim take care of this. I mean, she looks like she's doing fine out there, said Jiraiya as he had pulled a telescope out and watched Tsunade mercilessly beat on Orochimaru. Orochimaru can sure take a punch. Anybody else's head would be liquidated at this point, said Naruto. Naruto felt something land on his head as he looked to see Gamakichi there. She isn't playing. I can't watch this. I'm out, said Gamakichi as he and Naruto fist bumped before the toad disappeared in a poof of smoke. Gamabunta did likewise as the trio fell to the earth. As they were falling, Tsunade decked Orochimaru with another punch that sent him sailing away from her almost 100 feet away. Kabuto disengaged Shizen as he appeared by his master's side. Orochimaru sneered at Tsunade as he said, Damn you, Tsunade! But you've only impeded my plans for a little while. There are other ways to heal my arms, and when that happens, I will destroy Konoha and kill all of you. Kabuto and Orochimaru disappeared into the earth as they fled the scene. Man, that guy just wouldn't die, said Tsunade as Shizen, Jiraiya, Naruto, and Yujito landed beside her. Katsuyu and Manda had disappeared shortly after Gamabunta, so it was just those five in the area. We'll get him next time, Tsunadeheim, said Jiraiya as he patted her on the back. Good news is we're headed back to Konoha. You get to become the Godame, Shizen gets to reunite with her old friends, and Naruto gets to show off his girlfriend. Finished Jiraiya as Naruto shook his head slightly. Who said she was my girlfriend, or that I had one for that matter? Asked Naruto as he and Yujito looked confused. She was wondering where girlfriend came from as well. Jiraiya smirked slightly. You still haven't let go of her hand since you grabbed it earlier. And she doesn't seem to mind it one bit at all, said Jiraiya as Naruto and Yujito blushed. Let's just get back to Konoha, shouted Naruto as everyone agreed. Naruto then realized that it was getting dark. calling inaudible. We enjoy one more night and then head out in the morning. Sounds good to me, brat. See you all in the morning, said Tsunade as Naruto, Yujito, and Jiraiya said goodbye and began walking away. Yujito and Jiraiya were laughing as Naruto seemed to say something funny. He's going to be a fine man when he grows up. And I think I'll help him get there, thought Tsunade as she and Shizen left as well. That night, it was around midnight, and Naruto was sitting on his bed alone in his room. Yujito and Jiraiya had left for their own rooms and were sound asleep. Naruto dug into his backpack as he pulled out something. It was the envelope that Sarutobi had written to him. You going to read that now, Naruto? Asked Kurama as he was also anxious to see what was inside as well. No time like the present, said Naruto as he opened the envelope. It contained a letter as Naruto opened it and read the first line. Hello, Naruto-kun. Here we go, thought Naruto as he read through the rest of the letter. Chapter 15, Settling In. How could you not know the Gaki was a senju? Asked Jiraiya incredulously to Tsunade. Tsunade merely shrugged. The brat's 14 years old. Sarutobi-sensei sent me a letter every 5 years. I got one when the Kyuubi attacked, 5 years after that, Naruto age 5, and 5 years after that one, Naruto age 10. He sent me a fourth one about a year later, Naruto age 11, but I lost it escaping a debt collector, said a sheepish Tsunade, ashamed at losing important Konoha information. Damn. The brat has really wanted to meet you for so long, but at least you'll be back now, said Jiraiya as Tsunade nodded. It was time to head back to Konoha and everyone was ready to go. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizen were all outside the city walls as Yujito was walking up to the trio. However, Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Where the hell is the Gaki? He's never late, not since I've been with him. You haven't seen Naruto, have you, Yujito? Asked Jiraiya. Yujito shook her head. No, Jiraiya-sama. I haven't seen him at all. He's not in trouble, is he? No, I wouldn't think so. You've seen the brat fight, he could take on damn near anyone. Plus we'd feel his presence if he was fighting someone powerful. Maybe I'll summon a toad to find him. You guys go ahead, we'll catch up, said Jiraiya. The ladies all nodded and began to walk away from Tanzakagai toward Konoha, chatting all the while. Jiraiya waited another 5 minutes until he decided to find Naruto. Right before he could bite his thumb to summon a toad, Jiraiya heard a shout and the sound of a person landing. I'm right here, shouted Naruto as he landed next to Jiraiya. Sorry about that. I got lost on the road of life, said Naruto as Jiraiya's sweat dropped at that excuse. Damn Gaki, you need to find a better excuse, said Jiraiya as he took notice of Naruto's attire. Trying to look like your sensei, eh? Nice scroll. Naruto had a huge scroll strapped to his back in the same way that Jiraiya did. He had put back on his Umbu uniform sans mask and had a black strap across his chest that held the scroll to his back. Jiraiya noticed something special about the scroll though. Is that the scroll of seals? How do you have it? It was given to me by Gigi, Jiraiya Kyofu, godfather, said Naruto as Jiraiya's expression became one of shock. You read Sensei's letter then? Naruto nodded his head. Yeah, I did. Flashback, last night. It was around midnight, and Naruto was sitting on his bed alone in his room. Yujito and Jiraiya had left to their own rooms and were sound asleep. Naruto dug into his backpack as he pulled out something. It was the envelope that Sarutobi had written to him. You going to read that now, Naruto? Asked Kurama as he was also anxious to see what was inside as well. No time like the present, said Naruto as he opened the envelope. It contained a letter as Naruto opened it and read the first line. Hello, Naruto-kun. Here we go, thought Naruto as he read through the rest of the letter. Letter start. I wrote this letter in hopes that I would never have to let you read it because if you do, then I am no longer alive. This letter entails what I promised to tell you when you were 8 years old. That once you become strong enough, I would tell you about your parents. You were more than strong enough a while ago, but I kept prolonging telling you because I didn't know how you'd react. But no more of that because I promised to do it at the end of the Chunin exams. Your name, Naruto, comes from the book of you and your father's sensei, Jiraiya. Naruto, you are the son of Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze, the Yandame Hokage. I know it's hard to believe, but yes, you are indeed his son. Minato couldn't choose someone else's child for the sealing if he wasn't willing to sacrifice his own. Minato was a shrewd man, rarely doing something without reason. I'm sure there was another reason besides keeping the balance of power between the nations equal for placing the kyuubi in you. There was probably an enemy shinobi who took the kyuubi and set it on the village while your mother was giving birth to you. Yes, your mother was the Jinchuriki before you and the seal weakened during childbirth. We set up many security parameters to prevent that from happening. Not to mention that your father and mother were seal masters. It might have been hard to keep the kyuubi at bay, but I believe they could have done it. That's why I believe that there was another shinobi there who interfered with the sealing. But that's just purely speculation. Maybe the kyuubi did just get free. We'll never know as we weren't there. Your mother was a beautiful woman. Kushina was a very level-headed and often cheerful young woman. Even though she usually had a calm and kind demeanor, she did have quite the temper on her, and occasionally lashed out at those that angered her. She was also fearless and more than anything, loved your father and you very much. Kushina is also special to Konoha as she is the first great-granddaughter of Mito Uzumaki and Hashirama Senju. This came to be because her grandmother, Hashirama and Mito's first child, was sent to Yuzushiogakure, Hidden Edi village, the village that housed the famous Uzumaki clan where Mito originated from. She was sent there due to the agreement between Konoha and Yuzushio that a child of Hashirama and Mito would eventually be sent back to their village to live and cement our already strong alliance. Years later, as Mito, the first kyuubi Jinchuriki, was reaching the end of her lifespan, Kushina was sent back to the village to become its second Jinchuriki. She had the chakra and ability to restrain Jinchuriki just like her great-grandmother. So you were indeed already related to Hashirama-sensei before you even discovered your Mokuton ability. I didn't have a lot of time to write this letter as it's about an hour away from the start of the Chunin exams, but I trust this answered your questions. I'm sure you're gonna grow stronger and even one day, surpass all of the Hokages. I entrust the village with you, Naruto-kun, please protect it always. I'll be looking down from above, so do impress. To help you on your journey, I've decided to give you a gift. A gift that was originally your forefathers. Please use it well and be sure to continue your dreams. When the tree leaves dance, one shall find flames. The fire's shadow will illuminate the village, and once again, tree leaves shall bud anew. Letter end. The letter came with a picture. A picture of a pregnant Kushina with Minato rubbing her belly. They both were looking happy and lovingly at Kushina's pregnant belly, which contained Naruto. Naruto cried a little bit as he looked the picture over. "To-san, father, Ka-chan, mother," said Naruto. "I really was loved. I had parents that loved me. Ka-chan is so pretty. We have the same eyes and she has beautiful red hair. I had a mother and father that wanted me." Naruto had several more tears fall from his face as he continued to look at the picture of his parents. There was a seal at the end of his letter, but he hadn't bothered opening it yet. "Naruto dash," said Kurama until Naruto cut him off. "You knew? This whole time?" asked Naruto. "You were sealed into my mother and my great-great-grandmother and didn't tell me." Kurama stayed quiet as Naruto continued to weep. "I had my suspicions that I was his son. Who else has golden blonde hair like this? That's why I cut it this way. It was the only thing that made sense, but to actually see it and know it's true, I don't know how to feel." Naruto sat staring at the words written by Hiruzen for several more minutes until he heard Kurama speak again. "Of course I knew. I could have told you, but that old man seemed like the one who wanted to. I felt it wasn't my right to take that away from him," said Kurama. "But the old man was right. There was interference that day. A shinobi who wielded the Sharingan. He took you hostage and separated your father from your mother. Since Kushina's seal was weakened at the time due to childbirth, he managed to rip me from the seal and control me with that detestable Sharingan, Your father eventually stopped me and managed to seal me into you at that point. Though it did cost your parents their lives as I attempted to kill you, but they jumped in the way. I'm sorry about that. Naruto sat for a few more minutes pondering Kurama's words. It's fine. You probably didn't want to be sealed again. I wouldn't want either. But this guy you speak of, with the ability to control you with his Sharingan. Is he still alive? If so, could you point him out to me? Asked Naruto in a gravely serious tone at the last part. I'm not sure. But yes, I could if you ever came across him. Why? Asked Kurama, even though he already knew the answer. I'm going to kill him for what he's done, said Naruto as Kurama grinned and nodded. Kurama wanted a piece of that bastard too. Nobody controls me with a Sharingan and gets away with it, said Kurama until he realized something. Except Madara Uchiha, who did it but died before I could get to him. He got away with it. But most people who control me with a Sharingan don't get away with it. Well, actually, Madara was the only one who ever controlled me with a Sharingan. So after we get that punk, only half the people who controlled me with a Sharingan will have gotten away with it. Finished Kurama as he got a slight laugh out of Naruto. Naruto then remembered the last part of Sarutobi's letter and placed his hand over the seal. A poof of smoke later, and a huge scroll landed in Naruto's lap. The scroll of seals? Said Naruto as he recognized the scroll. Why did he give it to me? It's supposed to be for the Hokage's eyes only? Well, it was owned by Hashirama Senju. It probably has techniques in there that someone with your ability can use. Plus, he knew it would safer in your hands anyway. It was stolen once before, remember? Said Kurama as Naruto nodded. Yeah. Mizuki became a traitor and tried to steal it. Who's to say someone else won't? I'll let Jiraiya-sensei, Jiraiya Kyofu and Tsunade Baka know in the morning, said Naruto. Naruto destroyed Sarutobi's letter as he laid back down to get some rest. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto didn't get much rest that night as he sat up thinking about his parents. Flashback end. Jiraiya looked at Naruto as he said, So you know I'm your godfather? Yeah. It's pretty cool, actually. Why do you think I called you Jiraiya Kyofu? Asked Naruto as he saw Jiraiya's shocked expression. What? You're not even mad or anything? I could have raised you? Asked Jiraiya as he picked back up his jaw. Meh, said Naruto nonchalantly. Why should I be? There's no use crying over the past. I'm not going to be a chump and bitch about why you were never around. I never asked to be checked on, I just wanted to find someone to acknowledge me and I got that with Gigi and a few others. Plus, you had duties to attend to and probably your own things to deal with, since Minato was your student, said Naruto as he then took on a thoughtful expression. Plus, I couldn't imagine what I'd be like if I had you as an active influence on my life during my childhood. And now, at least I know who gave me my sweet little Gamachan. Naruto pulled out what appeared to be a wallet shaped like a toad and rubbed it against his face lovingly. Jiraiya smiled down at Naruto. You took that better than anyone could have expected, Gaki. I'm proud of you. So are you going to change your name or something? Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Senju or something weird like that? That would be too stupid and I still don't think you should tell people about your parents, said Jiraiya as Naruto shook his head in agreement. What the hell kinda name is that? That's way too long in the first place. Being a Senju is fine enough and I understand about not telling people about my father and mother. I already have a huge bounty, I don't need a bigger one, said Naruto. Well, great then, kid. Let's get on the road. And maybe we'll find a better way to conceal that scroll, said Jiraiya as Naruto nodded. Well, Orochimaru did seal a summoning contract on his arm. I'll probably put a tattoo on me to store the scroll in and only take it out when I need it. Can you do something like? Said Naruto as Jiraiya smiled. Of course. We'll do it when we get back to Konoha. Let's catch up to the girls first, said Jiraiya as he and Naruto took to the treetops to catch up. Konoha, several hours later. Man! Today is so boring! Shouted Kotetsu as he slammed his forehead onto the desk of the guard booth. Kotetsu had been assigned gate guard duty again, and was really getting bored with what was going on, or rather the lack of what was going on. Izumo chuckled slightly. You're right, but I have a feeling something good will happen. The last time I felt this feeling was when we saw that Ambu with Jiraiya-sama, said Izumo. Izumo then noticed several figures approaching in the distance. Seems some people are coming. Kotetsu got prepared to write down their names as he then gasped slightly. That's Tsunade-sama! Shouted Izumo as he recognized the blonde lady in front of them. She's with Jiraiya-sama and Shizen-san, and that same Ambu. Did they return her to the village? Wait, that's Naruto! Naruto! Naruto looked toward the gate as he saw Izumo and Kotetsu. Those were the Chunin who placed that genjutsu on the door during the Chunin exams. Oh hey guys! Damn, you guys stay at this gate? Do you guys have eternal gate guards in Kumo Yugi-chan? Asked Naruto as he turned to Yujito. She had gone unnoticed by Izumo and Kotetsu up until that point. Yujito laughed slightly. Yeah, we do. They are always at the gate as well. Ever since I could remember. Started Yujito until she was stopped by Kotetsu from entering Konoha. I'm sorry, ma'am. We cannot allow you to enter our village under any circumstance, said Kotetsu as Yujito shook her head. But I'm here to show our treaty papers to your Hokage. The previous 10-year agreement is ending soon and I'm here to re-establish it. Here are my papers, said Yujito as Izumo shook his head. That's the thing. We don't have a Hokage at this point, so we can't allow you to enter. Sorry, said Izumo. Izumo then heard a series of coughs from Naruto that sounded vaguely like, Tsunade is the new Hokage. She's fine. I'm the Godame Hokage, so she has my permission. So could you please let her through? Asked Tsunade as Izumo fainted in shock. Yes, ma'am. Godame-sama, as you all were, said Kotetsu as he dragged Izumo back into the guard booth. The group of 5 and a pig headed toward the Hokage tower as Kotetsu tried waking up his partner. Damn, Izumo, you were right, it did get interesting. Tsunade, Shizen, Jiraiya, Naruto, and Yujito all arrived in the Hokage tower and were situated in Tsunade's new office. I can't believe I came back here. Let alone became the Hokage, said Tsunade as she took in a deep breath and exhaled. Naruto smiled and threw a hand around Tsunade's shoulder. But you are, and it's for the best. The village needed you and it's definitely going to be much better off with you back here, said Naruto as Tsunade smiled. We'll see about that, brat, but technically you're the only Konoha ninja I've met, and I'm sure there's a crap ton of stuff I have to do before I can truly settle in. So get the hell out of my office and do something with your life. I'm sure I'll see you again soon. We have many things to discuss, Naruto, Senju, said Tsunade as Naruto nodded in understanding. Naruto looked at Yujito expectantly. All right, said Yujito as she pulled out the scroll written by the Raikage and handed it to Tsunade. Tsunade opened the scroll and read through its contents quickly. After about a minute or so, Tsunade nodded. Looks good. I'll give you a reply scroll after a couple of days once I consult with a few people. For now, welcome to Konoha, said Tsunade as she smiled at Yujito. Yujito looked shocked. You're not even going to have someone watch me? I'm a foreign shinobi in your village? I mean no harm, but really? Said Yujito until she heard Naruto go through another fit of coughs. Though these coughs sounded like, I'll be watching you. Don't worry. I already have a ninja guarding you. He's right here, now get going, Naruto and Yujito. I have things to do, said Tsunade. Shall we, Yugi-chan? Asked Naruto as he held out an arm for Yujito. Yujito smiled at the gesture and linked arms with Naruto as they walked out of the office. Now, time to get to business. Shizen, please alert all shinobi of Chunin rank or higher that they will have a meeting with me personally as I need to get acquainted with the shinobi here. I'm sure the elders will be here to talk soon too, so be prepared for that. I'm pretty sure I'll have a coronation tomorrow. Damn, I hate speeches. Oh, and, said Tsunade. Jiraiya was trying to sneak out of the window, but Tsunade grabbed his collar. Jiraiya, you're helping me. You got me into this mess, then you can help me get settled in. That's an order. Jiraiya cried anime tears as he was forced to stay and help out Tsunade. He had wanted to go do some research at the hot springs but was now stuck with Tsunade for the day. Naruto's apartment. So this is where you live? Asked Yujito as she sat upon Naruto's couch. Naruto had taken her to his apartment so he could change out of his Anbu uniform. This is home. Ever since I was 6 years old I've been here, called out Naruto from his room. You know, kitten. That boy is probably naked in there right now. You should just walk in there right now, push him onto his bed and climb on top of the... Started Yujito's bijou until she cut her off. Yujito was blushing a serious shade of red. You know this seems very suggestive, Naruto-kun, said Yujito as Naruto walked out of the room. Well, excuse me. I'm not that easy, Yugi-chan. You have to buy me dinner first, said Naruto as Yujito laughed slightly. He was wearing a simple gray shirt with a black Senju clan emblem on the back and black pants with black shinobi sandals. He left his forehead protector today as his hair fell slightly to cover his forehead, and he put the scroll of seals into a smaller scroll which placed that in his ninja pouch. Let's show you Konoha, said Naruto as he and Yujito exited his apartment. You were just in the Hokage Tower and a little bit away is the academy, right over here. Naruto walked Yujito around Konoha pointing out places of interest, running through a little detail on each of them. As Naruto was walking Yujito around, he was being greeted by civilians calling him a hero. A hero, huh? Said Yujito with an interested smirk. Naruto smiled back. Something like that. Though I wouldn't call myself a hero. I was merely doing my job as any other ninja would, said Naruto as Yujito shook her head slightly. That's exactly what a hero would say, said Yujito. Her stomach then growled slightly as Naruto took notice. I know the perfect place for dinner, said Naruto still smiling as he touched Yujito's shoulder. The next instant, Naruto and Yujito vanished in a powerful shunshin. As they vanished, a person who had been stalking the two ever since she saw them looked up shocked at the quick disappearance. Naruto and Yujito's stalker blew the bang out of her face as she thought. Naruto-kun's back! But who's that girl with him? What the hell is she doing with my man? I have to get to the bottom of this, thought the person as she went around Konoha searching for Naruto again. Naruto and Yujito appeared on top of a building as Naruto jumped down back to the street. I will never get over how fast your shunshin speed is. It's incredible, said Yujito as she joined Naruto on the ground in front of the restaurant. This is the place? Ichiraku's? Trust me. It's the best ramen. No food in the world, said Naruto as he opened the flap for him and Yujito to step inside. Yo, old man, and I am Chan. I'm back. Out from the back came the owner of the restaurant, Tucci. Naruto, my boy. You're back, and oh ho? Who's the pretty lady with you? Asked Tucci as Yujito blushed slightly. This is Kumo's Hellcat, Yujito ni. She's in town for a little while as we do peace talks between villages, said Naruto, who stopped Tucci from asking his next question. Yes, we have a new Hokage. It's Tsunade back on. Tucci nodded his head and smiled happily at the announcement. Tsunade-sama is the new Hokage. That's great news. So great, that your meal is on the house, Naruto, and your dates too, said Tucci as Naruto fist pumped in the air. Hell yeah! Shouted Naruto as he and Yujito ordered their food. As they sat and ate, several figures were spying on them. Holy shit! Said one of the spies with a small dog on his head barking in agreement. Naruto sure knows a hot chick when he sees one, get it in bro! As he said that he was elbowed in the side by a blonde. Shut up, Kiba! We're here to find out what that girl wants with my Naruto-kun, said the blonde as a pink-haired girl agreed. Ino's right, Kiba, but sheesh. That chick is amazing. She's everything you want to be, Ino. She's got the curves, the style, and... Started the pink-haired girl until she was cut off by Kiba. Boobs! Not like the girls from our class like Sakura and you, Ino, all flat-chested and underdeveloped, said Kiba as he realized Akamaru was gone. Akamaru? Where'd you go, boy? Kiba heard Akamaru bark several feet away. Idiot? Why would he call me a? Thought Kiba until he was hit by a huge amount of killing intent. What was that, Kiba? Asked Ino as she cracked her knuckles. You want to repeat what you said about girls from your class, specifically me and Sakura? Finished Ino as Sakura cracked her knuckles too. I said shit, said Kiba as he got pummeled to the floor by a righteous Ino and Sakura. As Sakura and Ino were pummeling Kiba, they didn't realize they had their own audience. Sakura and Ino-chan. Ino and Sakura froze at the voice. Mid-punch, Ino looked up with a smile. Naruto-kun. Hi. When'd you get back? Said Ino as she straightened up along with Sakura. Not too long ago. Why are you beating down on Kiba? Asked Naruto as Ino and Sakura smiled sheepishly. Before they could answer, Kiba beat them to the punch. 'Cause they're jealous of the hot girl beside you, said Kiba. Yujito laughed slightly as Naruto looked amused. Well then. This is Yujito, a Kumo ninja. She's here to negotiate a treaty between our villages. Yes, we have a new Hokage. It's Tsunade back on, said Naruto as Sakura perked up. Tsunade as in Tsunade Senju, one of the 3 Sannin? She's here? Asked Sakura as Naruto nodded. Sakura took off at that announcement. She was a budding medic nin, and who better to talk to than the greatest one in the world. Kiba had already stumbled away, leaving Ino alone with the other blondes. Ino smiled awkwardly as she said, Well, I think my father needs me at the flower shop. Bye. Finished Ino as she took off. Yujito smirked slightly. Seems someone is a woman killer. I hope your little stalker didn't think we never noticed her before just now, said Yujito as Naruto shook his head slightly with a smile. Naruto noticed the sun going down and got another idea. Hey Yugi-chan, you want to see my favorite spot in all of Konoha? Especially during this time of day. Naruto didn't wait for Yujito to answer as he grabbed her hand and vanished in another shunshin. Several minutes later, Yujito understood why this was Naruto's favorite spot. It's beautiful, said Yujito. Naruto had taken them to the top of the Hokage monument on the Yandame's head to watch the sunset. Naruto smiled slightly. Yeah, it is. I come up here just to watch it all. My village and the view of the sunset that paints it a beautiful shade, said Naruto as he didn't notice Yujito staring at him. He's so amazing. And doesn't even realize it, thought Yujito as her Bijou nodded in agreement. You could make him realize, kitten, said the Nibi as Yujito became confused internally. Sensing her Jinchuriki's wonder, Nibi decided to elaborate. All you have to do is tear his clothes off and ride him until he dash. Started the Nibi until she was cut off by Yujito. Thank you, Nibi, thought Yujito as she and Naruto watched the sun go down. Eventually, Yujito yawned slightly and it didn't escape Naruto's attention. Tired? Asked Naruto as Yujito nodded slightly. Well, let's get you to a bed. Naruto and Yujito stood up as Naruto gestured for her to get on his back. You do realize I can walk to a hotel, right? Said Yujito even though she still climbed onto Naruto's back. Naruto smirked slightly and began to walk down the mountain face using chakra to stay attached to it. I know. I just have this fetish for carrying beautiful women. Sorry about that, said Naruto with a smile. Yujito blushed again as Naruto continued to a local inn in Konoha to drop Yujito off for the night. 2 days later. 2 days had passed since Naruto returned to Konoha with Tsunade. Konoha introduced her as their 5th Hokage the day after their arrival. After her coronation, Naruto took Yujito to the hospital to meet Sasuke. Sasuke had been in a coma since Itachi used his jutsu on him. Tsunade had healed him earlier and Naruto decided to visit his friend. The visit was cool. Sasuke kept calling Yujito Naruto's girlfriend, but they denied it every time. The only weird thing about the visit was that Naruto almost knocked over an old man with a cane. The old man had bandages around his right eye and an X on his chin. Upon asking Sasuke who that was, Sasuke said he had no clue, just a civilian trying to make sure he was fine. Naruto nodded his head but kinda was wondering if that really was what happened. Today, though, Naruto and Yujito were headed to Tsunade's office. Naruto had been summoned by a hawk telling him to come and bring Yujito as well. Naruto and Yujito arrived in Tsunade's office to see Kakashi, Sasuke, Asuma, Shikamaru, Kurenai, and Shino standing in front of Tsunade's desk. Seated in Tsunade's desk was Tsunade herself, with Shizen and Jiraiya standing behind her. Shikaku Nara, Konoha's Jonin commander, was also in the office along with Konoha's council, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane. Naruto stood beside Sasuke as Tsunade addressed everyone. "Nice to see you arrive, brat. Now we can get this started. I have gone over the recommendations and performances from the recent Chunin exams. You four did extremely well. Shikamaru Nara, for your well-thought-out strategy and excellent use of your clan's jutsu and know-how of when to get away, you are being promoted to Chunin. Come get your flak jacket," said Tsunade as Shikamaru lazily walked over to Shizen to grab his new jacket. Shikamaru sighed as he grabbed his flak jacket. "Troublesome, now I have to do more missions and they'll be harder." "Troublesome," said Shikamaru as Asuma patted him on the back. "Damn, he's lazy. Didn't even get excited," thought Tsunade as she moved on to the next genin. "Shino Aburame, for great planning against your opponent and amazing prowess in your family's jutsu, you are being promoted to Chunin. Come get your flak jacket," said Tsunade as Shino moved to get his flak jacket. "Thank you, Hokage-sama," said Shino as he grabbed his flak jacket and moved back beside a smiling Kurenai. "Sasuke Uchiha, for a great display of taijutsu, genjutsu, and ninjutsu. Great mastery of fire techniques and your dojutsu, along with finishing your matches with efficiency, and your help during the invasion. You are being promoted to Chunin. Come and grab your flak jacket," said Tsunade as Sasuke smirked slightly. Sasuke walked up and grabbed his flak jacket as he said, "Thank you." Sasuke then turned to Naruto. "Told you I'd get my flak jacket before you." Naruto chuckled slightly at Sasuke, who walked back beside him. "Naruto Senju," said Tsunade as Naruto looked on excited at this moment. "For a great display of ability well above genin level, maybe even Chunin level. Including the controlled use of your bijou, the display of a kekkei genkai only seen once, and your assistance during the invasion. I hereby promote you to Chunin. Please come get your flak jacket." Naruto strode over to Shizen and grabbed his vest as he also got a hug from Shizen. Naruto walked back beside Sasuke as Tsunade smiled at her new Chunins. "Congratulations to all of you for your promotions. Do Konoha proud," said Tsunade. "Shino and Kurenai, you may leave. I have something for these three," finished Tsunade as Kurenai and Shino nodded and exited the office. Koharu, Hamura, and Shikaku also left as this part had nothing to do with them. "Good. Now that they're gone, Shikamaru, I have a letter for you. It's from the Fire Daimyo asking for you to become one of his personal guardians. It's up to you, so think about it and give me your answer before the week is up," said Tsunade as she handed Shikamaru a letter. "Troublesome," said Shikamaru as he grabbed the letter and left along with Asuma. "Yujito ni. I have a response for you to return to your Reikage when you go back. I'm certain that will be within the day, so have a great trip back. It was a pleasure getting to know you, and I'm certain I'll see you again. I need to speak to Sasuke and Naruto in private for a second, so if you could please wait outside for a little bit. I'm sure you want to say goodbye to your boyfriend, so I'll try to get him out quickly," said Tsunade as she handed a blushing Yujito a scroll as she then exited. As soon as she left, an Umbu in a tiger mask appeared from the floorboard. Naruto recognized the Umbu immediately. "Tora-sensei! Does this mean it's time?" thought Naruto. "Naruto Senju and Sasuke Uchiha. I'm assuming you both still want to be Umbu," said Tora as they both nodded their heads. "Good. Be at this location at 8 a.m. sharp. Don't be late. And only bring yourselves and your Umbu equipment. See you then," finished Tora as he dissolved back into the floorboard. "Well, I'm out of here. Good luck tomorrow, you two. I'm so proud of you guys. Have fun," said Kakashi as he poofed away in a shunshin. "See you tomorrow morning, Sasuke," said Naruto as he and Sasuke fist bumped. Naruto walked out of Tsunade's office as he found Yujito seated outside. You wanna go get your stuff? Asked Naruto as Yujito nodded. Naruto and Yujito walked to go and get her stuff ready to leave. After about an hour, Naruto and Yujito were situated at the village gate. Well, this looks like it's it for a while, said Yujito as Naruto nodded. True that. Unless you decide to come to find me again, I wouldn't mind that at all, said Naruto as Yujito smiled. Yujito lunged at Naruto, who was unprepared for her sudden movement. Yujito wrapped her arms around his neck in a hug. Thank you for this past week. It's been one of the best of my lives, said Yujito, still pressed into Naruto. Naruto finally got over his shock and hugged her back. No problem. We'll make a better one next time we meet. That's a promise, said Naruto, still hugging Yujito. Yujito could feel Naruto's ever-prominent warmth. Yujito gathered some courage from said warmth and moved her head back slightly, which made Naruto look toward her. Before he could say or do anything, Yujito pressed her lips against his. It was a fast kiss and barely more than a peck. It did, however, let Naruto feel Yujito's soft lips, and he even tried to lean back and to continue it, but Yujito spoke first. Don't tell anyone that happened. That was just my way of saying thank you, don't look into it, said Yujito as she walked away from Naruto. Or do. Either or is fine with me. Naruto watched Yujito turn and walk away. As she walked away, Yujito was swaying her hips ever so slightly, and Naruto couldn't help but notice every curve of her perfect body. That's just not fair, thought Naruto as he watched her all the way until she disappeared off the path. Damn. You were winning this whole time and then she hits you with that. Yujito 1, Naruto 0. Good luck evening the score, said Kurama as Naruto smirked slightly. I'll definitely even the score. But first, I need to see Jiraiya-sensei about that tattoo, then I'll get prepped for tomorrow, big day ahead, thought Naruto as he walked back through the gate. Hell yeah, Naruto! Bagging that Kumo bombshell, I saw that kiss just now. Way to go! Shouted Izumo at the gate. Izumo and Kotetsu had watched Naruto and Yujito the whole time and clearly caught all the action. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly as he vanished in a shunshin to escape that conversation. Damn, he's gone already. You get the picture for Jiraiya-sama? Asked Izumo as Kotetsu nodded and held up a picture. You know I did. I can make out Tactics, first edition with his autograph. Score, said Kotetsu as he held up the picture of Yujito and Naruto mid-kiss. The next morning, Naruto arrived at the location given to him by Tora. It was a subtle gesture with his hands as he spoke that Naruto guessed was a sort of test to make sure you were Umbu material. Naruto was wearing his Umbu uniform and had bandages wrapped around his right shoulder down to his bicep. Naruto noticed Sasuke walk up about 2 minutes later and held out a fist to his friend. Nice of you to catch that yesterday, said Naruto as Sasuke smirked. He flashed his Sharingan. I have the best eyes out of us two, of course, I caught that small detail. You ready to be an Umbu? It's hard out there, said Sasuke, bumping fist with Naruto as he let his Sharingan fade. Naruto nodded his head until he realized something. Hard out there? What do you mean? Have you been out there before? Asked Naruto as he questioned Sasuke. Sasuke had been acting fishy lately. Before Sasuke could answer, an Umbu in a snake mask appeared. Hello, recruits. Today marks the start of your specialized training to become an official Umbu, said Hibi, Snake, as Naruto looked confused. Training? I thought we were already in, asked Naruto as he got a sense of dread from Hibi. He could feel the sinister smile of the Umbu that only one lady he knew had. Of course Anko is Hibi, oh no, thought Naruto as Hibi pulled out a kunai. No, my dear Gaki. That was just an invitation. The real fun begins now, and if you survive these next 2 months then you'll make it. If not, then you'll not be one, you may even die. Who knows? Said Hibi as she then said. Welcome to hell. 2 months later. There was a full moon tonight as two figures stood atop the Hokage Tower. They were both clad in umbu uniforms, one with a raised collar and hawk mask on. The other was standing with his golden blonde hair swaying with the gentle breeze as he held his Gamma mask in his hand. It was Naruto and Sasuke dressed in the same umbu uniforms they wore during the Chunin exams with swords now strapped to their backs. "You ready?" asked Sasuke through his mask. Naruto placed on his own mask and replied, "Ready." At that word, both of the two vanished into thin air and arrived in front of a building. Right outside the door, Tsunade was standing there waiting for them. As the two landed, Tsunade nodded her head at the two who nodded back in reply. Tsunade looked proud at the two shinobi in front of her. One was her nephew and the other was his best friend. They were ready. From everything she had seen in the past 2 months, they were as formidable as they come. Two ninjas who were well on their way to becoming the best. Both of them were friends and also rivals. For a brief moment, Tsunade thought she saw her grandfather and Madara, but she quickly dispelled that thought as she opened the door and escorted the two new umbu inside. It was time for Gamma and Taka's Hawk initiation into umbu. As the Hokage, it was Tsunade's job to oversee the initiation ceremony. After all, they were directly chosen by her and meant to serve her, so of course, she would be there. Tsunade opened a huge double door as she motioned for Naruto and Sasuke to enter. Upon entering, Naruto and Sasuke noticed several umbus standing around a small lighted area in a circle. Naruto and Sasuke both entered the small circle as then noticed Kakashi standing there reading his orange book. Kakashi-sensei, of course he'd be here. He was an umbu captain, thought Naruto as Tsunade stepped in front of the two recruits. All of the surrounding umbu, including Naruto and Sasuke, bowed at Tsunade's appearance. Kakashi merely threw out a mock salute as he continued to read his book. "My fellow shinobi, we are here today to welcome 2 recruits into umbu. Gamma, Taka, please step forward," said Tsunade as Naruto and Sasuke approached Tsunade. The other umbu picked their heads back up as Tsunade continued to speak. "They have passed the trials of an umbu and have been sworn in to protect Konoha at all costs. By the power invested in me by Konoha, I hereby announce Naruto Senju and Sasuke Uchiha as official members of the umbu Black Ops. Welcome your new brothers." As Tsunade said that, the swirl marks on Naruto and Sasuke's left arm, between their shoulder and bicep, glowed red until it became its original black again. Several of the surrounding umbu came down to greet the new members. "How you do think they'll do?" asked Tsunade as Kakashi snapped his book closed. "I'm sure they'll be fine, Tsunade-sama. Trust me, I was their sensei after all," said Kakashi as Tsunade nodded. "Seems they'll be just fine," thought Tsunade watching Naruto and Sasuke interact with their new teammates. Chapter 16, Secrets. Time skip 3 months later. "Ha ha! Damn right! That had to be the easiest village yet," shouted a man with an IWA headband on. He was surrounded by a little over 20 other shinobi, all with different headbands representing Mizu, IWA, and 2 from Konoha. They all had one thing in common: their headbands all had a long slash through them, signaling their statuses as missing needs. A Mizu shinobi laughed. "Of course. A civilian village like that can't stop a group of shinobi. Especially with our invincible leader, Aoi. Matter of fact," said the missing nin as he looked toward a cage filled with women of various ages. "I think I'll take one of our captures for a spin." A few others nodded their heads in agreement and joined in. As the men approached the cage, the women screamed in fear. While that was taking place, an umbu with a toad mask appeared in the treetops above them. Directly opposite of him, another umbu in a hawk mask also appeared. To their left and right, an umbu with purple hair and a cat mask appeared along with a bird-masked umbu. The cat-masked umbu was the captain of the squad, Yugao Yuzuki. A capable kunoichi and experienced umbu captain. She is an expert kenjutsu user and the leader of the group of 4. Over a small radio, Nico, cat, began handing out orders to her squad. "Gamma, secure the women and find our target, Aoi Rokusho. Torai, bird, move the women to safety. Taka and I will eliminate the rest. Go!" shouted Nico as all of the Anbu sprung into action. Hurry up, Aoi, and open the gate! Shouted an angered IWA ninja toward a Konoha missing nin in a Chunin flak jacket. He looked to respond until a wooden dome appeared in front of the women, completely blocking them off from the missing nins. Gamma landed on top of that wooden dome holding the snake's seal. Mokuton, Mokujihiki, wood style, wood locking wall, thought Gamma as Tori appeared behind the wall to get the women to safety. What, Konoha Anbu? Thought Aoi as he was cut from his musings by the sound of birds chirping behind him. Aoi turned to see Taka rip through a shinobi with a chidori and Nico slice cleanly into another with her katana. Both died on the spot. Shit, they found me. Oh well, thought Aoi as he yelled out orders. Intruders! Fight until we kill them all! The group of men cheered as they all separated to face off against their foes. Aoi pulled out what appeared to be the hilt of a sword as he looked toward the Anbu standing on the domed wall. With Taka flung the dead shinobi off of his hand as he let his chidori dissipate. Upon doing so, he noticed 8 shinobis staring him down, all hailing from Mizu. Heh! Let's see if those from Mizu dance well, said Taka, turning his face to look at all of them behind his hawk mask. Dance? Whatever, you are so dead meat for killing Kajika, said one of the ninja as he went through several hand seals along with the others. Suetun, Mizurappa, water style, violent water wave, shouted the group of shinobi as they fired a powerful jet of water at the purple-masked Anbu. The combined attack created a huge depression in the earth as everything in its path was destroyed. Seeing no trace of the Anbu, the missing nin laughed. That sure was easy. Let's go help out the others, said the ninja as he turned to head toward another opponent. However, upon turning, he came face to face with a white mask that had an enchanting red glow coming from the eye holes. How did he survive? Thought the shinobi until he fell into a deep sleep from being placed under a genjutsu. Taka threw a kunai into his head to make sure he was finished. He then turned to the rest of the group as his hands sparked with electricity. Taka took off, tearing into the rest of the Mizu shinobi with gusto. He dealt with his group easily as they were no better than genins. With Nico. Seems Aoi was hanging out with only genins. This will be an easy recapture, thought Nico as she jumped to dodge an IWA shinobi's sword slash. While still in midair, Nico swung her sword in a counterclockwise circle, leaving after images of her sword all the way around. Abrozukyo, hazy moon night, said Nico. She then swung her sword forward as she landed and sprinted through the 10 shinobi surrounding her with incredible speed. There were after images of her cutting the surrounding IWA shinobi, who all received powerful slashes or stabs in vital areas at roughly the same time seemingly, sending them to their deaths. Nico then placed her hand on her radio. Taka. When you finish up, assist Gamma. I will help Tori with getting all the women away, said Nico. Hearing a HN on the other side of the radio from Taka, she scoffed slightly. Disrespectful brat. Nico took off to assist Tori in evacuating the women as Taka went to join Gamma and facing off against Aoi and his group. With Gamma. Hey asshole! What the hell do you think you're doing? Those are our women, said an angered IWA ninja as he stared at the toad-faced Anbu. Another shinobi actually managed to recognize that the Anbu used Mokuton and grew fearful. Before he could speak, the Anbu spoke first. Aoi Rokusho. Chunin level missing nin from Konoha. Wanted for stealing the Raijin no Ken, sword of the Thunder God. Please come peacefully and you will be given a fair trial. Aoi smirked slightly. Ha, you couldn't take me back even if you used force. I know who you are. There are only 2 Mokuton users left and you're the one with the golden blonde hair. Naruto Senju, Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. Despite your impressive skill set, you should know that this sword makes its wielder invincible, said Aoi as the sword hilt he had pulled out burst with yellow lightning taking the shape of a sword. You won't be able to stop me, no matter how much you try. This sword can cut through anything. Some of Aoi's surrounding shinobi looked conflicted. They all knew of Naruto Senju and what he was capable of. But they also knew what Aoi could do and how powerful he was with that sword. However, they didn't want to be around for the battle. Gamma didn't give them a chance to run away though. Mokuton, Shikuro no Jutsu, wood style, 4-pillar prison technique, said Gamma as he flashed through 4 hand seals. A huge wooden cage rose from beneath the group of shinobi, trapping them in a wooden box. Gamma threw several kunai attached with explosive notes on both corners of the box facing him. The tags began to burn, signaling an imminent explosion. "Get out! It's going to explode!" shouted an IWA shinobi as he and several others tried breaking out of the technique. Their attempts were futile as the wood was infused with chakra and incredibly durable. "Shit dash!" Boom! The wooden box exploded violently as pieces of the wooden box and body parts were thrown everywhere. Gamma scanned the surroundings to check for any survivors. Aoi had escaped the durable prison by slicing through it with his sword. There was also another ninja laying beside him with a few singes on his clothes. Seems Aoi survived, and is that another Konoha ninja? Who is that? Thought Gamma as he looked toward the still smirking Aoi. I can cut through your wood. You won't get me with a simple trick like that, said Aoi. The smaller Konoha ninja beside Aoi stood up and proceeded to run away from the danger. Idate! You coward! Said Aoi as Idate began fleeing the scene, leaving just him and Gamma alone. As Aoi was turning around, he saw Gamma appear in his face with a shunshin holding a Rasengan. Gamma's hand began to come forward as he sent his Rasengan into Aoi, who was surprised by the quick movement of the toad-faced Umbu. Aoi, though surprised, reacted quick enough to parry the jutsu with his sword. Gamma's Rasengan and Aoi's Thunder God sword clashed for a few seconds until Aoi smirked slightly. You don't seem to realize how powerful this sword is. With this sword I am invincible, shouted Aoi as he cut through Gamma's Rasengan cleanly. The sword continued as it sliced into the Umbu's shoulder and took his arm clean off. Aoi looked pleased with the results until the Umbu in front of him turned into wood. A clone? Then where is the real one at dash? Thought Aoi until he was cut off by the sound of another Rasengan. The real Gamma was situated above Aoi as he sent Aoi crashing into the ground with a Rasengan to the back. As Aoi laid prone in the small crater created from the Rasengan, Gamma retrieved the Raijin no Ken and placed it in a sealing scroll. Gamma then placed his hands in the snake's seal as he created wooden stocks around Aoi to keep him from moving. Shit! It's suppressing my chakra, I can't get out, thought Aoi as he struggled against the binds. There's no need in trying. Someone of your caliber can't break out of that with physical strength. You were nothing but a mere Chunin teacher at the academy, who couldn't hack it in Konoha and decided to go rogue. It's over, said Gamma as he then hit Aoi to send him into unconsciousness. Taka appeared back in the clearing right after Gamma knocked Aoi out. Taka had Idate, the Konoha shinobi who tried to escape earlier, slung over his shoulder. Taka had easily caught up to and subdued Idate. Upon capturing him, Idate spilled the beans about everything. From his being fooled by Aoi into stealing the Raijin no Ken, to getting forced to go rouge with him or die. Idate tried to continue but Taka just knocked him unconscious as he didn't care anymore, not that he cared in the first place. After Taka told Gamma about Idate, Gamma touched his radio to tell Nico. Taicho. We have captured missing Nin, Aoi Rokusho, and retrieved the Raijin no Ken. We even caught missing Nin, Idate Marino, said Naruto as he waited for a response. Gamma didn't wait long as Nico immediately responded. Good work. I have already sent word to the retrieval team. Ibiki will be at your coordinates shortly. Once he arrives, meet us at the rendezvous point. Out. Gamma nodded his head as he waited patiently with Taka for Ibiki's arrival. After about an hour of waiting, Gamma sensed several presences nearing their position. Shortly afterward, Ibiki and several other torture and interrogation shinobi appeared. Thank you for your work here. Your job is done, we'll take it from here, spoke Ibiki as his men went to grab Aoi and Idate. Gamma and Taka nodded as they both leaped off into the forest to meet back up with the rest of their squad. As Idate and Aoi were being taken away, Ibiki couldn't help but feel happy on the inside. One being, his little brother was still alive. Ide Marino is Ibiki's younger brother, and even though they had their differences, they were still family. The second being, the man who caused all of this, Aoiro Kusho, was now in his custody. He was the man who stole his brother away from him and scarred his head with the Raijin no Ken as he was leaving the village. Oh, Aoi was about to become Ibiki's bitch, and he would hold no mercy toward him. One day later. It was near 7 o'clock in the evening as several people were situated in the Hokage's office. Squad 3 stood in front of Tsunade's desk as Tsunade sat behind it reading their mission report. After a minute or so, Tsunade nodded her head at the results. Another mission success. Great job, Squad 3. You have a day's rest. Dismissed, said Tsunade. At the word dismissed, the squad nodded and disappeared, except for Gamma. Tsunade noticed him still standing there and looked confused slightly. Hokage-sama. If we could have a word in private? Asked Gamma as Tsunade understood the seriousness behind it. Tsunade waved to her two assistants, Shizen and Sakura, that they were done for the day and could go home. As they both left, Gamma smiled behind his mask at Sakura. She had made a great impression on Tsunade and had got taken on as her pupil. Sakura was blossoming well under her guidance, and had told him that she'd catch him and Sasuke soon. Sakura was determined to not get left behind. When the door to Tsunade's office shut, Naruto took off his mask and took in a deep breath. He then slumped into the chair in front of Tsunade's desk as he let that breath go. Tsunade smiled at Naruto's antics. Even though he had joined a serious organization like Umbu, he was still a person, a regular person. So what's up, brat? What did you want to talk about? If it's about the scroll of seals sealed into your arm, said Tsunade as she looked at Naruto's right arm, which had a large orange fox with 9 tails coiling around his shoulder down to his bicep. It's fine. Like I told you before, Sensei wanted you to use it and I do not need it. It's all yours. Naruto shook his head slightly. No, Bie-chan, it's not about that. I was just wondering, have you noticed anything fishy about Sasuke? Asked Naruto as Tsunade looked confused. What makes you think that? Asked Tsunade. Naruto placed a hand under his chin as he went into a contemplative pose. Well, have you noticed how he made the transition into Umbu so easily? It's not a knock on his skills or anything, but even Tenzo-sensei and Yugao-senpai think the same, said Naruto as Tsunade nodded her head. True. He does seem like he's done this type of work before, but I don't believe that's enough to warrant him acting fishy. Kakashi could have been helping him learn about it just as Tenzo has been teaching you. So there has to be something else that makes you say that? Questioned Tsunade. Yeah, 2 more things actually. First, he had a visitor during his time in the hospital and I bumped into that guy when I went to see Sasuke with Yujito. He told me he was just some civilian wishing him well, but the guy had chakra like a ninja. Do you know of any old, crippled guy with a bandaged right eye and a scar on his chin that looks like an X? Asked Naruto. Tsunade showed no outward reaction but internally was shocked. Danzo? What the hell could he want with Sasuke? Thought Tsunade as she nodded to Naruto. Yes, that's Danzo Shimura, an old teammate of Sarutobi-sensei. He was quite skilled as a shinobi but got crippled during the Third Shinobi War, and has been an advisor ever since. You really have never seen him? Asked Tsunade as Naruto shook his head no. No. I've never seen him in person, but I have heard stories about Danzo from Gigi. Of course not. I'm not sure many people in Konoha have even seen Danzo, let alone heard of him, thought Tsunade. And the last thing was what he said to me. It wasn't necessarily the last thing, but he told me to remember that every leaf in the forest has 2 sides. What the hell could that mean? Do you know? That's an old code from the Third Shinobi War. But that's only used by Konoha shinobi who go on S-rank missions and try to avoid persecution from the higher-up shinobi. Only the Sannin, sensei, and the advisors know that code. Danzo must have told Sasuke. But why would he need it? I'll have to get down to the bottom of this, thought Tsunade as she shook her head no to Naruto's question. Of course, she knew about the code, but why make Naruto grow even more worried about his friend? She'd handle it so it'll be fine. Tsunade then smirked slightly as she decided to get off this serious topic with Naruto. She was off duty, so why not have a little fun? Tsunade pulled out a picture and slid it toward Naruto. Naruto looked confused as he wondered what she was trying to show him. He picked up the picture and blushed immediately. How did you get this picture? There's no way that you could have took this. It was just me, Yujito, Izumo and Kotetsu took it, said Naruto. He was holding a copy of the picture of his and Yujito's kiss. Kumogaku's Hellcat and the orange fox of Konoha sharing a kiss. You do realize a picture like this would make someone extremely wealthy? Especially since we have to make copies of all letters sent to different villages. Like the ones exchanged between you and Yujito these past few months. I never knew you'd be so dash, said Tsunade, holding pieces of paper that held the contents of Naruto and Yujito's letters. Naruto immediately snatched the letters out of Tsunade's hands as he tore them to shreds. Tsunade just smiled at his antics as she held up more copies. You think I didn't make copies, brat? You're just lucky, said Tsunade as she held up the original photo Izumo and Kotetsu had and the letters between Yujito and Naruto. I got the originals before Jiraiya could get his hands on them. You owe me, brat. Naruto let loose a breath he didn't realize he had. He'd have been in one of Jiraiya's books had his sensei gotten that photo or those letters. What would I owe you, Bie-chan? Asked Naruto as Tsunade smiled slightly. I heard that you, Jiraiya, and Gamabunta all got drunk in the forest together one day, sometime during the Chunin exams. Drunk off of some special empty Mayaboku fire sake, said Tsunade as Naruto looked dumbfounded. How could you hear about that? That was months ago, Bie-chan, asked Naruto. Jiraiya told me? You were the first to get to try the Toad's special sake besides the Toad's. Jiraiya also told me it was the best damn sake he'd ever had. Well, I want a taste. Give me a monthly supply every month and we're even, kiddo, said Tsunade. Every month? Why can't I just do it once? Started Naruto until Tsunade held up the evidence again. Blackmail. Kuchios, said Naruto as he wanted to summon his baby-sized friend, Gamakichi. Yo! Came the deep voice of Gamakichi as he appeared from the smoke. Hey, Gamaki, holy hell? You got big? Questioned Naruto as he was looking eye level with his favorite toad companion. Gamakichi had grown so big that instead of him riding Naruto's head, Naruto could now stand on his. Hey, you humans are just slow. What do you need, bro? Questioned Gamakichi as Naruto got over his shock and told him the plan. You're crazy, but okay. If this doesn't work out and I get caught by Dad, I'm blaming you, said Gamakichi as he disappeared in a poof of smoke. Good choice, Gaki. Wanna get hammered? Asked Tsunade as Naruto smiled slightly. Why not? It's been a hectic 6 months, said Naruto, prepared to bring back Gamakichi with Gamabunta's sake. Somewhere under Konoha. You know your mission, correct? Came the voice of a shadowed figure. The figure was speaking to an umbu with a raised collar and a purple hawk mask on. Hi! They will be coming tonight and I will begin my mission, said Taka as the figure nodded his head slightly. Do not fret about the Senju boy. I have safeguards in place to ensure your arrival. Just make sure you're late so you don't have to kill him early. I need you to gain his trust so Konoha can get Orochimaru's secrets, said the figure as it turned away. Before exiting fully, the figure spoke once again. To be a shinobi is to sacrifice oneself. Closing your eyes to the sunlight, distinguishing yourself in the shadows. That is the true form of a ninja. You're doing a great service for your village, never forget that. Taka looked up as the figure vanished. Hi, Danzo-sama, said Taka as he also left to prepare for his escorts to take him to Orochimaru. The next morning. So close, said a panting Naruto. Naruto was laying on the ground in his umbu uniform, but instead of his umbu mask, he had on his headband. He was covered in bruises and had a few burn marks on his skin, but otherwise was fine. A chuckle was heard from a slightly beat-up Kakashi standing in the clearing with Naruto. Ma. You could have won had you used your tenant's power Naruto or even your kekkei genkai. But it does seem like I'm not that old yet, said Kakashi with an eye smile. Stupid Sharingan. I'll surpass you someday, Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto as he stood up. So you're going on that mission now, right? You're almost 4 hours late. Oh yeah? I almost forgot. Thank you for reminding me. I should be back tomorrow though. It's a simple one. So I'll see you around, Ja-ni, said Kakashi with a mock salute as he disappeared in a poof of smoke. I still can't beat Kakashi without using Kurama's power or my Mokuton. I'll get him eventually. But for now, time for some ramen, said Naruto as he vanished in a shunshin to his favorite eatery. Several hours later, Naruto handed an old lady a bouquet from the inside of a flower shop. Here you go, ma'am. Have a wonderful day, said Naruto with a smile. After eating, Naruto decided to help out at one of his favorite places in all of Konoha, the Yamanaka flower shop. He was having a swell time, and it seemed to get better as Shikamaru walked in. Yo! Shikamaru! What's up? Said Naruto as he then noticed Shikamaru's frantic movements. Naruto! You're here. Good. Tsunade-sama said she needs us for an urgent mission. It's important, said Shikamaru before he finished speaking. Naruto had appeared next to him and shunshined them to Tsunade's office. After appearing with Shikamaru in tow, Naruto noticed Kiba, Choji, and Neji standing there with him. What's going on, Bie-chan? Asked Naruto. Tsunade looked toward Naruto with a very serious demeanor. Sasuke has left the village, said Tsunade as Naruto looked ready to snap, but she stopped him. We're not sure if he was taken or not, but Sakura claimed to have seen him walking toward the village exit, and we'll have to assume the worst. Kiba and Neji here will help you track him. Shikamaru is here to help with planning and Choji is extra muscle. Your mission is to capture Sasuke and bring him back alive, if possible. Sorry that we couldn't get any more manpower for this mission, but you all are the best I've got at the moment. Naruto, you're the leader of the mission, so please make haste, and be careful. Finished Tsunade as Naruto nodded his head. You guys ready to leave? Asked Naruto to his team. After a collective nod from everyone, Naruto took off out of Tsunade's window with them behind him. Kiba, can you find Sasuke's trail? Kiba sniffed the air slightly as he nodded his head. I already did while Shikamaru was looking for you. Follow me, said Kiba as they all leapt away from the village heading toward where the Valley of the End was. Naruto, Sasuke wouldn't become a traitor, would he? Naruto had a serious face as he continued sprinting. I don't know, but let's not discuss pointless things. We'll just ask Sasuke when we catch up to him, said Naruto as the team sped through the forest at a rapid pace. As they were heading in the direction of the trail, Neji voiced his opinion. Naruto-san, shouldn't this mission be for Jonin or at least a team of Chunins? Why is Hokage-sama sending 2 Chunins and 3 Genins? Asked Neji. Naruto didn't answer due to Shikamaru answering for him. True as it may be, this mission is definitely not supposed to be given to us. However, my dad told me that the village is very short-handed at the moment due to the invasion. Meaning, missions are being taken no matter what to help with the rebuilding, leaving the village with few shinobi to guard it. Due to that, that's why we were handed this task. Neji nodded in affirmation as Kiba decided to make his thoughts known. Who cares? We're going to kick some ass and take Sasuke back to the village. It's simple, said Kiba with the utmost confidence. Shikamaru, Chuji, and Neji smiled at the opinion as it was definitely needed for the overall morale. However, Naruto didn't smile, he merely nodded at the words and continued to sprint through the forest, still setting a rapid pace. Sasuke better have a damn good excuse for deserting the village. Naruto seems pissed and I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of it, thought Shikamaru as the group kept leaping through the forest, sprinting for nearly half a day and taking a rest during the night. The next morning, Naruto, we're getting close. I can see the group of 4 sound shinobi. And they are carrying a large circular box, said Neji, who had his Byakugan activated since Kiba said they were nearly upon them. They have stopped moving. It looks like they are carrying out a ritual. Shall we strike now? Asked Neji to Naruto as they landed in the trees surrounding the sound ninjas. It seems like the best idea. To ambush them and retrieve Sasuke. Shikamaru, what do you think? Said Naruto. Naruto was positive it was the best plan, but why not ask Shikamaru? It wouldn't hurt anything to hear from the genius. Shikamaru looked thoughtful for a few seconds, but ultimately nodded his head. That's perfect, but we need to strike now. Everybody ready? Asked Shikamaru. Seeing everyone's nod, Shikamaru turned back to the group in front of them. Let's go. When Shikamaru said the word go, a kunai with several explosive notes attached to the end landed on the tree beside the group. Shit, they spotted us, thought Naruto as the group jumped away to avoid the explosion, not without receiving the shockwave which ended up sending them further than intended. Naruto and Neji landed on their feet despite that, but Kiba, Chuji, and Shikamaru crashed into the ground, skidding slightly. The Senju kid. This will make it tough. But he still can't compete with Orochimaru-sama's curse seal, thought Kadamaru, a member of the Sound Four with 8 appendages, 6 arms and 2 legs. Well, look what we have here. I threw that kunai into the trees to catch a snake and instead caught several bugs, said Sakan, the member of the Sound Four who had 2 heads. Jirobo, stop them. The chubby member with an orange mohawk nodded his head as he went through several hand seals and said, Doton kekkei Doro Domu, Earth Release Barrier, Earth Prison of Magnificent Nothingness. A large dome of earth quickly molded itself around the Konoha shinobi, imprisoning them inside as Jirobo kept his hands on the barrier. Go ahead. I'll finish this. We need to get the Uchiha to Orochimaru-sama, said Jirobo as his teammates nodded and took off into the forest. Jirobo then felt his dome get smashed in several places but only smirked. It's impossible to get out of this dome. Just give up. Damn. My Tsuga, passing farm, did nothing to it but leave cracks. And even then, it's self-repairing. What do we do? Asked Kiba. Kiba's right. This dome is sturdy and I can even feel it siphoning off my chakra. How are we going to get out? Thought Shikamaru. Shikamaru then noticed that an area of the dome had recovered slower than the exact opposite side of the dome. That's it. The dome is weaker on that side, possibly due to him being on the opposite. If we hit it hard enough, we should be able to get out. Now all we have to do is dash. Rasengan! Shouted Naruto as he smashed his jutsu into the side of the dome that repaired the fastest. Shikamaru knew it'd be useless until he saw Naruto shrouded in the Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto blasted an enormous hole directly where Jirobo was holding his hands. Due to Naruto's powerful attack and Jirobo being so close in proximity to the blast zone, he was sent flying back and smashed through a tree. What the hell? That was so ridiculously powerful, said Kiba, confused at Naruto since he had 2 tails of the Kyuubi's chakra. I thought you said you could only use 1 tail? Yeah, I did too. But how come I access 2? Kurama? Questioned Naruto internally to his inner demon. Is the seal weakening maybe? Or could it have been last night when Jiraiya spotted you passed out after singing songs with that Senju woman? He did touch your stomach slightly, so maybe he loosened the seal. I wasn't really paying attention to it, so I can't really know. You'll have to ask him, said Kurama back to Naruto. Kurama could sense Naruto's next statement, and decided to quell it before he said it. It's alright. You have proven yourself more than enough to have more access to my power. Though I think he only loosened it to give out 4 tails of power. Thanks, Kurama. And to finish him, thought Naruto as he charged up another Rasengan, which took on a purple hue due to Kurama's chakra. Naruto vanished in a shunshin to appear above the downed Jirobo and smashed the jutsu into his face. Jirobo was down for the count. There was no coming back from that, even if he had used his curse seal. Naruto let his shroud fade as he turned back to his teammates. Let's go. There's no time to waste, said Naruto as the 5 took off once again in hopes of catching Sasuke. Naruto, said Shikamaru as they continued to leap through the forest. If we want to catch Sasuke, it'd be better if we split up from this point moving forward. There are only 3 of them left, and we still have 5 people, 6 counting Akamaru. Niji, can you take one of them alone? Seeing Niji nod, Shikamaru was going to continue with his plan until Kiba spoke up. I can take one alone too. But I won't be alone, I have Akamaru with me, said Kiba, getting a bark of agreement from his canine friend. Plus, I owe that 2-headed freak for calling us bugs, finished Kiba, thinking about his teammate Shino. Bugs are cool. Shino showed me that. Shikamaru sighed slightly. Well, if you think so, then that settles it. Kiba can take the 2-headed dude, leaving Niji to take on either the girl or the one with 6 arms. Choji and I will take on whoever he doesn't face, leaving Naruto to get Sasuke and get him back to Konoha, said Shikamaru as the group nodded their heads at the plan. Naruto placed his hands in the snake's seal. Moku Bunshin no Jutsu, wood clone technique, said Naruto as he created several wood clones. Just in case, I'll be able to help. You never know, Orochimaru could send them assistance. The group continued to leap through the forest to enact Shikamaru's plan. Naruto, Choji, and Shikamaru stood across the redhead girl member of the Sound Four as Sasuke was nowhere to be seen, nor was the rest of their respective teams. Niji had stayed back to take on the 6-armed member of the Sound Four. Kiba had taken the 2-headed member off the cliff and was battling him alone as well. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji had continued to pursue the last member, but upon arriving, they were met with another sound shinobi. He left Tayuya, the redhead girl, to stop the last 3 Konoha shinobi while he continued on. As they were staring her down, Shikamaru spoke to Naruto. Don't worry, Naruto. Choji and I will handle her. You go get that new guy and bring back Sasuke. We'll be fine. Naruto nodded his head and leaped past Tayuya while Shikamaru and Choji distracted her. Naruto easily caught up to the newcomer and stopped him in the middle of a field. Sasuke was still in his barrel as Naruto faced down the white-haired shinobi, Kimimaro if that was his name since the redhead said it upon his arrival. Yo! Said Naruto as he landed in the field with the other ninja. The ninja had pale skin, green eyes, 2 scarlet dots on his forehead, shoulder-length white hair. He wore a light lavender, loose-fitting, long-sleeved, zip-up shirt, black pants cut off around mid-calf, bandages wrapped around his ankles, shinobi sandals, and a purple, rope-like belt tied in an inverted bow around his waist. If Tayuya comes back, I'll kill her, thought Kimimaro as he turned to face Naruto. Let's see. How should I kill you? What does Orochimaru want with Sasuke? Asked Naruto. It is of no importance. You came to get him back and it's my job to get him to Orochimaru. No need for negotiation, replied Kimimaro in a monotone voice. Come! Naruto vanished in a shunshin at that word to appear in front of Kimimaro and threw a hook out at him. Kimimaro shifted his head back with ease as he dodged Naruto's punch. The ninja then lashed out at Naruto with a sword strike. Except his sword appeared to be made of bone. Is that bone? Thought Naruto as he backflipped away to dodge the slash. Do you have a kekkei genkai? Seems you aren't as weak as I thought. It is the kekkei genkai of my clan, the Shikatsumiyaku Dead Bone Pulse. It allows me to freely control the bones in my body and I'm the last of my clan, making me its last user, said Kimimaro as he held up his bone sword. So basically you can manipulate your bone structure to use for combat. I'm sure you can also freely control how dense those bones are because if they were just regular bones, it'd do you no justice, said Naruto as he prepared to use a technique. However, before he could move his hands, the barrel holding Sasuke began to emit a purple smoke. After a few seconds, the barrel exploded and a huge plume of smoke billowed out. When the smoke died down, Sasuke could be seen standing with his back to Naruto. Sasuke's appearance had changed though. Instead of his normal black hair, it was much longer, down his back and took on a blue hue. His skin also took on a darkish gray hue. Eventually it all receded into the seal on his neck. Sasuke, Sasuke heard the voice and knew immediately that it was Naruto. Sasuke turned his head to look at Naruto with his Sharingan active. Without saying a word, Sasuke immediately leaped off to where Orochimaru would be. Kimimaro looked at Naruto as he said, "Seems your friend wants to go to Orochimaru off his own free will. There's nothing you can do about that, so just let him leave and die by my hands." Naruto had closed his eyes when he saw Sasuke leave. Upon hearing Kimimaro speak, Naruto immediately opened his now blood-red eyes and stared at where Sasuke had jumped off to. "His eyes, seems he has a strange chakra inside him," thought Kimimaro as he noticed Naruto's red, slitted eyes. "No matter. I have to stop him. For Orochimaru-sama's sake." Kimimaro ran toward Naruto as he prepared to stab into him, only to get kicked away by a green blur. "Konoha Senpu, Leaf Whirlwind," came the voice of the new arrival. Poised in his green jumpsuit, Rock Lee stood in front of Naruto in the beginning stance of the Goken. "Lee dash," started Naruto until he was cut off by Rock Lee. "Please go on, Naruto-kun. I saw what Sasuke-kun just did. I'll handle this guy. You go get our comrade," said Rock Lee as he stared down Kimimaro. Naruto said nothing as he jumped on after Sasuke. After several minutes of following where Sasuke had jumped to, Naruto landed on a huge statue and saw Sasuke on the opposite one. "Sasuke!" yelled Naruto as Sasuke stood facing him. Naruto noticed he was standing on the head of his forefathers, Hashirama Senju, statue in the Valley of the End. Sasuke stood opposite of him on Madara's head as he looked toward Naruto. "Naruto!" said Sasuke as he looked toward Naruto with his Sharingan blazing. "What are you doing? Are you really leaving the leaf?" questioned Naruto as Sasuke didn't say anything. "It doesn't matter. I'm going to kick your ass and drag you back," said Naruto as he prepared to clash with his best friend. Sasuke still hadn't said another word as he and Naruto jumped into the air and clashed. Naruto caught Sasuke's punch as Sasuke blocked Naruto's knee. The two landed on the water below, still locked in a struggle for dominance. After a short while, the two separated and stood opposite each other on the water of the river. Naruto's eyes were still red as he looked at Sasuke. "So you really are trying to leave?" Sasuke's Sharingan spun slowly as he finally responded to Naruto. "Yes. There are things that I need to accomplish." As Sasuke said that, Naruto flared his chakra to dispel a subtle genjutsu placed on him. "You know genjutsu of that level doesn't work on me," said Naruto as he performed a shunshin to appear in front of Sasuke. Naruto was already throwing an uppercut that Sasuke dodged by stepping back before he had to jump over Naruto's leg sweep. As he jumped over Naruto's attempt at his legs, Sasuke lashed out with a kick to Naruto's head. Naruto evaded Sasuke's kick and grabbed his ankle. Naruto then stood back up spinning as he tossed Sasuke away violently. Despite the speed at which he was tossed, Sasuke managed to somersault and land on the side of the wall as he went through several hand seals. "Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Fire Style, Grand Fireball Technique," said Sasuke before he unleashed a huge fireball at Naruto. Naruto placed his hands on the surface of the water as he prepared to defend against the fireball. "Mokuton, Jukai Heki, Wood Style, World of Trees Wall," said Naruto as dozens of branches rose from the water, interlocking as they grew in size to form a large wall. Sasuke's fireball smashed into Naruto's wall as after a few seconds, the wall stood firm despite the blackened areas due to the fireball's heat. "I don't have time to play around, Kurama," thought Naruto as Kurama immediately understood and channeled chakra into Naruto's system. Naruto gained an orange chakra shroud as he charged up a Rasengan. Naruto took off to charge through his wall. As Naruto burst through the wall, he was met by Sasuke, who had charged up a Chidori with Naruto's same intentions. Sasuke had black, flame-like patterns going on his face since he used some of the curse seal to combat Naruto's bijou cloak. Chidori and Rasengan clashed against each other as the two battled for dominance once again. "You should know that this was a mistake," said Naruto as he gained a tail of chakra. Naruto then easily blasted Sasuke away since a bijou's power, especially Kurama's, would trump Orochimaru's power boost any day. Sasuke smashed into the wall of the ravine. As he laid in the wall, Sasuke smirked slightly as he let Orochimaru's curse seal recede. You're right, Naruto. That was a mistake on my part. However, Abija's power means nothing when compared to the full might of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, said Sasuke as he came out of the wall while opening his eyes. His eyes were a different pattern though. Sasuke's tomos spread and converged along the edge of its iris, taking on the appearance of 3 intersecting ellipses. His eyes also inverted colors as there was a black eye with red designs. Kurama immediately recognized the shift in his eyes. Naruto, that is the Mangekyo Sharingan. Those eyes have the power to tame tailed beasts, be wary of him, said Kurama as Naruto looked on with narrowed eyes at Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes seemed to glow slightly as he stared at Naruto. Let's see how you dance against my new eyes. And that concludes part 2 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Hashirama's Heir, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Kagami1228, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.